Uh-oh. Ada, can you hear me? Unmute yourself, Ada. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another year. This is celebrating our fifth year of the Global Brief Conference. Man, we are excited to bring you guys this line of presenters that are coming up today. Then over the weekend, hopefully, you guys are sitting back, you got your family with you. We got a lot of great information that's going to be coming to you guys, and thank you guys for always just supporting us while we do this, And one of the things I wanted to do was I wanted to share a little bit of history before our first presenter come up, and just let you know, guys, know how the Global Brief Conference and the Global Brief Network started. It's been 5 years since our first conference, and we just had a simple mission. We just wanted to connect with underserved communities. We wanted to serve them. We wanted to give them something that was easily accessible, and and it's been 5 years of just doing that, reaching these communities, connecting them with resources that otherwise they wouldn't even know that was there. We had a simple mission, a simple vision, and that was to make sure that we never turned anyone away. And so far, we've been doing a pretty good job. We have a growing network on the other side. We have presenters, amazing people who are heart centered and are here to just serve you. And today, as always, it's like the last 5 years, guys, this is a live stream. So you guys have any questions or comments, for the presenters, please put them in the comment section. And, we'll be answering them as we go. We've explored this world of grief, and it's such an amazing space to be in, because we get to meet people where they are. We get to help guide them, not give them advice, but give them tools to help them heal. Grief is one of those things that has not been explored. It's such a as they say, is one of those places that's still being explored. And today we're with some of the pioneers that have been in this field for a very long time. And they're out here doing some amazing, amazing, amazing work. And if you guys know, if you guys have followed me on social media or any other of my colleagues and associates, you know that we're out here doing whatever we need to do to make sure that you guys are taken care of. And as always, Ada, can you hear me? We got Ada back on the screen there. Ada has been my colleague, friend. She's been there to help me through all of these different things, and this just came from a dream. It came from a place of where servitude that turned into something bigger. It turned into a movement. It turned into something that we can look back and go, that was worth it. And as we begin to explore this grief field, as we begin to, dive deeper into it and learn more about it, we are developing with it. And we want you guys to come and develop with us. And as always, I don't know if Ada can speak. Ada, can you speak? Can you speak, Ada? Let me see. Because I don't know. Okay, so we're just waiting. And as we start to wait, guys, if you have any questions for us before we get started, put them in the comment section. Good morning to everyone out there. That's tuning in right now. Hopefully you guys are sharing it around. We are live on all platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. You name it, we are on there. And just so we can get more out there to you guys. And what we want to do is that we want to open up the doors for you guys to be able to ask questions before our presenter come up here, and tell us what you guys expect to see for today. I mean, we have a lot of great things going. And if you guys have been watching the Global Brief Conference the last couple of years, we always strive to do better than the year before. And we're making those dreams come true. You know, we have a lot of great things coming down the line. You know, we have the new app, which is going to help you guys connect with people a lot better. And make it a lot easier for you guys to have those resources at your fingertips. We're going to have support groups in this app, so we're going to bring everything and put it in one general area for you guys, just so you guys don't have to struggle about where to find these support, where to where to look. You know, because one thing about grief that I've known or have understood for a very long time, grief is one of those things that you can't do, that we do not recommend that you're doing it alone. Although there are going to be some times where you may feel that you're alone because you will be by yourself. But in the end, at the end of all of this, or even in the middle or the beginning, there are people that will walk with you. And as someone who has experienced great loss, I will say that as a man, it has been a challenging thing because I had to explore emotions, which I educate um, people on that as well. You know, and as men, we don't really explore those things. We push it to the side. We have this interpretation that we always have to be strong, and also, you know, we also no one's ever taught us how to be vulnerable. So, being a man, I want to encourage everyone out there, even the women and the children out there, support the people in your family. Make sure they know that you're there with them, and don't be afraid to walk with them. You know, sometimes it's just your presence that needs to be there. And today is all about being present. It's all about being with you guys. It's all about walking with you guys. You know, and opening up the doors for you guys to be human. And that's what grief is all about. Ada, I can hear you now. Ada, oops. Can you hear me, Ada? Yes, we do. Yes, we do, Kathy. Kathy, yes, we do. We all experience grief. You know, the crazy part about it is that most people don't even know what grief looks like. You know, and so this is a very, very important time, and a good time to be around, to be doing the things that we're doing, because we can bring awareness to it. And it's something. It's a human condition that we're all going to experience at some point in time. And the crazy part about it is, it's not always around death. You can grieve losing a job. You can grieve a breakup. You can grieve almost anything that's out there. And when those things happen, a lot of times we revert to our second nature, which is most of the time anger. And but you know, and then we become ashamed because we don't know how to deal with that anger. And so today we want to give you a place to put that anger. We want to give you a place to explore the things that you're going through. This is an opportunity for you to connect with these presenters, get the information that you need. There's going to be something for everyone out here. And that's the beautiful thing about it. No one's left out. We get to explore the different types of grief. We get to explore different types of therapy. We get to explore the ins and outs of what this thing looks like on so many different levels. And to be honest with you, we're just now getting started. We're just now getting started. And as we grow in this field and everything, we realize something. That community, connection, support, and resources are the key to helping you, our fellow community members, our leaders, our community leaders, our family members, our friends, all of those people that we care about. This is a chance for you to be able to connect and not feel alone out here. Now, before we get started, is there any questions that we may have? Ada is in the back room, and again, we're just waiting for one of the presenters to come up. And if there isn't any presenter, if there isn't any questions out there, I'm going to put up a flyer so you guys can be introduced to the next presenter that's coming up. I think you guys are going to be amazed by her. She's an amazing human being, and honored and privileged to have called her a friend. And so, with that being said, guys, enjoy the show, and sit back, get your notepads out, shed some tears, share share your questions with them, and yeah, connect with them. I am Tony Lynch. I am one of the hosts of this conference, and it's my honor and a privilege to say thank you for joining us today. And throughout the day, you guys are going to see me pop in and out, but enjoy. I'll see you guys here shortly.
Hello.
Hello. This is nice. What's going on, my brother?
Tony, the pleasure's all mine. What's going on, brother?
Oh man, another exciting day, man. We're kicking off this Global Grief Conference, and as always, we got some amazing people up here. You're one of the presenters this year as well, man. Everybody, I'm gonna let my brother and my friend introduce himself. He's an amazing person. He has a podcast, but you know what? I'm not gonna get too far into that. I'm gonna let him introduce himself, and we're gonna talk a little bit before our first presenter come up and everything. If there's any other presenters out there that would like to come up on stage to talk about what you're expecting to see over the weekend, what I'm saying, what excites you the most, let me know. And I'll send you the StreamYard link. Come up here and enjoy this conversation and everything. Brother, introduce yourself to the people, man.
Yes, yeah. Well, first and foremost, Tony, thank you definitely for the opportunity. So, my name is Terrain. I'm a grief identity coach who handles those in relationships, as well as I'm a podcaster, as Tony has mentioned. And I've been on this grief journey for about 4 years, just trying to navigate it and help everyone wherever I can. Similar to you, but we're doing a fantastic job, right?
We are, man, and we got a lot of great things coming down the pike too, right? And so share a little bit of your story about why this grief journey has impacted you to the point and it gave you purpose. Share a little bit of that with the audience.
Yes, so I lost two people. My best friend, one of my close friends during the pandemic, so we couldn't necessarily be at the funeral. So that was tough, right? Imagine, Tony, you're looking on your phone screen, right? And they're zooming into the coffin and then zooming out. It's something straight out of a horror movie, right? I thought he was gonna jump out and attack me in there. But when it came to my grandmother, that's where it really, really hit me because this was the person that raised me. This was the person that was my everything. The first woman I loved and the first woman that I loved.
Mhm.
And I took it upon me to make sure that I was going to honor her legacy. And everything I've been doing ever since has been in honor of my grandmother, who I love to this day. Even though she's not here physically, she's here in my mind, body, and soul.
Man, that's a lot of people never really think about that though, right? You know what I'm saying? They never think about the person who's going through the loss and how it affects them. We Grief is such an individual thing that when we do experience it, it becomes all about us, right? And the relationship that we have with other people, right? Or with that individual that we've lost. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's it's okay. It is definitely okay, right? Because your relationship with that individual is going to be totally different from another person's relationship. So perception is key in all of these different things. And once you begin to realize that, you begin to you begin to allow people to just be within themselves as they go through this journey. And it's a beautiful journey. It will reveal and open up doors that you never even thought was possible, right? The way that we think about things. This is one of the downside or upside, depending on how you look at it. When you experience these things, we here's Ada. Let's see if she can talk. Ada, can you talk? Oh, can't dig it on Ada. But when we experience these things, right? It is okay to hold space with someone else, right? It is okay to allow that person to feel and be human, right? Without the inclination that you're weak. This is the misconception. This is the thing that always really irked me since I started this. I've been on this journey for 7 years. Well, actually 10 years. I've been doing this work for 7 years. And when I lost my son and my mother and all of those individuals, I didn't know how to navigate it, but I always tried to mimic what other people were doing because I always thought it was the right way. It wasn't until I bumped my head and said, you know what, that's not going to work for me. I have to do something different. And that's when it dawned on me. This is mine. This is mine. I have the choice to either let it make me or break me. The beautiful thing about individuals like ourselves, Terrain, is that we found purpose. We found purpose in this journey. And a lot of people may look at that and go, what do you mean you found purpose in this journey? Well, That's what makes us who we are. We saw grief, and instead of saying, "Oh, this is sad," because it can be sad, but there's another side. There's a side that says, it doesn't have to be this way. It can be a beautiful thing. Hope is in the house. Hope, how you doing, my friend? Grief to Hope, my everybody. Hope is in the building over here. Amazing person. Amazing journey that she's had and the work that she's doing out there. Guys, if you don't follow her on Facebook or any other social medias, you guys are missing out. You guys are missing out on so much. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And the work that she's out there doing, and with her story and the purpose that she has, will blow your mind to see the strength and the intelligence that this woman has, and the way that she serves other people will blow your mind. Right, you know what I'm saying? And again, it's an honor and a privilege to be associated with the individuals that we have, because the GGN is a family, right? It's a family of grief practitioners who are heart centered. And that is the beautiful part about it. And what we mean by when I say the words heart centered, we got DJ just popped up. We're gonna let her get ready. I'm gonna and whenever she gets ready, we'll rock and roll it. Right. Terrain, when I say the term heart centered, what is the first thing that comes to your mind?
One of the first thing that comes to my mind is when you're feeling everything that you ever want to feel and you're able to connect with someone to let it out. I compare it to, let's say, a relationship where you have, and you've been through this, Tony, right? Where you meet that woman of your dreams, right? And she helps you become in tune with your emotions. She shows you a side of Tony, a side of Turing that you never thought was possible because she helped you create it. Heart centered is when you connect with like people and they bring out the best of your emotions. Doesn't matter how big, how scary, or how vulnerable you're going to be, because it's not a weakness. That's what heart centered to me means.
Yeah, it's a beautiful strength, man. Before I let you go, brother, because I know you're busy and everything, and I appreciate you jumping up here, and and everything. Tell people when you're going to be presenting and what excites you the most about this amazing weekend that we have coming up.
Oh, absolutely. So I will be presenting on Sunday, 3:15 MST time or 5:15 my time, Eastern time, as well as I'm going to be talking about using your grief as a superpower. Take it, put it as a cape, and fly, baby, fly, because you can be Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, or Supergirl. It is not a weakness, it is your power. And one thing I'm excited about is all the amazing speakers that Tony and Ada have brought together. This is a true community, true safe space. So to everyone watching, to all the speakers, all the best. I'll be watching from the sidelines. And Tony, the pleasure's all mine. Thank you, my brother.
I appreciate you, brother, and we will see you. We will see you when you get up here, man. And again, another amazing person that we have coming up. And as like I said before, we got a presenter coming up. Terrain, love you, my brother. And thank you again for being a part of this amazing weekend. People, I'm not going to waste your time anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about me. It's about these amazing people that we have coming up here, coming to serve you. Okay, they're coming to serve you. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present Miss D. Parker. All right. And enjoy. Please enjoy. We will see you guys here shortly. Peace out, my brother. Everybody else, I love you. And here we go.
So, oh God. When we're being filmed, where's it coming up? Like from your
I'm
cameras?
gonna film you additionally. I think the idea is for them to record the live interaction, and then I'm gonna film you as you look into them
for you. So I've just sent her one back saying, here. Hello, Tony, are you about?
It's got 29 minutes up there.
You're in the show. Okay, so seems that the timings have gone wrong again this year. Well, it's great, isn't it? Anyway, hello everyone, and welcome to my podcast, When Life Changes, for the Global Grief Conference for 2026. I'm Di Parker, the Good Grief Coach, and my guest today is Di Lewis. And Di is a grief and trauma specialist and also does transformational coaching and part of my Just Ask the Coach team. What we're talking about today, and hopefully before we finish, there will be another guest that joins us called Katrina Ellis. So what we're talking about today is unresolved grief. So that's the elements that we have. Then life goes on and these little things happen and they continue in our lives completely unseen. And they have a big impact on us, on our relationships, and they can make us make decisions that we're not quite thinking through or thinking it's got anything to do with grief. So that's the kind of thing that we are going to be talking about today. And if anybody feels that it's something that you would like to reach out and talk to us about later, then please do so. Di, thanks so much for coming to chat with us today. Always look on the bright side of life. So what's when you think about unresolved grief, what kind of things come to mind for you?
Normally when I work with people that have got unresolved grief, it's usually because they're grieving a relationship that is still potentially possible. So it might be when somebody's partner's left them, and they don't really know why, and they won't speak to them and they won't explain what's gone wrong, or they just leave. Or sometimes you get family estrangements where siblings don't get on, or children cut mums out of their lives, or mums cut children out of their lives, or often in family relationships, the people are still alive, but for some reason or other, one person in that relationship has decided to no longer continue with that relationship. And that leaves people still in a place of love and a place of despair. And what do you do with that? And then around that, there's often a lot of stigma, shame. You know, if a family member doesn't want to have anything to do with you, or somebody's cut you off and you don't really know why, you're left with a lot of unanswered questions, and it can take an awful lot longer to resolve. And sometimes it doesn't resolve. It becomes subsumed in your identity, and then that causes further problems.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've lived that.
Yeah, you have.
So it's like, and it was very hard to get to a place where I could find some platform to have some peace. And I know that you helped me an awful lot to get to that place, and the acceptance that we're still here, we still deserve a life, because in my case it's estrangement from my son, and that's, you know, you bring them up, you do everything that you think is possibly the best for them. I know this child I raised, it's up to him the man he becomes, but you know, you have this hopes, dreams and expectations then of how your relationship is going to be in the future going forward, and to have that kind of taken away from you, it's a significant loss.
And quite suddenly.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes these things are slow.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can almost see them coming, and things take a while to fracture. But when the fracture's really sudden, and you don't really understand why, or there might be other people involved
Yeah.
that might be helping that person make decisions in their lives that perhaps aren't that helpful, and you have no way of having any kind of mediation, having any discussion, so you can at least come to a joint decision of whether you continue a relationship or don't, or if you do, on these parameters or boundaries. You know, it is very hard. And then you can try and live your life and try and, you know, you can have therapy, you can have counseling, but at the end of the day, do you keep talking about them? Are they still part of your family? Are they still mentioned? Are they discussed? Are you able to talk about them with other family members? Do other family members shut up when you mention them because they might know something that you don't know, and then they don't want to tell you about something in case you get hurt? And then there's all of that. So it doesn't just affect one relationship, it affects lots of relationships.
That very thing happened to me at Christmas. I found out that he'd visited my sister at Christmas, but I wasn't told.
Yeah.
It wasn't done deliberately, but because I hadn't been told, I felt like I'd been cut out, and I am still his mum. It's not like I'm going to turn up unannounced and say hi.
Yeah.
But it was very painful to find that out. But what I did was I sat with it and I worked out what I could possibly do about it, which was then to have a conversation with her and my mum and say, I'm not going to just turn up unless I am invited. And I'm glad that there's communication going on with the family. Just please don't cut me out.
And it's very difficult because, you know, you then have to navigate a different relationship with every other family member, and they won't want you to be upset. They won't want the other family member to be upset, and then they have to tiptoe around, and it just escalates, and it changes all the dynamics, and it's really difficult because, you know, you kind of lose, as you said before, your hopes, dreams and expectations. So you would lose the hope of the past. I know your family likes doing a lot of celebrations, and you threw a lot of parties and you did lots of things together, but then there's always going to be somebody missing. And I know that it isn't just you that's been cut off in the family, but it's hard then to know what's going to hurt other people and what you say about other people. And you can't shift someone's perspective, and you can't help them heal because you can't speak to them.
No.
And there's
how can we, I mean, I know, how can we help people navigate this, acknowledge the unresolved grief, to find a place where they can build a life for themselves, even though this chaos is kind of happening somewhere else?
I think people have to be held at first in their pain and understand it as a grief. Lots of people don't understand that the feeling is the same if the person's still alive.
Yes.
And that's the first thing to acknowledge, that if the person is still alive, but you can't get to them, you can't be with them, that grief is just as painful as if somebody has died. But sometimes it's worse because there's no end. There's no end. Yeah. Because there's always the possibility that things might change while they're alive, but nothing's happening. And that's the really hard part. You still love that person, but they're the cause of a lot of emotional pain, and holding that emotional pain for somebody and helping them understand it as grief and helping them process the unfairness of it or the reason for it. Or sometimes it's really hard to get through something if you don't understand why it's happened. And that's harder. So the death you do. Understand there's a reason.
But thanks to this lovely lady, I ended up going on a trip that helped an awful lot with this, because we went on a retreat and we went to see this guru chap, and he was talking to us about our unresolved grief. So one of the things he suggested that we did was, the next day we went through a little healing ceremony, and then were asked to address our unresolved grief. And so at the time, he was referring to me and my unborn children. I'd had quite a few miscarriages. So we went along, and what we had to do was after we'd gone through some of the cleansing and opening of the heart, was to look at this lake and just be present to our feelings and allow any energy to come up that was relevant for us at that time. And so we stood there, didn't we? We did that little ritual and we stood there. A lot of the girls were thinking they weren't going to be able to scream, and I thought, well, I don't know what's going to come up. And then I just felt this energy come up from behind me, and I moved over to the waterfall, and I was waiting for permission to stand under this to scream, and you had to do it 3 times. And so I went over, and it was like, I can't wait any longer. I've just got to do
It's
this.
like a tsunami scream.
And I just
Frightened the life out of me because I wasn't looking at you at the
frightened
time.
the life out of me too. And I just screamed, and a little voice in my head said, "You're not going to do that again." And I did. Up it came 3 times. And
It was the biggest scream I've ever heard in my life.
and there was you and another lady actually started tearing up at the thought. And when they came over to give me a hug, Di says to me, we were thinking of Andrea, and all I could do was do this. I couldn't speak. But all I can explain it to you is it was like I have a jigsaw. All the pieces are more or less there. There's a bit that's just not sitting right. It's there, but it wasn't sitting right. And it's like in that moment, that whole jigsaw got chucked up into the air. And when it came back down again, the pieces managed to find the place it needed to be. Mm-hmm. And so if anybody has a stuck feeling inside,
you do need to move.
Shift your energy, whether it's anger or anything else, and just let it go.
Sometimes, if you can find, obviously we were lucky enough to be in this beautiful place with this beautiful waterfall and a healer with a ritual, but you can make your own rituals. You can spend, depending on what your spiritual beliefs are, you can look at all sorts of rituals around letting go, because it's a letting go ritual you need, not necessarily a grief ritual. And that might be standing under a bridge where a train goes over, wait for the train and start screaming then if you're in the middle of a city, or going to somewhere in the middle of nowhere and having and it's really hard to scream. Yeah, you scream in the shower. It's really hard to scream actually. And then move your body, shake your head, shake your legs one at a time, stand up, shake your whole body, do some ecstatic dance to some music with a really good drum beat. But we keep all of this stuff inside of us and it goes into us physically, and the cortisol and the noradrenaline and all the other toxic hormones get stuck, and we have to move it out. And we may not have to do it just once, we may have to do it every day for a little while. But the first thing I think is being heard.
Yeah.
And understanding that if somebody leaves you for whatever reason, whether they're your partner, whether they're your children, whether they're your parents, whether they're your best friend who suddenly decides they don't want to speak to you anymore, that can give a real emotional response that stays, because you can't move through it. You can't change it. You can't do anything about it. None of it is usually in your control, unless you've been the instigator of something, which is meant that somebody's left you, and then maybe you can change your behavior. But
welcome now, here's Katrina Ellis. Now Katrina is a financial well-being coach. So just as we're talking about unresolved grief from the emotional aspects, we also can link that in very much to a financial journey that we're on. Thank you so much for coming today. So when you meet clients with unresolved grief, what sort of things are coming to the forefront for you?
I guess it can be a really huge array of issues. And I think probably the first step when I meet somebody who's, I guess, experiencing financial issues and there's grief kind of underlying it, is to recognize it, acknowledge it, not try and hide away from it, and just to confront it. It's something I've had personal experience of as well. So it's something I find really easy to relate to. And it's about saying, okay, well, trying to understand what's actually going on underneath, because there's a huge amount, or can be a huge amount, of shame, of guilt, of grief associated with our money losses, whether that's, we've gone through a divorce, We have lost a partner, and that's had a massive financial impact on our life. So we're coping with a financial impact and a loss. There's so many things, but I think the first step is just to acknowledge it without judgment, and to then very gently look at what might be appropriate in the situation to help them cope with this.
Right. So blaming themselves for the situation that they're getting into, and possibly even shaming the situation they've got into. What steps do you then use to help them dive deep on those sort of things?
Well, I think definitely, recognizing blame and shame, they're very common. Many of us are guilty of falling into that, but it doesn't help us. So, if you're feeling blame and shame around it, just sit with it. But then the next step, when you're ready, is really to take complete responsibility for it. You are where you are because of a situation that's happened, maybe because of decisions you've made, maybe because of something that's happened to you. But either way, to just take responsibility. You have within your own power the possibility to take some very simple steps, just one step at a time, so that you don't get into overwhelm with it, so that very slowly but surely you can start to nudge your way out of it. And unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of emotions, our default is to put our head in the sand and to just, hands over our ears, head in the sand. We just don't want to deal with it. And sometimes for a short period of time, that's okay. And maybe that's something that we just need to give ourselves and take a breath. But in the longer term, that's very damaging, I think, emotionally, and it's certainly not going to sort your financial situation out. So when you feel that you're ready enough, maybe you've got somebody at your side who can support you, hold your hand through it, then take whatever that first baby step is. And I love the Martin Luther King quote that says, you don't have to see the whole staircase to take the next step. So you just take that first step and then see. Don't try and look at what that end outcome is, because you're probably going to freeze and nothing will get done. So just identify that one step and then go from there.
So do you find that people lose their identity as well when they're dealing with money issues?
I guess it's definitely one possibility. It depends on the nature of the situation as to what's going on. But it is something that that can be a possible outcome, that you can lose your identity with it. But whatever your situation is, it's just sitting with it, accepting it, and when you feel ready, just take that next step. So whatever you're presented with and whatever your circumstances are and how you're feeling right now, it's all okay. It's all normal. There are many other people. Sometimes you feel that, you must be the only person suffering like this, but I would very confidently bet that you're not, even though it may feel like you are. And sometimes when you reach out to somebody for support, you'll find that maybe they themselves have had an experience similar to yours, or they know somebody. So it's more common than we think, but we feel such strong emotions around this. Sometimes we can tend to isolate ourselves and feel that, it becomes bigger than you are, and you feel that maybe, you do lose yourself and you lose your identity in it. But it's all normal.
I think that's a key thing there, isn't it? We can lose ourselves in the feelings and the shame of whatever it is that we're dealing with, not realizing that there's a grieving element to all of this as well. And the like identifying as a mum of two boys, even though they're now grown up, because we've just been going through the estrangement aspect of things. But, I've just picked up on something you said there that I can relate to, that it's a bit of a common thing, that we would all have this underlining, I'm a mum, this is what I'm supposed to do, and it's not gone the way it was supposed to go. And you could sort of intellectualize that. But actually, when you deal with the emotional, and that's when you can go and isolate yourself with the shame of it. And it's about getting people to be open and talk about these things, to say it's okay, find yourself a coach. That's what they're there for in whatever area of life you're struggling with, and help yourself get to where you need to be to have your life, because we all deserve to have a life.
Do you think people talk about financial issues or difficulties less than maybe other aspects, because I certainly have friends that have been in dire financial situations at some points, but I haven't known about it because they haven't talked about it. They've told me everything else, you know, relationship things or things with their kids or things with their work, but never ever tell you when they're struggling financially, in a bit of debt, or something's happened and they've, you know, lost money or they've lost their jobs unexpectedly, and they don't talk about that as a grief.
No.
Or they don't talk about it at all.
No, I completely, that is absolutely correct, I think. And I think when I started in this work, I was looking at the pieces that were very black and white in terms of financial advice, etc. But as I've gone through it myself and personally experienced a lot of loss with money, I started to understand there's a lot of it that's very nuanced and that is very grey, and a huge piece around emotional and the emotions that we associate with money. And when I've studied this more, I've looked more at human design and heart healing, on focusing on those pieces, because they do affect us all. And it stems back, in my opinion, to how we're brought up with money. And around many family tables, it was deemed to be completely inappropriate and very rude in some circumstances to discuss anything as coarse as money, which to me is absolute nonsense. Like, how do we teach our children about money if it's a forbidden topic? So I think it's a topic that there is huge emotion around of all sorts, and we do need to open that conversations up. And very maybe about a year ago or so, I did a talk at a women's group, and it was specifically focused on financial losses, of which I've had quite a few. One very significant one of about six figures, just over 100 grand, and that was devastating. And what blew my mind was, after that talk, the amount of women who I knew who came to me and said, I've been through XYZ, quite significant losses. Nobody knew. They said they hadn't told their friends, some hadn't told their family. So it does happen a lot, but we have and we carry such shame about it, because we think, and I was very open about it in the beginning, that I felt like such an idiot, because one of the things for me was that I knew there was an issue and I ignored my own hunch on it. And I really beat myself up for a very long time around that, but I had, I guess, the presence of mind and the emotional awareness to know that, you know, that would be transient, thankfully. And I could see that, you know, there were many other people who felt the same, highly qualified people who were specialized in this area, who fell prey to that. And in this day and age, financial scams are hugely prevalent. So it is very common for people to fall prey to them. And the shame and guilt and stupidity we feel around that is unfortunately very commonplace. But we need to start the conversation around this. And if we take responsibility and have more conversations with our loved ones about money, then I think my belief is that will start to very slowly but surely change the tide on that, and our conversations around money become more commonplace.
Isn't it funny how people, you know, like you say, don't talk about this around the table with the children? And grief is exactly the same. And these significant losses that you've been talking about there, and these ladies have been holding that energy down in their bodies, and how that will affect their own health. And people don't realize that.
No.
And that's kind of another good reason why we need to get more conversations going now about both of these topics.
Definitely.
It's all very hidden, and people don't understand the emotional impact and the absolute physical grief that these issues have, because it's not as obvious as a death.
Yeah.
Which has its own impact and can go into the financial situation and everything else, because sometimes there's a lot of unresolved stuff that's gone on when somebody has died, but that's more acceptable to talk about and more understood.
Yeah.
But these hidden losses and these hidden things that we can grieve about, we don't even know ourselves half the time that it's grief.
No, we just think we're feeling off or yucky, or there's some other word that we'll use.
Even when a relationship ends, or somebody leaves you or walks out the door, or, you know, it doesn't matter what stage that relationship's in, you know, you get people saying, oh, you can have another relationship, you can find another partner, or they're no good for you. But that's not helpful, because you don't want another partner, you want that one that's just walked out the door. And the more you can't have something,
The person you're still in love with.
the more you want it. And then that has a mushroom effect, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you just lose sight of, I had somebody came to see me today who said that they thought that they were in deep depression. And when we unpicked it, it was because they weren't having a relationship with a sibling. The sibling had contacted them, but it wasn't in the way that they wanted to be contacted. And their whole life had mushroomed from this situation with this relationship to, I'm a failure as a business person, I'm a failure as a mother, I'm a failure as a partner, I'm a failure as a friend, and it was like, whoa. But she'd wrapped it up in,
You do.
I'm having an emotional breakdown, or I'm depressed.
Yeah.
And actually what she's doing is she's grieving a relationship that she has chosen to end, but actually that doesn't sit well with her. And she can't find a way back from that now, because she declared that decision that I am not having a relationship with you any longer, but she can't deal with that decision.
The boundaries she put in place.
Yeah.
I think there's two also in when relationships like that. There's like the I don't know what the terms are, but say the loser, the person who decides to end it, and the person who is left, who has to suck up the impact. And it doesn't matter what side of the equation you're on, you're both going to have some grief.
Exactly.
It may manifest in a different way based on whether, which side you're in. But it will affect both parties. And, sometimes I think people assume in a divorce that the person who chooses to leave is the person who, skips all, happily into the sunset. And it's, I know myself, when I chose to leave my relationship, the grief that I felt, it was insurmountable. I was absolutely distraught at the future I was saying goodbye to and grieving, and the family life that I grieved for my kids that I hope they would have. So I think, it's important that we look at both sides.
Exactly, and that's what I was trying to help her do. She's made a decision, and she needed to see that the messages she was getting, or the message she got from the other person, was as a consequence of their pain. And they were both just hurting, and they were both wanting the same thing, which was a good relationship, which they weren't having, and that there was a different way to look at it. But it had gone on to everything in her life was bad, and down to her money, her job, her relationship, everything. And she couldn't see that actually, no, that wasn't the case. Well, she did unpick it, and thankfully she went away quite a lot lighter, because she realised it had mushroomed into something so big that she had no control over it, she thought.
But imagine if she hadn't had that conversation with you.
Yeah.
She's this person walking around with this huge cloud over her head, and then it's going to mushroom more and more. And, in many cases, I believe that suicides are the results.
That's why
of
she came, because she
situations.
thought that's what she was going to do.
I can completely see it happening, that it just blows completely out of proportion. And all you need is that person just so that you can offload to whatever the situation, and they can reframe it and unpick it for you and get to the core of what's actually going on.
Because it's very hard when you're emotionally in it to see it.
Yeah, no, I don't think even
find
professionals,
that,
exactly.
die.
Everybody needs that third party, I think, to have that
Yeah.
perspective that you can't give yourself. Even with the most emotionally aware person, you can have some level of awareness, but the benefit of having somebody else outside, not involved in it, unpick it and take a great perspective on it is just it's invaluable in my opinion, and something I've benefited from myself.
But a lot of people do get very, very distressed over money issues, even if everything else in their life is right, and to the point where they might choose to end their lives because they can't see a way out, because they haven't spoken to someone about it.
It is unfortunately a regular
it's kind
occurrence.
of like, how do we get? I mean, this is part of what Just Ask a Coach was about, because in my heart, for the years I've had with lots of struggles, if it wasn't for the fact that I went down a sort of spiritual then coaching route and then met Di, it would have been, I could very much equate to that. And I did have moments like that, but I knew enough then that I could reach out and speak to a coach.
And that's the difference. It's taking the very brave step of reaching
it's
out.
trying to get people to realize that whatever you've got going on, go and speak to a coach.
Yeah.
We have coaches for all areas of life now. And even if you just start with one thing, that would help you sort all of these others out, like this lady's done with you today. Thank goodness she went.
Yeah.
And even if you don't have a coach or can't find a coach, speak to someone.
Yeah.
Speak
Absolutely.
to your best friend or someone that may have been through similar, or just somebody that's good at listening, so that you can get some first steps towards thinking it out loud for yourself. Because sometimes we think the most ridiculous things, but when we say them out loud, we suddenly think, why am I even thinking that? That I am hearing how ridiculous this is when I'm saying it. And sometimes just to be heard and to be seen, and for somebody to say, yes, you're in an awful situation. Let's find somebody that can help you get out of it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think as well, I was talking to a chap yesterday, and he's really brave, because he will talk about all these kinds of things, but he was saying how difficult he finds it to talk to a male friend. He said in his circle, they don't tend to talk about things other than sport or...
But they're all probably thinking the same thing.
Yes. And he said that he'd absolutely seen... He'd recommended somebody else come to speak to me that was a friend, and now, because they both come to see to me and they know they're coming but they don't know what about, they've started talking to each other about their issues. So now they go for weekly cups of coffee and they talk about the stuff that's gone on. So they've made their little community, because both of them know that they're talking to somebody, so that's like, oh well, they might understand a bit better. So now they're doing extra stuff with themselves outside the sessions, which was marvelous. I thought, right, there are communities here for men, but I asked him why he didn't go, or why, and he said it was too exposing.
Yeah.
It can be, and also depending on where you live, if it's a close-knit community, you may want a certain level of anonymity, and you don't want to, lay all your issues out on the table. So sometimes it is preferential. Some people prefer to go to somebody they know. Other people, that's the worst idea.
He said it was a stranger he needed. Yeah. But now they both know, and I didn't tell them. I didn't break confidentiality. But they've gone and had their own little mini group. And if they send somebody else, they might have a bigger group, and then they could start their own men's group.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. We've had a men's circle start recently, and what I learned about men, which my work is focused solely with women, because it's who I'm passionate to help. But the men, from what I understood, experts working with them, is we have women's circles and we sit and we talk, and everybody has their own time to get it off their chest. But men, from the experts, they're saying that they need to be doing something. So if they're whittling a stick or standing around the fire or barbecue frying something, then they will speak. And being the mum of two boys, I can definitely see that. If we're doing something together, the conversation will happen to come around. Whereas if I sit them down, like with my daughter, and we have a conversation, that is their worst nightmare. So, I think
an activity works wonders.
It does.
We used to do this with the kids that I used to work with that had been sort of expelled from school for a period of time, and we would take them off to do fishing. I don't like fishing, but the result is that they would be in a bit of a trance, looking and think, and then they would start telling you things, or building sandcastles on the beach. I remember one day I'm actually getting paid to sit and build sandcastles on the beach. I'm having a ball, and of course they're opening up and they're telling you these things, or painting. Just distract them with anything, and you will start to just listen to what they come up with and what is challenging them, and you've given them that safe space to do that.
Sometimes you have to. I think we try to think ourselves out of many situations, but what I'm learning more and more in my aged years is that actually to get out of my head and actually into my body, and really, and when you go do something like that, like fish or making a sandcastle, you're doing a repetitive movement and you're zened out, and you can really get a chance to drop into your body and go, well, check in, like how am I feeling? Because sometimes we're so up here and we're spinning, and we're just going around in circles. But sometimes you actually just need to just take a breath and go, okay, well, how do I actually really feel about whatever it is going on?
Yeah.
And that can be the thing that just,
And I think too that is the difference between men and women, because women are a little bit more comfortable perhaps with dropping into that area, whereas men, it can be quite hard work to get them to connect with how they're feeling. And I always use the big
I think that happens to some women as well.
the big toe thing, you know,
Yeah,
dropping
the
in
toe.
and feeling your
Yeah.
big toe inside your sock, inside your shoe. And you can see the expression changing on their faces because they have just done that. And, you know, I say, well, if I'd have stepped on that on the way in, the message would have gone up the other way. And are you listening to the message that is coming up? And when that sort of circular comes back, to health issues that people end up with, you know, IBS, Crohn's, or
All sorts of gut
ulcers,
problems,
or,
yeah.
bowel
Well,
problems.
look at the I like the etymology of words. That word disease
Disease with oneself,
in
yeah.
the body. So you know what's going on there.
Yeah.
But I think about men as well, and boys, it is changing. I think there's a lot of stigma and stereotype around. You know, it's men often feel that they're not safe. Don't feel safe to actually share their emotions, that they'll be ridiculed for, that they'll be judged as less than for, you know, being open. So I think there is a lot of judgment around there, and that's something that they, you know, need to overcome. And it is a challenge that they face, which I think is an unfair one, but I do think that's changing slowly.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be strong. As
Exactly.
you know, we're all told to do that from time to time.
Yeah,
But I think the pressure is on men to be strong, to be that person that goes out hunting and gathering and all the rest of it. So, ladies, I want to thank you very much. We're going to see if there's any questions there for any of us at the moment. Don't know if anybody's near enough to see that screen.
Somebody says they won't be friends with you because they love fishing. I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see the.
Okay, let's go a bit nearer.
Protection fitness, that was.
Life teaches us men to be quiet. It's very true, and that's what we want to help the ones that cross our path anyway to have a voice. And on our coaching platform, we've got one coach and another one coming on board shortly that are men. So, you know, hopefully we can help get more conversations going around that for men.
And then there's a comment there that life teaches us men to be quiet.
That's the one. Nobody else got one. So, girls, what have you got in the pipeline with regards to courses and things that you've got going on?
Oh, courses.
Right, do you want to go first, because you're just launching one, aren't you?
I did. I've had a bit of a refresh in my my work, and I've decided I'm going to be much simpler. So I'm focusing on one program called Wealth Rewire. It's aimed at women, whether it's one-to-one or in a group, and it's very short and sweet, 5 sessions, because I think money for anybody to cover it over a longer period, you can lose interest. So 5 sessions, Wealth Rewire, and you can get more details on my website. We look at the black and white pieces of money, but also look at some of the more nuanced pieces around our stories around money, around where our wounds from money can come from in our early formative years. So that's something that if you're a woman struggling with money and you want to change your relationship with money, check the details out on my website, which is financialwellnessacademy.co.uk.
Thanks so much. What about you, Di? You've got a lot going on.
Yes, but really helping other practitioners, really. So we've got a grief retreat coming up. We're not quite sure whether that's going to be September or October. We're just with finer details, so we can let you know about that. Where I'm also helping somebody host a sleep retreat. So people often, not just people who grieve, but people generally can suffer quite significant sleep issues, insomnia. So we have one of our grief sleep coaches doing that, and I'm helping her put that together. And a type 2 diabetes retreat. All of these are going to be on the Isle of Man this year, and then we're going to run them in Crete next year to help people with type 2 diabetes learn how to not just manage it, but start reversing it, and all the issues that make type 2 diabetes worse, and how you can look after yourselves better if you have that particular health issue, to reverse it. So I've reversed my type 2 diabetes with the help of the person who's running the retreat, Dr. Rada, and that is going to be a mixed one. It's going to be mixed male and female, and then we're going to run separate ones for females and separate ones for males.
That's really good.
So that relates to all things grief, all things stress, and all things disease. And then we're going to do another one, which is a gut health one. So many of us have issues with our guts, indigestion, reflux, different Crohn's, IBS, diverticulitis, and the gut is our second brain, and we don't treat it very well sometimes, or we don't know how to treat it very well. And anxiety and stress and grief all contribute to that getting worse. So we're starting with physical things, and we're going to be doing a retreat on gut health, and that's also in September.
It's great.
I'm going to be very busy in September. I just realised.
You are, and it's great how, you know, obviously you and I know there'll be a big shift and impact with some of these unresolved things that people haven't dealt with yet.
Well, I know myself, if I'd had the opportunity when I have had certain losses in my life to go away and be on a retreat, but to work on that rather than just go away or stay stuck with it, that would have been great, because if I'd known how to move stuff and shift stuff earlier, I wouldn't have had to sit with it for so long. If I'd known the steps that I could take to make myself feel better.
And you wanted to find the steps though, didn't you?
I did.
And I mean, I was the same when I lost Andrew. I wanted the steps to help me find some place I could land to live a life.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, it was you that found the program that we did. Because then my sister got diagnosed and died the following year. But it was like the other things were to become a grief counsellor. Well, I didn't want to do that. I'm grieving. Or to talk to Cruz. And again, I'm fed up of talking about it. I wanted something to help me heal and find a place to land.
Yeah. And the same with the type 2. From the stress of losses that I've had, I developed a disease that I didn't want to have, but I had a genetic propensity for, because other family members have type 1 and type 2. And it was the stress that knocked me from being completely normal to being full-blown diabetic. And when the GP said, oh, you know, I don't understand why your bloods have changed. Are you stressed? And I said, no, because to me, I was grieving and I didn't understand the stress. I didn't understand the nuances of it. And then that has led to a physical disease, which has affected everything in my life. But because I've worked again with somebody and I thought, I'm not having this, and the information out there is so abundant and you don't know what's right, what's not right, I decided to work with a specific person. Now, had I been able to go on a retreat, I'd have probably cut 6 months of trial and error out, and it wouldn't have taken me so long. But now I know that it works. I'm quite happy to facilitate
stress, anxiety, depression, some PTSD. They are unresolved grief. They've not been acknowledged, and anything that if you go presenting those things to doctors now, and actually it is linked to a bereavement further down the line of life, because it's not current, they won't make that assumption that, oh, hang on a minute, maybe there's something here that we need to talk about. And even people that come with a presenting problem of grief, when you start working with them, you might find that it's not the problem that they've come with that they need to work on. There's something else.
And a doctor can't possibly do that in a 10-minute consultation.
No.
I know this is worldwide, but in the UK and the Isle of Man, 10 minutes is your lot. If you're
lucky, get 10 minutes.
If you get that, and you don't wait 4 months for it.
So I just want to thank the two of you so much for coming along and being with me today. Now, as for me and what I've got coming up, I have actually just launching a book, and it's called Loving Without Access, and it's designed to help anybody that's dealing with any kind of estrangement to manage yourself going through that emotional journey. It's not about curing the situation, it's just about helping you manage yourself. So that will be available from Amazon very shortly.
Hey, well done. I didn't know that.
I know, surprise.
Gosh.
I'm also doing one to bring all the things that you need for when you die together as well. Bit of a cheery one, that, isn't it? But all the,
On a
you know,
Friday afternoon.
when my husband died, I didn't know what he wanted apart from one song, and it was quite a bit of a nightmare. And you just have to hope that what you did is what he would have liked. So it's quite nice to take the pressure off your family. Just sit down, do it, visit once a year, make sure your songs are right and everything else, and then put it away again. But it goes a bit deeper than that. It's also about things like you would be dealing with, you know, financial aspects and stuff like that. So
Apple
that was a thing.
passwords, Di.
And those
That was
as
the thing.
that as well, yeah.
When you can't get into somebody's
Yeah,
music
we're in
because
a-
you don't know what the password is, and you
digital
can't,
world that we live in.
and you can't stop paying for stuff that you don't want to listen to.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So I think that is us in our allocated time up. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here again. And thank you all very much, Tony, for inviting us along. Hello.
Grief didn't just take someone from you, it changed you. Who are you now? Let's talk about it. I'm Meher Sayed, grief coach. I help you find yourself again after loss, not to move on, but to move through. Grief Reset, my one-on-one coaching package, is you, me, and the space to finally breathe. Need longer support? My extended coaching program holds you through every season of grief. The Grief Circle. Some pain is too heavy to carry alone. Come sit with people who understand what this is about. Let's talk about it together. Grief Talk on YouTube. Real people, real healing, real stories. Because grief deserves to be heard out loud. The Grief Circle, my free Facebook community, the place to grieve without judgment anytime. You're not alone in this, we're here. Everything is waiting for you here. Your next step starts with a click. Come when you're ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Annie, and I'm the co-founder of Seeds of Blaze, which is a global movement restoring human capacity in a world that demands permanent summer. My work focuses on helping people carrying high responsibility recalibrate their nervous systems and leadership through what I call seasonal capacity recalibration. After more than 10,000 client sessions, I began to see a common pattern. Capable people living in chronic self-override. People who know how to function, how to perform, how to carry others, how to keep going, but not always how to stop. How to feel, how to grieve, how to let life change them. And that is why I am here today, because grief enters a world that worships functioning. And when grief arrives, functioning often fails. Today, I want to offer a different lens, not grief as a pathology, not grief as a detour, not grief as something to get over, but grief as initiation, loss as a threshold. A passage that, if met consciously, can reshape identity. It can restore truth and return life force. In the Western world, we live in a culture that teaches endless productivity. Keep growing, keep shining, optimizing, smiling, moving. There is very little room for winter, very little room for endings, for emptiness, slowing down, very little room for not knowing. And because of that, many people do not know how to meet grief. They know how to distract. They know how to numb. They know how to explain mentally. They know how to stay busy, but they do not know how to descend. So grief becomes prolonged, not because grief is wrong, but because the environment is really hostile to it. Imagine asking winter to bloom. Imagine asking night to become noon. This is what many grieving people experience. They are expected to remain summer while life has moved them into winter. And when people think of grief, they often think only of death. And yes, of course, grief includes death. But grief also comes through divorce. Grief also comes through illness. Grief also comes through infertility. It comes through migration. It comes through trauma. Maybe a child leaving home, or the collapse of a career, a betrayal that ends innocence, or maybe the version of you that can no longer continue. So grief does not only take people, it takes identities. The woman who was always strong, the man who was always needed, the leader who was always first in getting the answers to the table, the caregiver who forgot she had needs, the achiever whose body can no longer obey. Many people are grieving lives that no longer fit while trying to perform them anyway. And that creates tension. It creates a huge amount of tension that is actually exhausting. Over thousands of sessions, I saw something again and again. When grief is not digested, when grief is not metabolized, it doesn't disappear. It becomes symptoms. It creates fatigue, anxiety, irritability. It can become numbness, burnout, compulsive productivity, which is highly rewarded in our modern culture. It can become relationship conflict, or it can turn into loss of meaning. Sometimes people say, I don't know what's wrong with me. And often nothing is wrong with them. Something important has not been grieved. The nervous system holds unfinished endings, and the body carries what the mind postponed. So our life force actually gets bound to what was. And the energy that could create the future remains tied to preserving the past. Now, let me be clear, loss really hurts. Grief can break the heart open in ways language cannot really contain. I'm not romanticizing pain here, but pain and pathology are not the same thing. Initiation means an experience that changes your status. You cannot return as the same person. There was a before and there is a clear after. Grief often does this. The question is not whether grief changes us. It does. Of course it does. The question is whether we are supported to let that change become wisdom instead of fragmentation. Many people fear grief because they think if they enter it, they will never come back. So they stay at the edge. But conscious descent is not drowning. It is entering with support, rhythm, and care. And it has many forms. It may look like telling the truth about what was lost, or allowing tears without calling them weakness. It can look like making room for anger without shame, letting identity dissolve before rushing to rebuild it. It can be listening to the body's pace and rhythm. It can look like receiving help or honoring cycles of movement and stillness, because grief is not linear, it's tidal. Some days the water recedes, some days it returns. This doesn't mean failure, it means nature, and we are part of nature. When grief is met rather than avoided, something extraordinary can happen. People become more honest. They become more tender. They find themselves less interested in performing and less available for false lives. They become more precise with boundaries. They become more intimate with time, more reverent toward ordinary moments. They often become less impressive to systems built on self-abandonment, and of course, more alive. This is why I say grief can restore life force, not by giving back what was lost. We can't do that. But by freeing the energy trapped in pretending nothing was lost. Like many of you here, I have known losses that changed me. People who left through death. People who left through life. Versions of myself that could not come forward into the next season. I have also known the temptation to keep going too quickly, to translate pain into usefulness, to become productive before becoming honest. But grief taught me something very important. What we refuse to feel doesn't vanish, it waits. And what we are willing to feel can become capacity. Capacity to love again, capacity to lead differently, capacity to stay present in uncertainty, capacity to carry responsibility without abandoning ourselves. And capacity is a real game changer. Many of the people I work with are competent, caring, relied upon. They are actually the ones others lean on. And often they ask, when is it my turn to fall apart? And my answer is, perhaps not fall apart, but come apart enough that something truer can emerge. If grief visits every person, leaders, parents, therapists, doctors, founders, caregivers, teachers, then grief work is not private work only, it's collective work, because ungrieved people lead differently, parent differently, they love differently, they build differently, and healed capacity ripples. So if you're carrying grief right now, I do not invite you to rush healing. I invite you to respect the season you are in. If it is winter, let it be winter. If something has ended, let it end. If an identity is dissolving, do not mistake that for failure. You may be in initiation. You may be crossing a threshold your old self cannot cross with you. And if you support others in grief, remember, you do not need to fix their pain, you need to help make the passage safer. So I would like to wrap up saying that grief is not the opposite of life. Grief is one of life's deepest forms of participation. Grief is love meeting change. It is the heart refusing numbness. Grief is the soul insisting that what mattered really mattered. So no, grief is not something to get over. Sometimes grief is the doorway through which we become fully human. Thank you for being here with me today. And thank you, Tony and Ada, for organizing this whole conference.
Here, we don't force healing. We create the space for you to remember it. A space to soften, to release, to align, to return to your truth. Because deep within you, there is a wisdom that has never been broken, only waiting to be awakened. At Frequency y Mucho Más, we guide you beyond the noise of the world and into the stillness of your soul. Imagine feeling lighter, clearer, more connected than ever before. Imagine your breath deepening, your body unwinding, your energy expanding into something you can finally recognize as you. This is where shifts begin through sacred multidimensional practices, from hypnosis to quantum energy healing to sound therapy, shamanic journeys, and intuitive guidance. We open the doorway for true transformation, not surface level change, but deep cellular soul level remembrance. Here, we hear beyond sound, attuning to the echoes of your soul. We feel beyond sensation, aligning with the truth within your energy. We step into the unseen, where healing becomes real, where clarity becomes embodied, where your power is reclaimed. This is not just a service. This is a moment. This is a sacred experience, a return, a rebirth. We are Frequencies y Mucho Más.
Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose. letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Have you ever felt that your life looks perfect on the outside, yet on the inside there's this quiet, hollow ache that you just cannot explain, and wondered, is there something more waiting for me on the other side? My name is Anda Grobler, and I help people to turn their pain into purpose and their grief into gratitude. My mission is to empower 1 million people worldwide to discover meaning in their journey and to transform life's deepest challenges into clarity, strength, and purpose. Because I believe your story is not a limitation. It is, in fact, your invitation. My vision is to impact people by helping them to move to intentional living and to purpose-driven transformation. Imagine waking up every morning knowing my story matters and my journey has meaning. Through my Grief to Gratitude program, I support individuals through mental resilience development, healing circles, and my 10-week signature program, Finding Your Purpose in Your Journey from Grief to Gratitude. After losing my daughter 24 years ago at 9 months due to stillbirth, I had to decide, is grief going to define me or is it going to refine my life? Today I know pain can become purpose, loss can become leadership, and your story can become somebody else's survival guide. So if you are ready to transform your grief to gratitude and rediscover your purpose, DM me directly, and I'm happy to start this journey with you. I'm looking forward to our journey together. Thank you.
Find a comfortable
The grief we experience in this community is a grief of enduring love. It's the grief of watching our children face challenges and of navigating a world that often doesn't understand. Our support group, Changed Forever, Love is Always Here, is a safe space created just for you. Here, you can find understanding, validation, and a community of people who truly get it.
Hi, and welcome to the Global Grief Conference. My name is Lori Chenger, and I'm here this weekend to speak to you about addictions and ambiguous grief. Ambiguous grief is a grief that people go through when a person in their life is still present but absent. I'm an international speaker and a 5-time international best-selling author. I will be leaving you with tips and strategies of how to manage your grief and that you matter and you're not alone. Thank you.
The grief we experience in this community is a grief of enduring love. It's the grief of watching our children face challenges and of navigating a world that often doesn't understand. Our support group, Changed Forever, Love is Always Here, is a safe space created just for you. Here, you can find understanding, validation, and a community of people who truly get it.
Good morning, everyone. I thought I wasn't going on for about 10 more minutes, but I will just go ahead and introduce myself for right now. My name is Tracy Ozer. I work in the field of suicide bereavement. And as we know, that's a really heavy space. So if anyone on here has lost someone that you love, by suicide, just know that I hear you, and I hope that I'm able to bring some, some ideas, some help, some things that worked for me along the way that might benefit you. So with that, I have to tell a funny story really quick. Last year, if you were on this conference and you saw me present, I was presenting from my car, and managed to actually get into the building this time. So I'm pretty excited about that. And why that is relevant to what I'm going to talk about today is that I think we get so busy and we get so frustrated with everything that happens. Sometimes we just have to stop and look at the small things and just, be happy that there's at least one good thing from our day that can benefit us. So I do have a slideshow that I'm going to bring up here and see if we can get that going. Don't know if anybody can see that. All I see is there we go. The screen is moving. While we're waiting for my slides here, I just want to thank Tony Lynch and all of his staff, Ada, because they put a lot of work into what you're going to see over the next 3 days. And, we have meetings as speakers, and we do a lot of behind the scenes work before we ever get here to see you guys. So I just want to thank them. So here is my slideshow for today. And, we're going to talk about suicide bereavement from my perspective, right? So I am a mom. I lost my daughter, Chelsea. It'll be 20 years this coming December. And she was 16 when she passed away. And so I get a lot of questions about, how did you get through this? How did you make it through all of this horrible pain? And, I'll share some of that, but all that to say, 20 years later, in the beginning, I didn't think I would make it 20 years through this. The point is that we can get through this. And, I'm glad that so many people try to, work through their own journey as they need to. All right, so we're going to try the slide here. So like I said, mom's perspective, things are hard as a parent. We know that. We have our kids are involved in their own lives. Sometimes we know what they're doing, sometimes we don't. And so for myself, there was a lot of guilt involved. Even before she passed, she was struggling with her mental health. And so, guilt about, am I giving her everything she needs to get through this problem? And then ultimately when she died, was there something I should have done? I will, share a good tip that somebody gave to me about 2 or 3 years into my loss, was, they don't tell you, your kids don't tell you when they're going to go off and do something that they shouldn't. So why would we expect them to tell us that they've made a choice to do this? So that takes, some of the pressure off, right? We can't control what people tell us, even our own kids. So let's see. So what I did is about 7, 8 years or so into my grief journey, I went back to school. I got a master's in psychology, learned about life coaching, and I decided that, I needed to look around and see what was working and what wasn't for our grief, our community, our loss survivors. And I've attended many, many, many support groups over the years. And, the common theme there was, people go to get therapy and they hear about the stages of grief and they get angry because the stages of grief don't seem to apply when we're in the middle of a suicide bereavement situation. And I thought, why don't we talk about the real things? Why don't we talk about devastation? Why don't we talk about not being able to get out of bed because of brain fog and just sadness, right? I mean, we've just lost a huge part of our life. We've lost a huge part of our future, right? I mean, Chelsea, I didn't have grandkids and all of that to look forward to someday. So we lose a piece of ourselves through this process. And so I sat and I evaluated it and I said, okay, what do we really have? I mean, we have stages of grief. Most of it applies, right? But what's the missing part? And I said, well, we actually have these 4 phases that we are going through. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to define those. I'm going to talk about those. And then I'm going to take those to our behavioral health community. And I'm going to share those so that maybe people coming in for therapy can get better outcome with what they need to know. And so let me get to the next slide. So, those stages of grief, anger, sadness, they live within my phases of suicide loss because we're all going to experience them. We're all going to feel guilt. We're all going to feel, again, angry, maybe angry at the person we lost, maybe angry at, the system that tried to help the person we loved before we lost them. So yes, stages of grief. And interestingly, if you research the stages of grief, you'll find that they were never created to support people who had already lost someone. They were created for people that were in hospice care that were going to die soon, and the family, needed to understand what they were going to be feeling after their loved one passed. And because, there wasn't anything to grab onto in the suicide bereavement space, and grief even generally, they said, okay, let's latch onto these stages of grief and tell people that's what they're going through. Again, suicide's a whole different animal, right? Suicide comes with its own stressors, its own pieces, right? We have isolation, we have stigma. Stigma is huge. Stigma causes isolation because we can't talk about it, or, we feel we can't talk about it in front of our peers, our coworkers, because we don't want to be labeled with something negative. And so let's get into my phases here. Well, my slide looked better before I uploaded it, but I think you'll be able to figure out what I was trying to say. The rest of the slides may be interesting. Let's see. So phase 1 is the devastation phase. So this is the loss just happened. And I know for me, with Chelsea, my daughter, it was over a 2-day period. She passed away, at her grandmother's house. The paramedics came, transported her to the hospital, and then at the hospital, they worked on her, tried to bring her back. And so because of the time of day, we jumped over midnight, and now we were into the next day. So for me, every year, it's a 2-day span for her death certificate, her headstone at the funeral or at the cemetery, it's 1 day. But all that to say, this devastation phase throws us into total chaos internally. Our brain, isn't designed to have this huge shift instantaneously. And so I believe that we then spend a good amount of our time, as we move forward, trying to, get past all the stuff that our brain caused at that initial loss. And so we have fog, right? Brain fog is huge. For years, I've been telling people I used to leave my car keys in the freezer. Don't know why. To this day, I don't know why. Eventually, I just quit doing it. But that fog, it comes in like a fog, right? And it just envelops all of our brain cells. And just to do simple things like, do the dishes, clean the house, get in the car, drive to the right place that we wanted to go to is really a chore, and it's exhausting, right? And that feeds into the depression of not wanting to get out of bed and not wanting to, show up at our job and not wanting to interact with our friends or our family. There's a lot of fear that comes with the devastation of a new loss. I was scared, for probably 10 years, maybe, that if Chelsea could die by suicide, then what about anybody else I loved? And even if it wasn't due to suicide, maybe an accident, maybe illness, what if the next call I get, is something happened to my son or something happened to, my siblings? And so I spent, quite a few years where the phone would ring and my first initial thought was, oh no, what happened? And that all breeds from this devastation. And again, the fog, dysfunctionality. I don't know how many, the fog kind of blurs our memory too. So to go back now and say, I was dysfunctional when I did X, Y, Z, I can't do. But I can say that, my job suffered for it because I had to go back to work a week after Chelsea died. And so, I'm still trying to figure out, memorial services and end of life things that you shouldn't have to figure out or work through for your child, right? So let's go. Well, let me add that the devastation phase is probably the most crucial phase of all of it, because if we don't get help during this devastation phase, it causes our pain to linger and it causes our grief to compile, and the fear and the anger, it just kind of compiles like, layers on top of itself. So all that to say, if you lost someone 10 years ago and you're still dealing with fog and fear and depression, you're normal, you're okay. But that's when you need to start asking, okay, what can I do to change what's going on? And, a lot of our loss survivors don't realize that they have a lot more power to change things than they realize they do. There's many different resources out there, from therapy to coaching to support groups, to video, to audio, to books. Unfortunately, for some reason, our loss survivors don't always find those when they need them. So, and I'll share in a little bit of how you can find some of those. So that was phase one. Oh, phase two. Oh boy, these slides. I'm so sorry. So phase two is the question and grow, right? So we're getting out of bed, we're getting to work. You know, we may not really be functional, but we know what day it is, right? We know that we probably should eat, and you know, we're somewhat functional. Well, then, you know, this questioning and growing phase starts kicking in. And then we started asking ourselves, well, why do people die by suicide? You know, why did my person die by suicide? What was going on, you know, with them in their world? And why hasn't the prevention programs out there fixed this problem, right? We may feel like, okay, they didn't fix it, I'm going to fix it. I fixed it, or tried to fix it, by creating Journey Through Grief as a domain, and then building from there and going back to school and learning what our behavioral health experts, right, what they learn when they go to school, what programs are out there for them about, you know, what are they doing, what are they learning so they can turn around and help us. What I found, like I said, was I couldn't find resources. I couldn't find, you know, where my support groups were. I couldn't find, you know, that there were support groups. When Chelsea passed away, we didn't have Facebook yet, which is just really strange when you think about it. And so, you know, the best I had was my local newspaper, really, to try to find something local, and I found something local. But a lot of loss survivors, even now, will say to me, "Oh my gosh, thank goodness I found you, because I had no idea where to go." So we have a disconnect going on, and I'm working on some things to take care of that, and some of my colleagues are also working on things to fix that. But we get in this mindset while we're questioning. It's like, okay, I didn't get XYZ that I needed, so I'm going to fix it. And so we get a lot of new survivors that come into the space and say, okay, I'm just going to go fix that. The only issue is if you do that too soon after losing your person, you find it's way more exhausting than you realized. So self-care is crucial. And then, of course, the big question is, well, if my person isn't here anymore, why should I be here? And that's a tough one, right? I don't condone, well, condone's probably not the best word. I don't think anybody really should end their own life because someone they loved ended theirs. And I'm happy to, have a conversation with anybody about this. But what I've found in 20 years is that I can look back and find all the things, right, that I've gotten to experience positively since Chelsea left, that, I'm thankful for every day that I got to. We have other kids, there's grandchildren, weddings, right? All the usual life things. Had I decided to cut things short, I wouldn't, have gone on some vacations that I did. I wouldn't have this really cool Australian Shepherd that just had her 5th birthday yesterday. It's all these little things. And I believe me, I get it. I have been sitting on the couch, bawling my eyes out, not knowing why I should even be doing this. But, just know there is hope. And hope comes from community. And finding community, I think, is what's most important. Whether it's an online community, whether it is a physical community, whether it's a faith-based community, whatever works for you, okay? And we'll talk about community here in a few more minutes. Okay, so phase 3 is the holding steady phase. We've asked the questions. We've tried to evaluate why this happened. We tried to figure out, well, why is it still happening worldwide? If we have all these people that work on suicide prevention plans, why does suicide still happen? And so now we're just kind of taking a beat, we're taking a breath. And then you come to a point, once you've done the work and you've talked it out and you've realized that there's a lot of good memories that will never go away that your loved one experienced. You go, okay, you know what? I think I'm going to survive this. It's still, on some days, it just really sucks. But, okay. And it's like I'm not consumed by every waking moment thinking about that I lost somebody by suicide. And then, sometimes people go out and say, you know what? Okay, now I'm going to help other people. I'm going to stand alongside them and I'm going to walk with them to help them through this. And then, I realized that my loved one shouldn't be forgotten. So, like Chelsea's birthday every August, it might be me and other people, but we have birthday cake because it's Chelsea's birthday. And if she was here, we'd be having a birthday cake. And I have had a lot of people over the years go, she's not here. Why are you celebrating her birthday? Because she was important and I love her. And it's okay. It's okay to define your own grief path. And you don't owe explanations to anybody about how you navigate through that. I have to say, I was probably, I don't know, it was probably 10 years or so after she passed away. I was annually every year when we came to between her birthday and her death anniversary in December, I would just anticipate, right, that this was coming. My nerves would just be crazy. And all of a sudden one year, it was about 2 days before Chelsea's anniversary date. And which, I know comes like right after Thanksgiving. And it was like I said, 2 days or so before the anniversary date. And all of a sudden I realized that I was so focused on other things that hadn't been, her anniversary date hadn't been top of mind. And I thought, okay, so I'm actually healing. So this stuff does just kind of calm down a little bit after a while. And then I felt guilty, right? Then I immediately switched to guilt and went, oh my gosh, I forgot my kid. And obviously I talked myself down from that because our mind works in strange ways. But this is phase 3. Like I said, we're starting to come above the water. We can see, a path, right? And then if we look at phase 4, I used to call this the acceptance phase. And I took a lot of grief over this, a lot of flack, because, a lot of survivors are like, I will never accept that this happened. Well, I don't want you to accept that this happened. And somebody suggested about 6 months ago, switch it to moving forward. So we're going to switch this to the moving forward phase because that's what we're doing. But I like thinking about the happy memories of Chelsea because I work in this field. I end up, Chelsea is associated with suicide, unfortunately. But I really, I like to think of Chelsea outside the realm of suicide. I like thinking about when she used to like to go fishing and put her own worm on her own hook. And people will be like, oh, aren't you grossed out? And she's like, no, it's cool. I love the stories where she used to go to her high school math class and do makeup tutorials with the other students in the back of the room and get called out on it. She was just a fun and bubbly and awesome personality. And I miss her every day. I think of all the things, like I said, these good things that have happened over the past 20 years. I get melancholy that she didn't get to be here to be witness to those. So I miss her. But the pain isn't consuming every day, all day long, from the time I get up to the time I go to bed. And then, we kind of look at long-term grief and post-traumatic growth, and we say, you know what, I'm going to help other people. I'm going to tell my story. I'm going to, I don't want somebody else to go down the same grief path that I did. And these stories are so important. I caution you to get some training on how to do that appropriately so you aren't activating somebody else's emotions when you're telling that story. And certainly self-care is crucial for keeping yourself safe. So safety is what's important. And then, you're creating new memories and you end up accepting the fact that, okay, they aren't here, but I'll see them again someday. And, what do we do when we share our story? We're offering peer support. We are, maybe we're doing some minimal advocacy for the cause. Maybe you choose to just be a support system for some other person. Whatever you're doing is fine. You educate yourself. Again, why are people dying by suicide? Why are our programs not always effective for providing what we need? And then, like I did, come up with a thought, 4 phases of suicide loss, put it into action, because, you can't do worse than, some of the stuff that we've already put up with. So I have to say, it has been a rough week. And like I said, for myself, and like I said, we have meetings and whatnot before this conference happens. And I work with a lot of great speakers, on the back end of this presentation. But, we come up with plans, and we're going to have things ready to go for you. And my website crashed on Monday. And so I have spent all week trying to get my website back up. And so right now, if you go to journeythroughgrief.com, you'll see the landing page that says we are building some really great things. And I am building some really great things because I thought, you know what? I'm going to make lemonade out of lemons, and I'm going to make Journey Through Grief's website even better than it used to be. We're adding new programs. I'm starting a new community for loss survivors. It's going to be called the Mosaic Community for Suicide Loss. It's a free membership. And so you can come in, you can look around, you can get a whole lot of free content. There's some aspects that you can pay to join that level, but you don't have to. Because again, it's community. The best thing that got me through this was community. Community either through support groups, peer support groups, community by, working with a lot of great people that work in the same space. Community is huge. We weren't designed to go this life alone, and we certainly weren't designed to go life, without people in the midst of a crisis. So on the Journey Through Grief website, on the homepage, there is an email address on there. So if you want to send me an email, Tracy O here at journeythroughgrief.com is my main email. info@journeythroughgrief.com is what you'll see on the homepage. Send me an email. Let me know, did the presentation resonate with you? Is there something I can give you? Is there, something you need? We have a Journey Through Your Suicide Loss podcast that's on Spotify and Apple and, wherever you find podcasts, it's out there. When I come to do presentations, it seems like I'm always kind of kicking myself that I need more content. It needs to be up to date. It needs to be current. You know what? You're going to find like 12 to 14 episodes on the podcast that I did years ago, but they're still relevant. There's still relevant content. I keep saying I'm going to add to it, and I will, but that's where we are. So yeah, I just thank you for coming in and, wanting to, listen about suicide, listen about what we go through as loss survivors, because, nobody wants to be in this boat. Nobody wants to be trying to navigate this on a daily basis. When I sit in support group meetings, I get people that say, okay, I've lost my child to suicide. And when people ask me, how many kids, do they have, invariably a suicide loss survivor will say, oh, I don't have any, or they'll give a number, but it doesn't include the person they lost. And especially around the holiday time, I do presentations around this topic. And, if I can leave you with anything, something to think about is we tend to hold on to fear about what somebody else is going to think of our story or what happened to our loved one. And so in these support groups, like I said, I will tell parents, and I'd heard it from somebody else, you have parents, right? You have grandparents, you have extended family who have passed. you don't ignore the fact that you had those family members. So why would you not say you have your child? And if we evaluate why we do that, it's because we don't want them to say, oh, where are they? How old are they? What do they do? Because then we have to come back with those tough answers, right? And so I argue the fact of it's okay to say, my child is no longer living and I don't like to talk about it. Or my child died by suicide and I don't want to talk about it. Thank you for asking. I mean, we can always be polite back to those people, right? But, you know, it's such an odd space, right? The suicide loss thing. But again, thank you for coming and listening. And, you know, okay, hold on. There's a question over here. Is there a difference between men and women on how they process the grief due to loss? Well, Tony can really speak well to this. But yes, you know, men, I think they hold it in more. They don't want to ask for help. They're conditioned to not ask for support. And, you know, they may, I don't know, because, you know, I'm a woman and I'm not there, but maybe they're off in their own little, you know, huddles talking about it where nobody else can hear them. Okay. I would hope, you know, that those conversations get had because, you know, so what if you're a man, right? I mean, you're grieving, right? You had a relationship with this person who died by suicide, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that. So women, I think, you know, most women tend to just blurt it all out, right? This is what we're doing. We may not, you know, look at it from can't think of the word I want, but, you know, we're just going to spill our guts out there. We're just going to tell the whole world, this is what happened to me and this is how I'm feeling, whatever. And, you know, regardless if somebody wants to listen or not. But, you know, we've found over the years that the more you hold in that grief and the more you hold in that pain, you're going to do physical harm to your body. You know, and initially I was holding in the pain too. And I ended up with a hiatal hernia that I've had to battle with for decades now. You know, so don't hold it in. Find a community.
I got a question for you. Because, you know, suicide is one of those things that people don't like to talk about, right? Because I think it's associated with a lot of shame, right? No one wants to admit that they're struggling with mental health, or the family members don't want to admit that they watch their family members struggle with this, right? And I think, and I could be wrong, you know, I think a lot of times when people do express themselves, it becomes dismissive. Like, you just need to get yourself together. Oh, stop being weak. Like, I've been told this before, right? So one of the things I wanted to one, ask, and two, comment on the differences between women and men. You were right. We do hold a lot of things in because we're expected to be strong. We're expected to still be the provider and the protector, and people don't understand that these things do changes. Suicide is a different type of grief, and that's what I keep trying. It stings you. And from someone who has struggled with suicidal ideation, right? A lot of people just think that it's something that you could turn on and off. It's not. It's constantly there. But they don't understand that it's a compilation of situations that have happened throughout life that at some point you feel as if you're going to have a break. You just want to give up. You don't want to be here. I don't know too many people that can get beat up by life on a consistent basis and still have some sort of will to want to be here. Eventually, just like an oak tree, you keep chopping it, it will eventually break. It will fall down. So my question would be, how can we normalize the conversations around suicide loss? Because now it's happening a lot more frequently than it has in the past. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just more out in the open now, right? And I want to say it's just more out in the open because, you know, nothing has really changed. We have been bringing awareness to this. And so now people are starting to pay a lot more attention to it. So one, how can we normalize having these conversations around suicidal loss? Two, What are some of the things that we as human beings, as loved ones, need to look out for when, what are some of the telltale signs that we need to look out for when it comes down to being worried about our loved one, thinking in that fashion?
Well, like I said earlier with kids, that they'll go do something, they're not going to tell you they're going to do something bad before they do it. I think just as human beings, right, we hold stuff within ourselves and we project that we are fine. And somebody will say, "How are you?" And you go, "Oh, I'm fine, thank you." And we're not fine. So I think we need to, start having these real conversations that, hey, are you really fine? I know you just went through this significant loss in your life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess that you're not fine and that there's nothing wrong with you if you're not fine. And I'm here to sit and listen, because a lot of people avoid people grieving because they don't know what to say, or they don't want to make it worse, or they don't want to bring up the fact that that person, is grieving. I guarantee you that person knows they're grieving. You're not going to bring anything up that, they stopped thinking about. But that also feeds into your first question. We can't normalize suicide, bereavement, or any loss really if we don't start talking about it.
Right.
And talking about it from the perspective of, we've had a loss, we weren't in that person's head, right? So we can't say, oh, they chose to do this because XYZ was happening in their lives. We can speculate all day long. I've had 20 years of speculating about why Chelsea made the choice she did. But at the end of the day, somebody pointed out to me, I was not in that room when she did it. And all of you weren't in that person's head when they chose to do this. We can say, people are in pain. They don't talk about it. They hold it, and that causes a problem, right?
Yeah.
As human beings, we need to be supportive. We need to be compassionate. And again, you don't know what to say, that's fine. Just sit with them. Just sit with them and let them vent. I mean, that's really the best thing you can do. Yeah. Sorry.
One of the things that I used to have trouble with after I realized that the way that I was thinking was not the right way, because it was real easy, because I was at a breaking point. And as a man, that's really hard to admit when you're at a breaking point and you just don't want nothing else to do with this world, right? You don't want nothing to do with this life in general. I've seen some heartbreaking things. I've seen children. As a matter of fact, I have a child right now who, at the age of 10 years old, do not want to be a part of this world. And I often started thinking after that, like, what would force a young child to not want to be here? Because this is supposed to be their happiest moments, right? This is where they get to go out and explore the world. But also look at society. We have social media. It's easy for kids not to want to get off of social media and allow other things to influence that. Schools, right? They're being bullied in school. And I just found out not too long ago that the teachers aren't doing anything about it. They're just saying, deal with it. Now, being from someone from the Gen X generation, dealing with it meant, hey, we got to go out here and box out bully, right? You know what I'm saying? Win, lose, and draw. We got to go out here and do it. So we was forced to address those issues. In today's world, how do we address those issues with our children that are thinking like that are really just giving up on life on so many different levels? How do we address those things, Tracy? Because we need to be more educated of how to help our young ones out there, right? So they don't be in situations to where the parents like ourselves have to deal with that unfortunate loss, right? And try to navigate that when, and this is why I love what you're doing, because you're opening up the doors for people to have more awareness, right? And shining a light on, hey, these things are happening and it's just not me, right? But we need to, what are some of the things that we can do to pay more attention to our kids that are out there, because they're vulnerable. And I believe that with AI and things like that, they become more susceptible to be guided in the wrong directions. We have seen cases where we had some, I'm not going to put the names out there, but we've had some platforms write certain letters and justify the action of that individual. So what are some of the things that we can do? What are some things where we have to pay attention to?
Well, first of all, I will share that, I get the data from nationwide of, how many losses did we have, et cetera. And, we're recording this data as low as 5 years old. So we have 5-year-olds, kindergartners, who are ending their lives. And, as a human being, as a mom, that doesn't compute with me, right? I don't understand it. Yes, I think social media has a lot to do with it. I think how we have taught our children to, like you said, I'm in the same generation you are. It was like you went to the street corner and you got back in somebody's face and said, "Leave me alone," and dealt with it. But we've taught a few generations now to just go tell somebody about it and not defend yourself, and pros and cons. I'm not going to get into all of that, but I think, if you have kids at home, know what they're doing. And they'll say, "Oh, I'm not doing anything." Get into their stuff. Yep, you're going to make them angry if you get into their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But from a perspective of you love them and you don't want anything to happen to them, figure out where they're doing, figure out where they're hanging out online, figure out where they're hanging out in the neighborhood. If you put a ban on social media in your house, they're probably going over to their friend's house and jumping on social media over there. So be cognizant of the fact that, yes, these AI chat programs, they are moving so fast that we can't even keep up with what they're what they're telling the kids, let alone the adults too. It's scary. It really is. It's a scary time. But I would say, talk to your kids. Say, what are you struggling with? We assume they're okay. We assume, how are your grades? And we think that that's a predictor of how they're doing. We have tons of college kids out there, straight A's, valedictorians, who all of a sudden the next day they end their life and nobody knows why, because they looked happy. So it's about communication. I mean, it really simply is communication, because we're not going to get away from social media. We're not going to get away from chat, AI, and TikTok, and all of those. But, if you find your child is watching something that you don't think is appropriate, don't necessarily reprimand them and say, "Don't watch that," because, like I said, they'll go somewhere else to figure out where to watch it. Find out, why do you want to watch that? Why do you think that's, why does that interest you at all? Why are these other kids scantily clad and whatever? Why are you focused on that? And then, listen to what they say, listen to what they tell you, and work from there. Yeah, I mean, there's people in the chat saying, we have to be more available for these kids.
Available, yeah.
The teachers, the ones like you said that are saying, "Oh no, I can't," they don't respond. There's a lot of liability issues in the schools, right? I know teachers are like, "I'd love to go up and hug this child that's grieving or thinking about suicide because they're grieving, and I can't do it because, physically I can't touch them, or, I can't get involved because, the school, the administration, all that would get in legal trouble." And so, most of our teachers and our counselors at school are really in a tough position because they want to be, holding these kids and listening to them and giving good advice. But we can't do that like we used to 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
You think that's what it's changed? Because I remember when we were kids, our teachers were hands-on, right? They had permission from our teachers to whoop us if they needed to, but they also had a heart, right? They also had a heart. They were more willing to come and sit with you, right? If you needed to be away from somebody just to get it off your chest, they were more willing to hold your hand and come on, let's go talk, right?
Yeah.
And I think that with society, the things have moved in such a way to where there's a lot of distrust when it comes down to the educational system. And one of the things that I started thinking as you were talking, I went, there's always a solution to when it comes down to using AI and using it as a bridge and not as a solution, right? And I love the idea, and I also explored that as well, which we'll talk about that some other time. But we got some great things coming down the pipe, and with the tech, they have this thing called Grief Tech that's coming out. And the same thing that you had mentioned with becoming reliable on these chat rooms, on these AI bots, et cetera, right? One thing that I like to remind people that when you're speaking to your AI or getting information, it can seem as if there's another person on the other end because it's molded to what you're inputting, right? But do not get it misunderstood. AI has no emotions. It has no emotional attachment to you. You train it to be able to be an information companion to you, right? And you can also use it as a tool. But it also brings up the fact of vulnerability. Most people want to be told that everything is going to be okay. They don't want to be contradicted, especially when you're in a vulnerable way, right? And grief is one of those things that opens up the doors, and anything is susceptible when you're in that moment. You just looking for something to feel good, right? You want to feel something other than what you're feeling, right? To remind yourself that you're human, not understanding that what you're feeling is that you are human, and it's okay to be able to navigate that. But it's easier said than done. It's definitely easier said than done, and it takes strong individuals like yourselves, like these presenters that are coming on for this weekend and things like that, you guys are out there changing people's lives. You guys are out there taking your experience and turning it into purpose with tools and education for those that are may have been navigating for a long time, but never really explored the different avenues that they can go down to have tools and resources at their disposal, right?
Well, I know my time is almost up, Tony, and I forgot to say something. So in about an hour, almost an hour, Lynn Lewis is one of the presenters. So I believe Holly goes next, and then Lynn comes on. And so I don't know what Lynn's topic specifically is for today, but she also does work in the suicide bereavement space. So if you're on here and you're listening to me, I encourage you to hang out for at least another hour or so to listen to Lynn. And I told Lynn I was going to, Lynn wrote this journal. And I like to share whatever resources I can. They don't have to be mine if it's something that's really awesome. And so you can see how thick that is. And there's pages on journaling and what you're feeling and just getting all that pain out. So when she, puts up her contact information and all that, go to her website if you want to get one of these books, because I think it's phenomenal. And I told her it's phenomenal. I'm having a conference in August for lost survivors, and she, she's been gracious enough that she'll donate some of these if we want to do giveaways at the conference. So I highly recommend looking at this. It's called My Suicide Grief Journey, Journal and Memory Book, Reflections, Memories, and More.
I love that. I definitely love that. And I'm looking forward to this conference in August, right? It's something I remember a long time ago. I know we're running close on time and everything, but I remember when they first did the first ever suicide seminar, and it became this global thing. I happened to be a part of that. I was actually able to sit down with the veterans because the 22 a day type thing, right?
Right.
And I knew, I had friends who are veterans, and to see them come back or even struggle the way that they are today without the necessary help, and thinking to themselves like, hey, I just went over here and put my life on the line, and now I'm coming back and I have to deal with this, and you guys are telling me that there's nothing. And so then we act surprised when these things do happen. And I go, you know what? It doesn't take much to be a human being. It doesn't take much to hold space with an individual. It doesn't take much to ask a person how you're doing, but really pay attention to what they say, that I'm okay, and understanding the underlying meaning behind that. It doesn't take much to have compassion. All of these things are free, Tracy, I'm definitely looking forward to this. And this weekend is a beautiful thing. And I'm so blessed to be doing it for another year with some amazing people. I mean, 5 years in running, look at us, right? And we're still growing. We're still serving people. We're still reaching those communities and things like that. And with the help of amazing people like yourself, we can really fill in those gaps that people overlook and really bring it back to being heart-centered. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Before you get out of here, I'm gonna jump off of here. Tell people where they can find you, and I look forward to more of what we got coming down the pike and everything. I look forward to seeing more presenters share their story, their education. I look forward to reaching a lot more people this year and the years are coming, because we're blessed to be doing this work, and not too many people can do this work, and I think that's what we have to remind people. You may have a heart and a passion for doing it, but this may not be your calling. But education is part of what you need if you just want to be able to be, as they say, a grief accomplice, right? But education is key. You can't go in there half cocked. You can't. You have to be able to go in there, but also remind yourself that you have to take care of you as well. As you help others navigate this, be sure to have someone to help you navigate it as well. So I'm gonna jump over here. Tracy, tell people how they can find you, please.
I'm gonna put my last slide back up here. Everything's on there. There you go. So, if your audience wants to grab their phone, take a picture of this, again, journeythroughgrief.com. I'm working feverishly to get it back up to a viable product. And I'm happy to talk to anybody about how that all happened. But, I'm all over the internet. So just put my name in the internet. All my stuff is out there. Podcast, YouTube channel. Like I said, we're doing a conference in Springfield, Missouri in August called Surviving Suicide Loss Together. And I'd love to have a ton of people come and get loved on for 2 days with speakers and free food. So I hope that, I can connect with some of you who have been on this presentation. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you as well. Love you. I will talk to you soon.
All right, love you too. Bye.
Hi, I'm Hannah Darby, a holistic healer and certified grief guide, and I want to introduce to you my new book, Safe to Grieve, Reclaiming Your Right to Heal, Feel and Rise Again. Because here's the truth, grief is something every single one of us will experience, and yet most of us are never taught how to understand it, how to hold it, or how to live alongside it. We're told to be strong, to move on, to keep going. But grief doesn't work like that. Grief is not a problem to be solved. It's a language of love, loss, and transformation. And when it's ignored or silenced, it doesn't disappear. It lives in the body, in the mind, in the heart. This book was created to change that. Inside, I guide you through what grief really is, not just after death, but through identity loss, chronic illness, trauma, and the invisible grief so many of us carry quietly. I share my own journey and introduce my HEAL method, a gentle, integrative approach to help you stop fighting your grief and start living with it safely and honestly. It's not about fixing you because you are not broken. It's about giving you permission to feel, to understand, and rise in your own way at your own pace. If you've ever felt alone in your grief, this book is your companion. The ebook pre-sale begins on the 12th of May on Amazon. You're not grieving wrong, you are human, and it is safe to grieve.
Comes with a heaviness we carry, and while that weight may never fully disappear, I truly believe our loved ones would want us to live fully after they're gone. Those carrying grief deserve to live again after loss. Yes, grief changes us. Yes, it weighs on us. But if you are still here, if you've been honored with the gift of life, you deserve to lay some of that weight down. You deserve to feel lighter. Not because the grief is gone, but because you learned to carry it differently. And I believe your loved one would want that for you. That belief is why I created the Lighter Society. I'm Sierra Janae. I lost both of my parents before my 35th birthday. And as the founder of the Lighter Society, I'm building an ecosystem of community, self-leadership learning, and embodiment for those who have experienced loss and trauma and want to move forward feeling lighter. The Lighter Society isn't just a framework for living and leading in ways that honor who you've become. It's community. It's a community of creatives, leaders, educators, caregivers, and everyday people. Anyone who knows grief has shifted who they are and doesn't want to navigate that shift alone. It's about honoring who you've become without being defined by your loss. Through Lighter Body, we offer trauma-informed embodiment practices and grief-responsive reflection because trauma and grief live in the body. Through Lighter Self, we offer self-leadership guidance that cultivates awareness because we change after trauma and loss, but we are not broken. If any of this resonates with you, I encourage you to join the society. Grief shouldn't be endured alone. Here, we join together and put our lighters up in memory of those we've lost, while replenishing the light within ourselves so we can move into the future, lighting up the world with passion instead of pain.
Hi, I'm Annie. I'm the co-founder of Seeds of Place, and I'm not here to help you move on from grief. I'm here for the moments when everything you knew about yourself collapses. Because grief doesn't just take people, it takes identities. It takes the life you thought you would live. And if no one shows you how to walk through that, you stay stuck between who you were and who you are becoming. My work is about that threshold where loss meets transformation, where your system learns it's safe to feel again, where something new begins. If you've been there, you already know.
Hi, everyone. I am Holly McCusker, the founder of Love Prescriptions, the Relationship Institute. And today I am here to talk about breakup grief and how it can be utilized as a catalyst for growth. I do have some slides I am going to share. Let's see. Okay. And I do have a guest, Loretta, so hopefully she will be here in a minute. Oh, here she is. Hi, Loretta. Oh, I can't hear. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I hear you.
I hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes. So I just said we were going to be talking about breakup grief today and wanted to just take a minute to introduce ourselves and talk about what we do in this world. So Loretta and I both started out in matchmaking. I've been in the matchmaking and relationship industry for over a decade now. And I think similarly, we found that coaching our clients around relationships and such was way more powerful than matching them up. So we got into the coaching field. Breakup grief is really close to my heart because I think a lot of my life's journey has been about understanding relationships and especially why they are sustainable or not sustainable and what happens during a breakup. And speaking for myself, I suffered a really tremendous loss back almost 20 years ago when my husband took his own life to suicide. And at the time I had 2 young children. My son was 2 and my daughter was 4 at the time. And grief looked a lot different for me then. It was more about managing it, and it was a lot about getting through it. And it was quite a bit about avoiding the emotions, because I had to be a mom to 2 young children. My whole life adjusted and changed in an instant. And I think for the next 18 years, I lived in my head about grief, and I intellectualized. I knew everything there was to do about it and to move forward in relationship. But what I didn't know was so much of the grief and the unhealed wounds of my own childhood were impacting my relationships moving forward. So my kids are grown now. They're graduated college, one's still in college, but in the last few years, I've lost both of my parents, my corporate job, and a significant relationship. So now, as I go back into studying grief and breakups, I'm coming from a very different lens, because now I understand the importance of getting into the body and understanding the role of the nervous system and how we store all of these things in our body and all these memories and patterns. And if we can intellectually know all the things, but if we don't get into if we don't address our feelings, if we don't move through grief in a certain way, or it's not certain way, but if we don't move through the stages of grief and heal, we will continue to repeat the cycle and the dynamics. So that is why it's very important to me. And I'd love for you to take a moment to talk about yourself, Loretta.
Yeah, so like you said, I've been in the dating and relationship and matchmaking space. I still do a little bit of matchmaking for over 12 years now. And so it's really, just a subject that's very dear to my heart and that I'm very passionate about and really love so much. And I'm in a space right now where I'm helping clients, once they have gone through the grief, often we can go into dating when we're ready to get back out there again. We go into dating with our guard up, and with all of our protective mechanisms and with all of these expectations and all of these things. And so I'm in a space right now where I'm helping my clients who are just starting to date again after having healed the grief or still moving through the grief. Helping them just be more open and remember that dating can actually be fun. Meeting a new person can actually be fun, even if they don't check every single box that we have on the list. So that's a little bit about me. And I know a lot about grief just personally, a lot of breakups. I was a serial monogamous. I'm happily married now. And so, and also just a lot of people that I've lost over the years, people, who have passed on. And so I just know a lot about grief and yeah, I had to really dive into my own grief and heal from my own grief and really look grief in the eye in order for me to be able to manifest the partner that I have now, which is my husband. So yeah,
and your relationship is a true testament to doing the work, healing the wounds, and then working together, because we're never fully healed. So working together in the relationship, I love that about you, and you're in earnest.
Oh, thank you.
So just talking a bit about, we can look at breakup grief in terms of mimicking the stages of grief. Of course, we're going to have nuances and different feelings and emotions and scenarios that come up, and no situation is ever the same. And even your situations, every breakup for you is going to have something different. But we do go through stages, and as we know, they're not linear. But what I want to point out about these stages of grief is that our first 3 stages, denial, anger, and bargaining, those still keep us very attached to the relationship or keep us attached to the person. So we look at those as kind of protection stages, right? And we also know that that anger stage, while it's good to go through the anger and to feel things and get things out of the body, we also know that there's anger is a secondary emotion. So there is something underlying the anger. So we sit with the anger, but then we welcome whatever that feeling is under it. I think what I want to mention about the stages are that most people don't go through in a breakup, go through all of the stages of grief. And that's why we see repetitive patterns and dynamics, and we see a high divorce rate, and then we see even higher second and third relationship divorce rate, is because people are only maybe staying stuck in one of these stages and not moving through them. So the depression or sadness stage, and we talk, Loretta, a lot about emotions, but feeling emotions. And I think that it's only been recent that I've really allowed myself to feel. And it is not for the faint of heart, like letting yourself, especially if you've held in a lot from decades, right, of previous breakups or losses. Like there's so much emotion under there. So but in order
It's
to
a lot
make
of discomfort.
a lot of discomfort, but we can't avoid it because we know it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay in the body and come up in another way. So important to go through that stage. And then the last stage of acceptance, and what I want to just say to this stage is that acceptance isn't necessarily for the other person. It's for ourselves. It's for that understanding stage, because every relationship and every breakup has meaning in our life. They're not random. There's a purpose for all of this. So if we can get to that acceptance stage and sort of let go or cut the cord from that person, we're going to be much better off going into that next relationship. Anything you want to add on this piece? Because I know you are like the master of feeling the emotions.
Yeah, I guess I just want to add that, none of these stages are bad. They can be, of course, very uncomfortable, and we never know when we're going to be done with that stage, right? We can't go in and be like, okay, I'm ready to feel my depression, but only for an hour or only for a day. And I'll, tomorrow I want it to be gone. And it's not like that. All of these stages, they have their own stories. They have their own timing and their own process. And we have to a lot of times just allow it to let us, let those stages run through our system, our nervous systems actually. And on the acceptance piece, I hear a lot of people when it comes to really close, they come really close to the acceptance stage, but it's really hard to, I think the difficult thing about the acceptance stage is that then you think that you're losing this person forever.
Yes, that is a really good point.
If I accept this breakup or whatever, this loss, it means that that person is gone, and that's not necessarily true. A reframe there is that you can still keep the helpful things, the loving things, the happy things, and carry it forward in your life. But acceptance comes with accepting that things happened the way that they happened, even though that, sometimes it's not always perfect, not always pretty. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I love how you mention about, you can't necessarily say, I'm going to spend 5 minutes in the depression stage and then move on. Like, that's not how that's trying to manage your emotions. Right. So I think one question I often ask when people come into my breakup grief course or come in for coaching on breakup grief is, how were you taught to handle your feelings and emotions growing up? And that's a big eye opener, because if you have someone that comes in and they're like, I want to move through this quickly, just make me feel better. They were not probably allowed to sit with feelings and emotions. So, and again, like you said, not judging those emotions, just letting them be what they are, not being afraid of the discomfort, saying, I know you have a message for me, so let's have at it. Right.
That's right.
So on that note, nearly 70% of people jump into a new relationship without healing from their last one, often repeating the same patterns with a new partner. Every relationship has a dynamic, right? And we know that often our unhealed wounds are coming up in relationship. So if we're not aware of our emotional blueprint, then that entails how we attach in relationships, our attachment style. If we're not aware of our origin wounds, those are the things that come up during a fight for sure, when you're fighting about trash, but it's really not. You're fighting about your prioritization wound or your worthiness wound or whatever's coming up. And obviously the role of the nervous system in your reaction and all of this. So it's so important to take that time. Like I like to use, I mean, I know it's hard to imagine that the breakup is a gift, but it's a gift of time to give yourself to go in and really examine these parts that need healing. Doing that work on your own is a beautiful start. And obviously it's a never ending journey. So when we get into a relationship, those things are going to surface again, but you're going to have much more awareness around how to articulate them to your partner, how to regulate your own nervous system before responding. So this is why this period of time after, during grief, just actually try to use it as a guide for yourself, or as a healing or a gift to yourself in a sense. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then, because, you know, I want to make the point again that our divorce rate is so high, right? So our first marriage is 40 to 45%, but look what happens for our second marriage. It's 60 to 67%. That's significantly higher. And then it jumps again third. So people are not learning or growing and healing during this period of time. They're often avoiding and jumping into the next relationship with the same patterns and dynamics, and repeating the cycle, moving into the next marriage and doing the same thing. What do you see around that with your clients, Loretta?
Yeah, it's so interesting. I do actually work with a lot of clients that are twice divorced or 3 times divorced. And they always say, you know, I thought the last one was going to be different. I thought this time it was going to, you know, I thought the last one was going to be nothing like my ex, you know, husband or wife. And it's just so interesting, because going back to your previous slide of, you know, 70% of people jumping into new relationships quickly before fully healing. I mean, I really believe that we're in a culture right now where we're just so used to numbing, you know, so used to numbing our feelings, whether it's with social media or with getting into another relationship or with whatever, shopping, or even, you know, I heard now people can numb by doing self-help stuff.
Oh, so, right. You can get addicted to that. Yes.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it's staggering, but I'm also not surprised.
Right, because you're just, if you're not doing the healing work, if you're not understanding your relationship patterns that are stored in the nervous system, then you are just replacing a new body. It's a new person for sure, but you're bringing your same patterns and dynamics into this next relationship. So this is why this makes so much sense, right?
Yeah, just on autopilot. You're just on autopilot. It's a new face, but your psyche and your nervous system, your subconscious is still on autopilot. You haven't interrupted that pattern yet.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're going to answer some commonly asked questions we get from clients and just in the relationship industry about breakups. So first one, why does this breakup feel like it's breaking me, not just hurting me? And this does go back to the nervous system. Breakups are not just emotional, they're physiological. So it's stored in the body. Your nervous systems do attach. So you feel that person even when they're gone. It's not an immediate disconnect. Also, like, breakups do feel like death in a sense. They can, depending on how strong the attachment was, and we'll get into that a little bit more later. But so it can feel like almost like you're withdrawing from a drug, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like losing a part of ourselves, or at least a version of ourselves that we were when we were with that person, or shared vision. You know how sometimes, often when we're in a relationship, we envision the future with this person. We envision a life with this person. And then so when the breakup happens, you're losing a whole future. And that's hard. That's really hard to process.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. It's not just the person is gone. It's everything that you saw your future. And now it's like in an instant gone. And in terms of like the pain of these breakups, I just wanted to touch on attachment versus love, because we can also feel so much love for somebody, but know that the relationship wasn't right or healthy for us. And a lot of times this comes down to the attachment is greater than the love, the balance. Like we're always going to have attachment. We're always going to have some bit of attachment with our partners, right? But if the attachment piece is greater than the love, and attachment feels like anxious, it feels like difficulty working through challenges, right? Whereas love feels more safe in the body. It feels like more ease. But these attachments get formed because we have the unhealed wounds. And so we end up attaching onto a partner that we think we don't realize what we're doing on a conscious level, but subconsciously we're thinking this person can help us heal these wounds, but we're attracting someone who's very similar to the wounds that got created in the first place, trying to recreate that story or close that trauma loop, right? But you know, if the two people cannot work together and are not on the same trajectory of healing and growth, it can be really damaging to the people in the relationship.
Yeah, that's right. Attachment, when I think of attachment, it comes from a very insecure place, whereas love comes, you know, attachment is like a place of need, like I need you, versus love is there's more agency in that. There's more of a calmness, more of a settledness within us. It's more about trust within ourselves and security within ourselves to be able to give and receive that love.
Yeah. And that's when we get into that familiarity, unfamiliarity, because often when people, you know, we see this all the time in our work is I want chemistry. I want the fireworks. I want the sparks. But that's often familiarity. That's familiarity of a pattern from childhood that you're trying to resolve or heal. And meanwhile, you're the guy that shows up and he's a little bit more like safe and there's not the fireworks there. You're like, wait a minute, something's off because it's unfamiliar.
Yeah. I often refer to butterflies as anxiety. Actually, it's actually just us feeling really anxious, but we see it as like, oh, butterflies and fireworks, and it has to be there. But no, there's something about this person or this relationship or how he or she is showing up that is actually making you feel not settled inside. And that's why you're feeling the butterflies. It's actually anxious.
Exactly. And this is why it's so important that the focus is on the healing, because otherwise you will recreate the same dynamic again. And we'll be going back out into the dating world looking for that same thing again because it's familiar. Whereas if you take the time to really do the healing, look at your emotional blueprint, understand what you can give to yourself during this time. This is all about coming back and connecting to self and building that relationship within. So then when you're back out into the dating world, that kind of spark is you're going to pick up way more quickly on avoidant or fearful attachment styles, somebody's anxiousness. You're going to pick up on that. It's not going to feel the same as it did before. And that's a really good indicator that you're doing the healing work. And so,
Yeah, for sure. You'll have more discernment. You'll be able to go out and while you're dating, just have more clarity instead of, you know, seeing this person with all of this like all of these, you know, feelings all over the place. You'll have more just discernment and more truth will come up for you.
It becomes much more clear on then you can start to look back at your past relationships and say, oh, I see the thread and pattern of that here. Now I know the questions to ask moving forward. Okay, so why was it so easy for my partner to move on when I feel stuck? This is a good one because we see this a lot. And I think people feel like if their partner moves on quickly, it means they didn't matter. But that's far from the truth. In fact, I could almost say almost opposite, because somebody who has to move on quickly is somebody who most likely cannot sit with the discomfort because the pain is too much. as opposed to the opposite, right? So if somebody isn't taking the time they need, not just for themselves to heal, but for that next partner to have a more healed version, and somebody who's not still stuck in the last relationship, right? If they're not having that break in between and really taking their own accountability, seeing what their role in the dynamic was, then they're just moving this into the next relationship. So somebody who takes the time to really examine themselves, see what was going on, like that takes a lot more courage than somebody who just jumps in, replaces you. That's about avoiding feelings most of the time. What would you say to that?
Yeah, and also just that everyone's timing is different, you know. I can remember my own dating experiences. There have been times when we've broken up with people and they've moved on right away, but then it's not until later, after they've gone through that relationship, that they come back and they say, you know, I really didn't do that right. Like I really should have, you know, fought harder for us, or I should have, you know, instead of just doing the easy thing and just jumping to the next relationship. So really, you know, to that I say, you know, we really just have to focus on our own healing and our own. I know it's really hard in the moment when someone that we've just broken up with has moved on. That's like really, it can feel like a betrayal for sure. But for that, you know, we really just need to focus on our own healing and stay in our own lane, because you never know, because, you know, they might regret that, they might come back and regret it like later, you know. And so it's really hard. Just can't really as much as we can try to focus on ourselves.
Yeah, it is so true. Try to focus on yourself, and also understand that this person is most likely not looking at this through the same lens as you, right? And we're often, like, a good percentage of relationships end up in a anxious avoidant loop, right? Too. So we see that anxiously attached people tend to attract avoidantly attached, and then that gets into a loop. So if you're in a breakup situation where you're the anxious and you see your avoidant partner moving on so quickly, they are looking at this from a whole different lens than you are. So just like, without having to understand the whole bit of that, just knowing that to be true, that their inability to sit with feelings is a lot greater than yours.
Yes. It's almost obvious and natural that that's what they're going to do, because that's just how they operate. You know, that avoidant side kicks in, and it's anything to get rid of this feeling, this like really bad feeling. And so, yeah. To be expected almost, sadly.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so this goes with this a little bit, but what does it actually mean to be discarded, and why does it cut so deeply? So this has been, I don't know if this is a buzzword now or what, but this discard, it just feels like you're in this relationship and it could have been months, years, even a decade, and all of a sudden you're cut out of this person's life. You're just discarded like you mean nothing. And that one can be extremely painful for people, especially, you know, if you're also going into this relationship with a level of self-awareness and an understanding of your blueprint, and you're sharing with your partner about your past experiences and how they impacted you, and how, you know, you want to be more open and vulnerable in this relationship to share those things. And then all of a sudden you've opened yourself up, and in the breakup, they've not just cut you off, but you're open vulnerably, and they know they've just repunctured or ruptured the same wounds that you were trying to heal in the relationship. So that can feel extremely painful. What do you see with that, Loretta?
Yeah, and I think also if the person being broken up with didn't see it coming, you know, like we didn't know that the other person had even any issues in the relationship, or they didn't communicate it because maybe they're avoidant and or whatever it is, you know, and so it can feel very blindsiding. And so I think that term being discarded has to do with feeling expendable or feeling just blindsided by it. Like I had no idea that this person even felt that way. Yeah. And so that just is a shock to the nervous system. Actually, it can feel really, devastating and shocking for sure. And definitely feel like, we're just being discarded and we're expendable. So yeah, that feels really terrible. But at the same time, you know, it's kind of like in hindsight, well, if they didn't even tell me anything was wrong in the relationship and they're just going to jump to breaking up with me, what does that say about that partner? You know,
Exactly.
about
Yeah.
him or her? Yeah.
It's so disoriented, and it also can feel like you also start to question a lot of like, did I even mean anything? You start to even look back at the whole relationship and question every part of it when someone ends things so abruptly and can't give you that closure. But I think to your point, which is so important, it speaks to their capacity, their level of capacity to hold any of that emotion and feeling, right? And maybe the relationship too, for them, not to say there wasn't love, but it could have been greater attachment. Like they needed you. And now like whatever is, wherever crossroads they are in this relationship, that they feel that they need to end it right now. And often we know too, with anxious avoidance, when people get too close to avoidance, that's when they can tend to pull away and we get into this push-pull dynamic, right? But the discard, again, is very familiar to that dynamic.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so why do I keep going back to the same type of partner even when I know how it ends? Do you want to start this one?
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, this was me pretty much before. And you know, I believe and I know that often the partners that we choose, it's because there's something within us that still needs healing. There's some part of us that we haven't yet processed and reconciled within ourselves. And so the partner that we're choosing over and over again has a lot to do with this other person being able to mirror back to us constantly what it is that we need healing inside of us. And so unless we do that healing, however we do it, in all the ways that we can do it, it is going to keep showing up. We are going to keep choosing the same things. We are going to keep choosing the same partner and the same patterns, because it's kind of like our psyche, our subconscious, our higher self, whatever it is, you know, you all believe in, nudging us into, you know, healing that part of us that we came here to do.
Yeah, it's so interesting because the message is definitely do the healing, but the breakup is for some people so hard to do the healing that they just jump back in, and then they're going to get that same lesson over again. And patterns live in the nervous system. You can understand your pattern, but if you don't get into the body and learn how to pause and do the rewiring of the patterns, you will create the same dynamic over and over again. So we do a lot of that pattern work. That's like super important to understand what core pattern you play in relationships and what you attract. And again, what from childhood are you trying to heal? We get into a lot about origin wounds and attachment styles for sure. So, okay, let's see. And this, I love this. This just makes so much sense. Again, back to why we repeat, why the divorce rate is so high, but I love these stats. So if 85 to 90% of people repeat relationship patterns, okay, so I don't even know who that extremely secure 10% is that doesn't repeat, right? But we have 85 to 90. So we know those are in everybody pretty much. Only 10 to 15% become aware of their patterns. Just awareness, right? That's what we help people with. We help you become aware of your patterns. But from that percentage, only 5 to 8 can actually interrupt the pattern in real time. That's the work we do of doing the pause. You know, I love it. I think it's Viktor Frankl that says the space between the stimulus and the response is so small. It's the pause, but that's the area we want to work on with patterns. When we have that pause, we can breathe, we can not react. That's where we can change the pattern. That's where we can create a different scenario for our nervous system to feel better with or comfortable with. And then only 1 to 3% truly rewire that. So I love when we work with clients and we get down to that 1 to 3%, because it's amazing. It's amazing to see they're giving themselves new experiences and truly changing it. And it's not like one and done. You don't do this once and then you're healed. You know, you have to consistently show up for yourself in those moments, breathe, practice the pause, and then choose a different response in that moment. What do you think about these stats?
Yeah, no, that's right. Wow, those stats are, I mean, I believe it. It really does make sense. And I think it's just because as human beings, we're just on autopilot, you know, and we live our lives and we develop all of these defense mechanisms from all of these things that have happened to us throughout the years. And so it takes a lot of intention, and it takes a lot of willingness and a lot of energy, really, and effort to want to change some of these patterns so that we can have a different outcome. I mean, I can speak to myself like an example. In my own life, I was the type of person who wasn't really comfortable talking about my feelings. I was in relationships, especially. And it wasn't until I decided, you know, in my next relationship, I want to be more vulnerable. I want to be more transparent and honest with how I'm feeling, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's hard, even if that person is gonna leave me, you know. But I had to make a promise to myself, and unless I made that intention, I really don't think that I would have the relationship that I have today. But it really takes that intention, you know. You have to go into it and really be able to see what's not working for me in my life and in my relationships right now, and how do I want it to be different.
Yeah, so true. And again, getting into the body, because I think for my issue was always being in my head. And I remember when I started IFS work, like, what do you mean get into the body? Like, I need to go back into my head. I need to think this through. I need to manage this through. And like, not until the last couple of years, I'm a meditation junkie. I love altered states, all of this stuff. Like, now I'm like, oh my gosh, I finally understand what it means to get into the body, create that space, regulate your nervous system. It's a whole new world there when you can do that.
Yeah. And it's amazing because Holly from 2 or 3 years ago didn't even know this world, but it takes that curiosity, it takes that intention, it takes that first step usually.
Yeah, and it changes everything about you. There's no, you're never going to live the same way again once you get to that point. And I think, you know, even just, I'm so cognizant of that space between the stimulus and the response is like, okay, here it is. And then I can do differently. It's amazing. And then my system is definitely, it takes your system a bit to catch up too, to your awareness, right? So my system is like, okay, I'm getting this now. This feels more comfortable. I'm liking this. So.
Yeah, it takes time for those synapses to connect and have a new way of being, for sure.
Yeah, I know we're I'm sure, I think we have a few more minutes, but so how do I know I won't repeat the same pattern in my next relationship? I think this speaks to what we just said. Like, you will repeat it if you're not doing the work, if you do not choose to become aware and then integration. We can't just have awareness, that we have to have the integration piece. So, and again, interrupting those patterns and creating new ones.
Yeah.
Say. Oh, I do have this gift, but 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. Oh, I do have this gift, but I actually wasn't sure where to upload it. So I have a free ebook for the 7-step process to move through breakup grief, which I will put is on my website, as well as I have a chat feature on my website where you can go in and find out what stage of grief you're in, and also learn about your attachment style, origin wounds, your emotional blueprint. So check out the website. Okay, why do I feel like I failed, and how do I stop making it mean something about me? Failure is like often associated with the end of a relationship, right? And I'll speak quickly on this one and then let you share. But for me, we are going to have many relationships in our lifetime, and the ending of a relationship does not signify failure. It signifies completion. Like there's always something in a relationship for us to learn and grow from. So if we can look at it as, okay, this person came into my life to hold a mirror up, teach me something, and I'm going to take that away that's like looking at it through an abundance mindset as opposed to scarcity. What did it take from me? What did it give to me? So that's what I'll say. It's never a failure.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're all just here as human beings to experience life, right? To experience the ups and the downs, to experience different people, to just experience different energies. And so that's the reframe that we want you guys to have, is that it's just an experience. And exactly what Holly said, how can I learn from this experience? How can I grow from this experience? What was it trying to teach me? And also, what am I going to do differently next time, and how am I going to do it differently next time? Because our whole I don't know what you guys believe, but I believe we're here to grow, right? To learn. And so it's all about that next step. What is it going to look like next time for me that will, up level in some way? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that speaks to moving through those last couple stages of grief, feeling the feels, and then getting to the acceptance stage where you're accepting the relationship for its role in your life and not hanging on to resentment or anger or anything toward that person, knowing they were a catalyst for your growth and they were an instrument in your healing process. And that takes a lot of getting out of the ego and into the higher self too. Because we always want to protect ourselves, right?
Yeah, we want to hold on so badly. I know.
Okay, so I think this is going to probably be our last slide on timing, but why is it so hard to disconnect from my ex, and do I really need to stop checking? Yes, you have to do it. You have to. Because if every time you go to check something on their social media, or you go to reread texts, or open up letters or whatever, you're just reopening the wound. So you might go months and months with not looking, and then you look. It's a dopamine hit too, by the way. It keeps you attached.
Yeah. Or you have to be prepared for that person moving on in their life, and in whatever way that might look like, and you have to be prepared for some pain and for it to sting. But it makes sense though, that because like we were saying earlier, it's a shock to the system when we're going through a breakup. And so it's still that part of us that wants to hang on. And so that, checking the social media and things like that just is our way of still maintaining that connection with that person. Yeah. And so that's why we do it. But, be prepared, because I learned I learned the hard way many times. They've moved on and things like that, and it really was very painful.
Yeah. And check in with your body. Like, when you go to do that, you can feel it in your system. You're like, whoa, alarm's going off. Like, don't do it. Don't do it.
Is this a good idea?
Yeah.
Should I really do this?
Yeah. And you're not getting an accurate depiction of what is actually happening either. You're getting a curated version of what somebody wants to see the world to see. And going back to that, discard, and that person who does go on to social media immediately and has a new relationship, that's not about them moving on to love somebody else. That's about them trying to show the world that they're still worthy of love. That's a worthiness wound. So anyways, I think we are at time. Let me see. Yeah, I think we're at time, but you can find us at loveprescriptions.com. We do individual coaching. We do breakup grief. We have a wonderful course on breakup grief that is extremely transformative. And we would love to see you. So come visit us at Love Prescriptions. And thank you, Loretta. You've been wonderful.
Thank you. This was great. Yeah. Thank you, Holly.
We'll just leave this slide up. Okay. So I think we're good.
Bye.
You can look
Bye.
like you're coping and still feel like you're falling apart inside. So many people I work with are functioning, they're showing up, they're doing what needs to be done. But underneath that, there's exhaustion, disconnection, and unprocessed grief. Because grief doesn't just come from losing someone, it comes from losing parts of yourself, your health, your identity, your sense of safety, the life you thought you'd have. My work is about going deeper than surface level coping. Through my HEAL method, I support you to gently work with your mind, your body, and your heart. So you're not just managing your pain, you're actually understanding it. Whether that's through one-to-one heart healing, Reiki, coaching, or integrative grief support. This is a space where you don't have to explain everything perfectly. You just have to arrive as you are. Because healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about learning how to hold everything you've been through without it breaking you. You don't have to keep carrying this alone. There is another way to live, and it starts by allowing yourself to be supported.
Well, greetings, everyone. Wow, what an awesome conference this has already been. I've been able to catch some of the speakers that have gone before me, but this has been marvelous. So I'm doing mine a little bit different. I decided to sit in my comfy chair and just talk to you all as if we were just hanging out, more like a fireside chat. As you see on the screen, my name is Lynn Lewis. I am a certified grief educator, certified grief coach, speaker, author, and I am the Chief Empathy Officer of Destined to Thrive Grief Services. And I am truly delighted and honored to be a part of this conference this weekend. So thank you, Tony. Thank you, Ada, and all the rest of your team for putting this together. As I said, it's been a marvelous experience to this point. And also I want to shout out Tracy for just talking about my journal. I'm kind of rather proud of that journal because it is my first solo project of publishing. I am a co-author of several books, but that was my first first solo project. So I'm proud of that. And it is in memory of my beloved son. So that's just a little bit about me. But what I'm going to talk to us today about is loss, grief, and entrepreneurship. Many of us that's in this conference are entrepreneurs, whether dual entrepreneurs, solo entrepreneurs, or we know someone that is. And as a grief educator, one of the things that I am really concerned about is what happens when entrepreneurs experience loss and grief. And you already know as entrepreneurs that entrepreneurship has its own set of challenges, or it can have its own set of challenges. And then when you think about adding loss and grief on top of that, it's extra challenging or additionally challenging. I know that from personal experience and just from the mentors and mentees that I've had along the way. And so that's what we're talking about today: loss, grief, and entrepreneurship. Because loss and grief does not pause just because you have a business, because you own a business, or you lead a team, or you may be thinking about starting a business, or wanting to carry on a vision that's been something that you've long been doing. Loss and grief just shows up when it shows up. And just to simplify what I'm speaking of when I speak of loss and grief is loss is anything that you no longer have access to. It's something or somebody that you are deprived of. And also to keep in mind that loss is not exclusive to death. Many times we think about death when we hear the word loss or when we hear the word grief. And so just want us to keep that in mind today, that loss is anything that you no longer have access to. And it's something that you care deeply for, somebody that you care deeply for, or that you loved. So as I said, it doesn't wait. It just shows up when it shows up. And usually it's nothing that we can do about it. And then grief is, in a simple form of grief, is the emotional response or reaction that we have toward a loss or after a loss has occurred. It's all of the emotions that tend to show up along with the loss, the anger, the frustration, the shame, the guilt, all of those things that, as a result of all of those emotions, that's a result of a loss. And so that's what I want to talk about a little bit today. Really, how to navigate grief and loss as an entrepreneur. How to navigate loss and grief as an entrepreneur. The first thing I have to share is that I encourage you to be proactive. Be proactive, whether you are just starting your business, whether you're thinking about your business, whether you have an established business, and you may even have experienced some loss and grief already as an entrepreneur. But be proactive, particularly if you're new to the game or haven't even started yet. And when I talk about being proactive, it's something that I believe and have come to notice very much essential. But it simply means that you are anticipating. I don't want you to think about claiming, something is going to happen in my business. No, but as I said, things happen that we have no control over. So if you're being proactive, it simply means being mindful, anticipating if when a loss happens, how can you manage it? What can you do? Things that you can do to keep your business afloat, to keep your income coming in, or be able to have access to income while you have some down days or months, or it could even be years. And particularly in the area of the finances. Many of us use all of the cash flow that we have to start a business, use all of our savings. We mortgage homes, we borrow, we get loans, we cash in 401ks and TSPs and all of those things so that we can get our businesses up and running. But I would submit to you that being proactive, a part of being proactive would be to have that savings, that business savings, so that you'll have some extra money. Have that, sometimes some people call it rainy day funds, but that emergency fund when something go awry that you weren't really expecting, but you can be prepared for. Another area that I submit to you to please be proactive about is your insurances. Your insurances. While I am not anti-GoFundMe, but I personally believe that should not be the first go-to, that should be the last thing to go to. So if you have your insurances, have your insurance. If it's on a building, have that in place. On yourself, because if you think about, if something happens to you, and then you want your family to be taken care of, or you want your business partners, your businesses to be able to sustain in your hopefully tentative absence. So particularly be proactive with your insurances and with your emergency funds. And I would submit to you as well to have that as a part of your your business plan when you're putting your business together. So be proactive as an entrepreneur, because loss and grief will show up in some forms at some point. And I am spending a lot of time on this one particular one because I believe it is so essential. It's part of the foundation. But just sometimes people would think, oh, well, I work for myself, or I don't need that. I'm going to sell the business in 5 years and live off that money. I would ask you to reconsider that. Suppose you don't sell the business. Suppose it doesn't last 5 years, whatever the case may be. But again, be proactive with having things in place to so that you can be ahead of the game versus having to play catch up. And some loss for an entrepreneur could be, it could be something like your main client, a client that produces a lot of income for you. You lose that client, lose that contract, that client's business goes out of business. It can be a bad review. Sometimes bad reviews can derail a business. So again, these are some of the types of things that I'm speaking of when I talk about being proactive and have emergency funds, have your insurances in place to cover you in the event of a loss. The second thing I would say is to communicate. Communicate with your staff, communicate with your virtual assistant, with your partners, communicate if something maybe personal has come up and you may need to take a step back. You may need to to disappear for a few days. But communicate that so that instead of ghosting people, instead of people having to wonder where you are, that they just left and didn't tell us anything. Excuse me. So communicate with your people, whether it's clients, whether it's partners, whether it's whoever it is that you're doing business with that's working with you. Communicate, because your silence can be misunderstood. It can be misunderstood as you don't care. And we do know that people want to do business with those who they like, who they can trust. So in the case of a loss, please communicate with whomever you need to communicate. And you don't have to tell them everything if you choose not to, particularly if it's personal. You don't have to tell everything in order for them to be able to know that you need some space, that you need to step back. So really, communication creates connection, and communication fosters that trust. And even sometimes it's about being true to our own selves when a situation arises. And so communication is very important. It creates connection and it creates trust, even in the midst of loss and grief. The third thing I would submit to you is that after a loss, not every room is going to feel safe for you. So I would encourage you to network intentionally. If you're a person at network, if that's how you meet people, if that's how you get clients and customers, that you are always networking, I would submit that in the case of a loss, and while you're going through grief, on a grief journey, that you would do so intentionally. Surround yourselves with persons who will not be judgmental. Surround yourselves, attend those events where people will uplift you. They will not be asking you questions that's none of their business, actually. And I'm big on taking someone with you that you trust, so that they can tell when someone is being not nice to you. They can be your spokesperson, if you will. Because another thing that happens in loss and experiencing grief is sometimes the brain gets foggy. Tracy talked about brain fog earlier, but sometimes, despite what type of loss you experience, your brain can get kind of foggy. So you may have that person, that friend, that trusted confidant with you. And sometimes it could be an event that you would like to go to, but you just can't do it that particular day. You just do not have the mental and emotional capacity to do it. Have that trusted person that you can send in your place. This wasn't about grief, but recently one of my very good friends and colleagues had to be out of town, but she asked me if I could sub for her at an event, and she trusted me. She said, "I can give you a script or not. You know enough to talk about me and what I do," and I did. And I said, "I'm good." But she trusted me enough. She knows me well enough to know that I was not going to do or say anything that was contrary to her mission and her business. So, sometimes you may have to have that person with you or go for you that you trust, to have your best interests in mind. Because despite having experienced a loss, you still want to be in community. You still want to be networking. Again, particularly if networking is a big part of your business. So quick recap, talking about loss and grief for anyone that's just joining us on this chat, talking about loss and grief and entrepreneurship and some things that you can do to effectively navigate. That is to be proactive, that is to communicate, and that is to network intentionally. So the fourth thing, and this is big for me, practice self-love unapologetically. Practicing self-love is not about being boastful or being proud or acting like you're better than someone. It is really thinking enough of yourself to take really good care of yourself. And particularly when a loss has happened, your healing really matters, and prioritizing yourself, your health, your well-being. So in doing so, be okay with saying no without guilt. Rest without explanation. Invest in what restores you. Whether it's taking a walk, whether it's taking a few hours off early, whether it is maybe simply having a cup of tea at a time that you don't usually have a tea. You can probably tell I'm a tea enthusiast. And when you take care of yourself, it gives others permission to do the same. And in doing so, in practicing self-love unapologetically, it helps you to show up fuller and clearer and stronger. And there's really truth about you can't pour from an empty cup, and you should put your oxygen mask on first. There's truth with that. So practice self-love unapologetically. The fifth thing is to reflect and readjust when needed. Grief is going to change you. Your life, loss and grief will change you. Your life, your goals, they may shift. So regularly take time to reflect on what's working and what isn't. You may have to adjust your strategies. You may have to adjust your offers, what you offer. Just check in with yourself. Check in with yourself often, whether you have it as a weekly or daily, at the end of the day, first thing in the morning. But just regularly check in with yourself. Take stock. Take a look at how your business is going since you've experienced this loss, and give yourself permission to grow through that period of grief. And I'm not talking about just pushing through. I'm not talking about just let me hurry up and get through this so it'll be gone, it'll be over. Because grief, it doesn't have a hard finish. It just lasts as long as it lasts. And it's different for each and every one of us. Of course, it will be different for whatever your business is. But don't just push through. Just try to grow through whatever you may be dealing with. And just think about this as reflection and readjusting as wisdom. It's wisdom and just knowing what you need and what you can do at the time. Number 6, there's 2 more. Number 6 is give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. Question yourself. Don't second guess yourself. Just be okay with giving yourself grace, because some days you're not going to feel like doing. Some days you may cry over whatever has happened, or you may feel sad. Just know that that's okay. You may even miss a deadline, or you may need to cancel a meeting. That's okay. Again, as long as you are communicating, remember, communication is very important. So please, by all means, communicate. And really giving yourself grace, it just reminds you that, it should remind you that you're human. You're human. And it invites self-compassion. And it makes room for you to really get a hold of and to understand what's going on with you, what is happening. So it's okay to give your grieving heart grace. And number 7, embrace the pivot. Sometimes loss forces us to start over. It forces us to start over, or at least start differently, or to proceed differently. Your vision may evolve, the mission may deepen, the way you serve may be different now. So don't resist it. Try to embrace it, because sometimes that pivot is really going to be work to your advantage. I remember my son passed away in 2019, and I was in the throes of, I was already working a personal protection products business. And I wanted to add to that with a women's encouragement movement. I'm an encourager. And so I was working toward creating an environment that I could really encourage women wherever they were in their lives. But once my son passed away, I put all of that on hold. I put it all on hold because I just needed that time. And what happened is I did not go back to what I had started. I pivoted to this grief work that I do now. And it was a new start. It was different. If had it not been for his death, I probably would not have done this. Not because it's not needed, because I didn't know about it. And I was on a trajectory to do something else. But even with the grief work, I'm still teaching, educating, speaking, writing, doing all of the things that I would have done had I started the women's encouragement movement. So I say to you, it's often in the shift. And for me, it was very, very difficult because death was involved. But it was in that shift that I found really what I believe is my purpose and, and a fresh direction. So that greatest impact might be what's waiting on for you on the other side of you being willing to pivot. And my hope would be that no one ever have to pivot or realign your business because of a death. But we don't have control over that, right? We don't have control over that. So anyway, quick recap. Be proactive, communicate, network intentionally, practice self-love unapologetically, reflect and adjust, give yourself grace, and embrace the pivot. So if you'd like to have more in-depth conversation about what I've shared with you today during this chat, please feel free to reach out to me on my website, which is www.Destined to Thrive Grief Coaching, and email at destinedtothrive@outlook.com. I am also on Instagram as Grief Coach Lynn. I am on Facebook and LinkedIn under my name. So you can reach me at any and all of those places. If you leave in the chat that you would like to further this conversation, further this chat, I will truly reach back to you. If you want help in creating a proactive plan for your business, then I'll be glad to also help you create a plan for you. And just to remember, just be reminded that loss and grief does not pause because you have a business, because you have you're leading people, or you are a solopreneur. It does not take a pause. It is, I say, no respecter of business. Loss and grief is no respecter of person. It just shows up, usually uninvited. And we just learn to live with it. I do, again, have the book that I mentioned at the top of the hour, My Suicide Grief Journey, journal and memory book. And you can actually get that on Amazon if you pull up my name, Lynn Lewis, or if you put in my grief journey journal. The other books that I mentioned that I've co-authored, you can find them on my website. So that is what I have for you today. Again, I think Tony and Ada and all of the Global Grief Conference team for putting this together and for giving me the opportunity to be a part of it. And I look forward to jumping on some of the other speakers' times to learn. I'm a lifetime learner, so self-proclaimed lifetime learner, and I'm always looking to learn stuff. So again, I appreciate just the opportunity to be here today. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Ada.
Okay, hello? Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me just double check really quickly. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Grief in Color, Moving Beyond Black and Mourning. This is a conversation on grief, identity, and creative self-expression. This session is going to be about 30 minutes or so, so I hope that you can stay till the end, because at the end, I will be doing a very brief grief release ceremony as well. So let's get into it, shall we? So firstly, who am I? My name is Sierra Janae. I am a multidisciplinary artist. I am a grief and trauma-informed self-leadership guide, essential embodiment instructor, and the founder of the Lighter Society. My receipts are there on the screen, as you can see, if you're interested in skimming that over. But more importantly, first and foremost, I am a daughter who lost both parents before the age of 35. And so if you know a little bit about that, you could relate. But if not, I'm here to tell you that people in their 30s typically have one parent. A lot of people do not lose both of their parents within that age range. In fact, 23% of people have lost both parents within their 30s. And so a lot of this work that I'm doing is because the losses of my parents reshaped who I am. And so now I help people with histories of trauma and loss meet themselves where they are and self-lead with clarity, purpose, and alignment. I lost my mother, Janine, at the age of 22. I just had turned 22. And last year I lost my father at the age of 34, last summer to be exact. So now that brings me to the inspiration for this session. So the inspiration for the session is, in fact, my mother, Janine, who you can see on the screen. And when I think about my mother, I not only think about her fashion sense, I think about how she cooked and how she was just a pivotal role in the center of my family. My mother, as you can see, she definitely had a thing for eclectic hairstyles. She was very into two-piece sets, high heels. And so when I think about mourning, Black didn't come to mind for my mother. And so my mother, just to give you a little background, I served as a caregiver to her for a long time, from my early teens up until her death. She passed away during in-home hospice care. And her creative expression and the way that she showed up in the world definitely inspires me today through how I dress and how I choose to show up in my own life. And so that's just a little bit of background. My mother was only 52 years old when she passed away. She didn't get a chance to really actualize her potential in the world, but I'm really happy still because I get a chance to shine some of her light through what I do as her daughter. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. And that brings me to the catalyst for this session, which is my father. So as you can see, that's my father on the screen. And there I am with him in the middle. So a little bit about my father. He passed away last summer. Unfortunately, we were estranged before he passed away, and we actually didn't get a chance to reconcile our relationship. But the memories that I hold on to, that I choose to hold on to, are warm, are positive. My father was the North Star of my childhood. He did so much for me. I was such a daddy's girl. And when I thought about him, after getting the news that he had died, my sisters and I were, sitting around thinking about color choices and things like that to wear to attend his funeral. And I just was thinking to myself, like, again, Black doesn't fit me, when it comes to mourning. And so I started to dig into research and learn a little bit about the history of Black when it comes to mourning. And that's how this session was created. And in my family, My parents, through my father's warmth and his laughter and his, humor, and my mother's fashion sense, we all have that about us, like fashion sense. And so this is all the inspiration that, inspired me to do this session. So going into a brief history lesson. So how did Black become the symbol for death in the West? And it's really interesting because Black is popularized here in North America as the symbol for mourning, the color for mourning, I should say. And that has some roots in ancient Egypt and ancient societies. However, it's really popular in Western culture and not necessarily a universal phenomena. So when I say Western culture, I'm talking about North America, Europe, I'm talking about some parts of Latin America. And so it's interesting because during ancient times in ancient Egypt and even ancient Rome, Black was not always considered a color that represented death. So, for example, in ancient Egypt, Egyptians, they used to actually consider Black to represent fertility. So not death, but rebirth. And sometimes they did use Black to represent death as well, but primarily it was for rebirth, fertility, and renewal even. And in ancient Rome, they used to wear white togas, and when someone passed away, they would actually switch out of those into Black toga pulas to commemorate the memories of those who were lost. And so what happened over time is that as societies began to emerge, we would pull from ancient societies. We would pull funeral traditions. And so think funeral feasts and funeral like giving goods to the community that the deceased owned. So think ancient Egypt, seeing the sarcophagus and the jars and the gold, and the really, elaborate types of items that they used to put inside of those. And so what happened is eventually European culture also pulled from some of those cultures. And it's interesting too because they pulled a lot of the culture from France. So France was kind of the inspiration for Europe for Britain and England to do funerals in that sort of way, in an elaborate way, in an expensive and lavish kind of way. And so it's interesting because they didn't always start out that way, but eventually as time went on, they did. And it was primarily preserved for royalty, so royal families, kings and queens, right? And so again, Europe fully adopted that eventually. And while people were wearing Black already, they eventually adopted it because of Queen Victoria during the Victorian era. She became the trendsetter for Black mourning attire after her husband, Prince Albert, passed away. So what happened was she would wear Black dresses, and she wore Black dresses and mourning attire for 40 years straight after he died. And so she became known as the mourning queen, and the community, the lower classes, so to speak, quote unquote, right? They would actually try to imitate her and imitate the royals, but they couldn't because, of course, they didn't have as much money. And another thing is that the royals would actually put bans into place. So lower classes could not actually purchase items like silk and fur and those fancy and expensive materials. And so that's kind of what happened and how Black became the color of choice for mourning. It's interesting also because there were dress codes, and for example, women in society, they became the faces for their families when someone had passed away.
So they would be expected to dress in mourning dress, and they would also be expected to do that for a certain timeline, whereas men, they didn't do that. They didn't have those same expectations and standards placed on them. And so, for example, husbands, they would actually not mourn as long. Women, they would be asked, like, for example, if a wife lost her husband, she would be required to wear mourning dress for 1 to 2 years in some cases. So the expectations differed by gender. So I encourage you to do some digging if this sounds interesting to you, because to me it's fascinating, right? And this right here on the screen is just an ad from back then in kind of how they used to look. So now we move on to the unspoken rules of grief fashion. So obviously, you know, we all wear black to represent death. That is not correct because we don't. In fact, in cultures like Africa, they wear white. And white can represent purity. It can represent reincarnation as well. And then another myth is outside of black, we should wear other neutrals, which is not true as well, right? So think blues and grays and colors that fit into the neutral category. And then when it comes to bright colors, some people think that if you wear bright colors after someone you loved dies, that you're not mourning or you're not doing it as heavily as some others might be. And that's obviously incorrect as well. Another myth is that you must look disheveled, you know, your hair all over the place, you're wearing baggy clothes and maybe not even being able to wear fresh, clean clothes, right? And we know that that's not true as well, although for some of us that might be the case, especially in the beginning, which of course is nothing wrong with that. And then lastly, wearing the deceased clothing automatically means you're having difficulty letting go. And that's not always the case. So of course, there are definitely other myths out there that exist. These are just a little bit. So a modern take on grief fashion. So how has mourning evolved over time when it comes to fashion? So wearing traditional mourning attire is typically for the funeral and wake services. So we don't see people, you know, dressing in black for weeks on end in Western culture, typically, right? Of course, some other cultures came here over to America and they had their own traditions, but a lot of the time for Americans, they don't do that, right? Another modern take is that some of us wear black as part of our ordinary wardrobes. I certainly do. And, you know, it's because black is such a versatile color. It's a neutral color and it goes with anything. And so it's really important that, you know, we've become a society in which our fashion can represent who we are. There are individuals that wear black because they love wearing black. Another modern take is that we prioritize comfort over conformity, especially after someone has passed away. I mean, you know, who wants to really be dressing up in heels? Now, if you want to do that, that is, you know, your right and things of that nature, right? But it's no one way to look at how someone dresses after someone passes away. It's no correct way. And then mourning has become much more private, and what's worn might not resemble that someone has recently lost someone. So we can see people outside on a daily basis and not know that they have lost somebody based on how they dress, because it's not that standard anymore. It's not that societal expectation. And as I mentioned, expression can be personal and evolving. Like here I am in this picture on the screen with this church black hat. I did this for a project that I worked on, but you know, one of my things has become, how can I make my grief process my own? You know, like how can I wear what I want to wear and incorporate what I'm feeling into my wardrobe? And so that's where I did that. You know, it's more of a protest to show people that grief fashion can look any type of way, right? So, how might we change identity after loss? So, people navigating identity after loss, they may avoid clothing that elicits memories. You know, if a wife passes away, she might not want to look at that coat her husband always used to wear because it'll make her sad, you know, and that's totally valid. We might wear clothing that feels comforting. Um, I know for me, one of the things that I love to do is use my mother's old robe as a hair towel because it's made of like this silky material. And, you know, having this sort of hair as a Black woman, it just helps me feel connected to my mother because she used to play such a big role in doing my hair. That's first and foremost. But it also just helps me with, you know, not messing my hair up. And so I use it just to stay connected to her and to remember how she used to play such a role in doing my hair. Another thing people might do is dress for protection or privacy, you know, wearing a hoodie because they don't want anyone to see them, which is fine, you know, or dress for protection, maybe layers. Another thing is that people might just switch up their wardrobes entirely. Maybe they feel completely different and they want their wardrobe to reflect that. And another thing is they may express emotion or they may use wardrobe to reclaim identity. And like I said, with what I'm doing in my work in this industry is reclaiming my sovereignty and my power through my fashion and just really embodying what I learned from my mother, right? Through my clothing and through my family, because, you know, my sisters are also people that really dress well and things like that. My sister actually made my hat, my older sister. So not a shameless plug right there. So that brings me to the next slide, colors of grief. So if your grief had a color right now, what would it be? You know, I want you to kind of sit with this for a moment and look at the colors and what they mean. So white, for example, may reflect remembrance, spiritual connection, or purity. Gray might mean numbness, uncertainty, or living in the in-between, you know, in the gray, right? Blue might reflect sadness. It might reflect calmness or emotional depth. And purple, which is really valid for me, might express transformation and spiritual reflection. And then we have the other colors on the other side, right? So if your grief had a color right now, what would it be? Another thing that you might want to ask yourself is, what does the color of your grief represent? You know, why are you wearing certain colors? Is it to hold memory? I noticed that since my mother passed away, one thing that I do is I like to dye my hair burgundy, and burgundy was her favorite color. And so, and burgundy just happens to look really well on me if I do say so myself, right? So I just wear burgundy because it's like my color. And so that's how I'm choosing to use that color. But my power color, my morning color right now is purple, right? And you might want to wear color because you want to disappear, survive, protect yourself, reclaim something, reclaim that connection with your loved one, or because you just want to thrive, you know, you want to find a way forward. I don't ever say move on from grief because it's not something that we move on from. It's something we learn to carry over time. So that brings me to the next slide, which is, how do we use fashion to honor grief? What are some ways that we can do that? So, for example, you can wear a loved one's favorite color. You know, you can wear something that they used to love to wear. You can wear symbolic accessories that they used to wear. Maybe they used to have this scarf that you really liked. And you still have it, and so you use that in your wardrobe. You can incorporate meaningful textures or patterns. You can reflect seasonal shifts through fashion as well. Maybe there was a certain season that you both enjoyed together, and maybe you can reflect that within your clothes. Another thing is you can wear color to uplift your mood, your spirit, right? And lastly, you can transform or upcycle clothing. So, like I said, I'm using my mother's robe as a hair towel. It's nothing fancy, right? But it's meaningful to me. So that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. As long as it makes sense to you and it feels good to you, that's all that truly matters. So now that brings me to inspiration prompts. So again, feel free to screenshot this on your laptop or phone or whatever, and return to it later at a different time when you have some free time. But these prompts are just used to help you kind of reflect on what you want to do with color choices as you grieve, if that's something that you would like to consider, right? And so what you can think about is, what did you stop wearing after your loss? Sometimes that happens. Sometimes we kind of forget parts of ourselves after someone passes away. What did you start wearing? Is there something that is speaking to you right now? An item of clothing, a certain color, whatever it may be. Another thing is, what became your grief uniform? Maybe it's something that you didn't notice that you started to do. Maybe you now see that you're wearing sweatshirts or sweaters or something like that. And it's something that you didn't necessarily pick up on, right? What items feel like safety to you? Again, just, using that example from earlier, my mother's robe makes me feel safe, right? It makes me feel connected to her. And lastly, what color can empower you during your grief process? I really like that one because, as you may know, if you're tuning into this conference, grief is heavy. And, that's part of the reason why I also decided to do this session, because we can wallow in the heaviness when it comes to grief. And we also deserve some lightness, right? And that's a big part of what I do through the Lighter Society, is try to get people to understand that you can still have spark and you can still move and operate through life after people that you love die, with light and with just feeling a little bit less heavy. Okay, so I hope that you screenshotted that. And if you did not, you can always email me. I'm going to show my contact information a little later on, but you can always email me and just ask me to send over those prompts if you'd like to get them. So we're going to move on into our grief release ceremony. Because we're nearly at the end, my session was about 30 minutes, and it's 2:25, so I'm almost time. Okay, so as we begin to close, I want to invite us to gently return to ourselves. I like us to return to our bodies, return to our breath, and just return to the present moment. And if it feels right for you, I like you to take 3 slow, deep breaths with me. You don't have to hold your breath, especially in the case that you can't because of a medical reason. And so I'm going to do it on 3, and I would like you to join me. So 1, 2, 3. You can close your eyes if that feels better for you. Closing our eyes is definitely something that can relax us during this time. Another breath. And one more breath. In through the nose or mouth, and exhale through your mouth or nose. And I want you to gently open your eyes if you have closed them. And from this point, I'm going to move into the ceremony to honor, remember, and connect with those we've lost. Okay, so I call this ceremony Honoring Love, Holding Color. Today, we release the notion that Black must be tied to death. It is a color as beautiful as the rest, not defined by a reputation of pain and darkness. Black does not mean bad. Black does not mean the end. Today, we make space for its value alongside all other colors. And with all colors, we remember. We remember the laughter of our loved ones, the joy, the moments that made us feel alive in their presence. We honor them with color. We remember the colors of their skin, their eyes, their hair, the colors of their favorite jackets, their hats, their scarves, their dresses, their shoes. Because what they wore was never just clothing. It was expression, it was presence, and it was identity. It was how they showed up in the world and how they showed up within our lives, the roles they played. It was the love they gave, the energy they carried. And we remember the colors they held, the colors they loved, the colors they made meaningful. And today, we carry those colors with us, not as something we lost, but as something we now embrace. We carry them as we move forward, living, experiencing, resting, teaching, singing, dancing, playing, and loving. If you would like to, I invite you to just take a moment to think of your loved ones and the colors that matter to them and that you can remember. So we're going to do a small moment of silence. You can close your eyes again. You can say their names within your head or out loud. And we return to our bodies by opening our eyes and focusing again on our surroundings. And I move on to the next part of this. So, I hope that you enjoyed this session. Like I said, I wanted to make it lighter for everyone. I wanted to do something that's fun and, a little radical. And so some key takeaways are Black doesn't have to define your grief. It's okay if it does. It's totally fine if that's your thing. Okay. You choose what fits you and your personality and your belief system. Grief can be expressed in many ways. Your expression can honor both you and your loved ones. So that brings me to the end of the session. And so here's my contact information. If you're interested in hitting me up, you can support the Lighter Society. You can contact me personally on these platforms. And just again, a shameless plug at the end. At the bottom is my sister, who is a designer and who designed my hat. And so I invite you to take a screenshot of this. And until next time, thank you so much for allowing me to do this session. And I look forward to being with you again, maybe next year. We'll see. Um, I see the comment. I mean, if anyone has Q&As, they can ask me. It's fine. Okay. Wait. Okay, I'm just gonna read. They're telling me that I have more time, although I only had 30 minutes. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh, thank you. How we wore black during morning. Yes, it is interesting how we wore black during mourning. Black is part of, Julia Pierce says, black is part of what some of us wear every day, no, due to grief, right? Fascinating to learn about the history of black for mourning. Yellow and green, purple and green. Julia Pierce mentions that she changed everything that she wore after her son passed away. I'm sorry for your loss. Hannah says, lovely little reflection ceremony and looking forward to exploring the journal prompts. Thank you. And I'm happy that they could help. Does anyone have any questions for me? Ada said that her mother used to love to dance, paint her nails, and wear red lipstick. Yes, I love all of those things myself. Sounds like my type of lady. Since we have a little bit of time left, then I'll choose this time to actually just discuss a little bit about my offering. So you can find me at, where did you find the colors for the areas of grief? I love that. Oh, I did a little bit of research and I used AI as well to help me out on my journey in searching and finding out that information. um, Yeah, so a little bit about what my offerings are. I am offering for a limited amount of time grief and glory and grief sessions that I help clients with to just sit with grief in the present moment to kind of identify where they are currently and how they would like to move forward because as a lot of you know who are grief experts here attending the conference, that grief reshapes us. And so identity is really important to me. Okay. And I'm just going to put my contact information up again so that you have it. And so, yeah, feel free to reach out and to follow me at Gab Grief Glory on TikTok, on YouTube, and all of the Lighter Society things over there.
I got a question for you. Where did you find the colors of grief for the areas of grief? Or where did you find the colors for the areas of grief? This came from Julia. She says she loves that. I think that's pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, like I said, I found the colors of grief through researching, and then I also just employed ChatGPT and AI to help me kind of figure out what colors represented what as well. Hmm.
Well, I have a question because I love the fact that you're using AI as a tool to help educate people a lot more because the information is readily available. Um, how do you find using AI as a tool to help you navigate to better educate the community that you're helping people navigate?
Yeah, AI I find to be really a great tool. And well, a thing about me is I am a big astrology person and I'm an Aquarius. And so as an Aquarius, I love technology. And so when AI came about, I just really kind of was like, okay, this is my time. This is my thing. Because Aquarians, we love technology and incorporating that into who we are personally. And so I find that using AI is a great way to like help out with just all types of stuff from doing research um, to gathering data and helping to create all types of things as far as images go, um, and even helping with like structure of things as well, like structure of presentations and anything like that. So it's really important, especially in a time where everything is fast paced. So using AI just helps get things done in a quicker, more effective way at times.
Oh man, I love that. I love that. And you and I have talked before. We've had some amazing conversations. I love your presentation because a lot of people don't think about the colors of grief, right? Because I know for me, I did. I pretended that everything was okay, so I wore more colors that were more vibrant and things like that that did not reflect what I was going through. Now, when we discuss the colors of grief, the clothing that we wear, how can it affect a person's mood, right? Because colors can do a lot of things, and I don't think a lot of people think about that during grief. We often think about our environment, we think about the people that surrounded us, and things like that. But we never think about the clothes that we wear, right? And I think it's a subconscious thing to not think about it, but instinctively we do it. Right, like it's a natural inbred thing in our DNA to say, hey, this is how I need to respect the loved ones that have gone and things like that. Does the clothing that we wear, just like the food that we eat, does it affect the way that we feel about certain things when it comes down to loss and love?
I absolutely believe so, yes. Because, for example, for me, wearing black, that would not make me feel good, especially if I'm trying to move forward and just, not let my grief consume me. So wearing color, like yellow and purple and all of those sort of colors, they do have the tendency to uplift mood, and even like down to my environment at home, my room, like I have to have color all over because it just gets me out of a mood. I mean, it's a lot of research, especially in business context, about color, and how like the paint choice that you use can impact how you focus and things of that nature. And so, yeah, I think this is an area that we can use to actually help people, who are grieving.
Now I have one other question because I love the fact that you're using the AI as a tool, and we've been developing technology to help us stay ahead of the game or even be a part of the game because this grief field that we're in, it's still in its baby stages, and there's a lot of things that we're still learning, and it's practitioners like yourself that have specialized in a certain area, right? And this is who I am. And I think that is a beautiful thing because when you try to put grief into like a little bottle, eventually it wants to come out, right? It wants to come out no matter what, and it's going to do it. It's just a matter of how fast it happens. Sometimes it takes years. Sometimes it takes a matter of days. Sometimes it takes hours or minutes, right? So when we think about this beautiful, vast world of grief that we're still learning so much about, what are some of the things that excite you moving forward? We have, there's a lot of things that we're doing in the DGN that a lot of people don't know nothing about, and it's really exciting to see these things come into fruition. The authors that we have, right? The books that are being written. And people don't understand that these things are coming from personal experiences and things like that. If you had the opportunity to put one tool out into the world that you knew that was going to last long after long after you left this world, what would it be?
I'd say that it would be embodiment, because grief and trauma get stuck in our bodies, and we don't realize that. A lot of the time, at least, we don't realize how serious it is, and how it impacts our health. And so, one of the goals that I have moving forward is to show people, or to actually help people who are grieving through dance, because dance is just a powerful tool, and it's one of those tools that are creative, like color, and color choices. You make it your own, and your body just actually reflects that, and reacts to it, and helps you express and move the grief and the trauma throughout your body and release it. And a lot of people, because of how everything is right now in the world, with limited time, and a lot of responsibility, a lot of us aren't active as we should be. And especially during grief, it's really important to stay active and try to exercise and try to express yourself through your body, because if not, it can definitely take a toll on your body and on your overall health. So that's what I would like to leave behind, for sure.
But see, I love that as well, right? Because when you talk about movement, that's like back to the beginning of how to honor our loved ones when they pass away. In Africa, they have a ritual. I love the fact that people have rituals to help people navigate this, right? That is outside of the norm, the things that you don't think about, but it's things that actually help. Movement helps move grief through your body. Vibration from whatever music that you listen to, and getting the move. Now, me, I'm not a dancer, not unless by myself. That way I don't hurt nobody. I'm too tall and skinny for that. So I respect those that can move. I just move in silence. And in the privacy of my own home. Ain't no sense in embarrassing myself like that. I got too much to go. It's too much to lose.
Oh my goodness, Tony.
we talk about the movement, but that is like an old tradition that people have long forgot about. The African tribes, the Native American tribes, all of these different indigenous tribes across the world, we all have one thing in common that we've gotten away from, which is movement, right? Which is dance, which is feeling the grief, allowing it to move through you and allowing it to be able to be released back into the world so you can begin to reap the benefits. And what I mean by that, because I know it's a foreign concept to some people, the benefits of allowing yourself to move that grief through your body means that you have a healthier mindset, you have a healthier, stronger body, your heart is a lot stronger, right? And it's not going to be like that all the time. But as long as you have a foundation to stand on, I believe, is the determining factor of how you stand, right? Because, if you don't have a strong foundation to stand on, you may think that you have one, but once it crumbles, you fall along with it, and I find that, when it comes down to people, individuals like yourself, you guys have built a very strong foundation, and I can only sit back and admire it, because it fascinates me to see the strength that you guys have developed and things like that. How important is it to have a strong foundation to stand on as you navigate this world of grief and use these tools that you've put out and given to our communities?
Yes. Definitely having tools in your toolbox during this time is important. I also want to stress too that grief is a journey, it's a process, and it looks different for everybody. So all tools are not going to work for just one person, you know, like everyone's an individual and has to kind of figure out what feels right to them during their process. And again, it's something that we learn to carry, right? So it's not like we're just sitting around and being told like, yes, we're going to grieve, the whole grief process, you know, the 7 steps, the 5 steps, right, of grief. And so it's not linear. And I think that's really key to remember as a foundational type of mindset during this process. And actually, because it looks different to everybody. My grief process is not going to be the same as the next person's grief process. And, you know, as someone who lost both parents, you know, at a relatively young age, the thing that got me to return to dance, because I used to dance growing up, was I realized that, you know, during my time as a caregiver to my mother, and, you know, over time, that I lost that part of myself. So reclaiming that part of myself is important for me. So another thing that we can do is think about how we've changed over time through our grief and reclaim those parts that we lost, because we don't have to lose every part of ourselves in our grief process.
I like that because it segues into my next question. Now, I'm pretty sure there's going to be more questions come along. I see the chats and everything. So as they come along, I'll be sure to put them up on the screen for you. Let's see. I think Ada's going to come up here. I'm trying to make sure that we got everything squared away for you. But, you know, the things that are coming along, I think it gives us more access to develop those tools. And I totally agree with you. But I also want to say that there's a way to develop universal tools that can be used at any particular time, right? It doesn't have to be specific to a certain thing. But when we talk about the 5 stages of grief, you know, as Di mentioned earlier, you know, those, you know, we have to look past the 5 stages of grief and understand what it's written for. And throughout my studies and throughout my journey and meeting so many amazing people, you know, we started adding on to the grief stages, and we realized that it's a lot more than just that. There's, you know, we got up to 47. Right. And that included that included the things that most people don't even think about, you know. And so when we're in this grief field, I believe that we have the opportunity to correct how we look at grief, the information that we have on grief, and how we distribute the information to our communities across the world. And without having to compete with anyone in another field, because that's not our field, right? And I've always been the type of person to say I stay in my own lane. I know where I'm more effective at, and it makes me want to always do better, to bring more information, to look at the world and go, you know, how are people receiving information? I think that's very important as well. You know, how do we receive this information? And who's giving it to us? So, right. You know, when we talk about AI, social media, things like that, you know, you mentioned one of your things is the color of grief and things like that. I started looking at it. I go, you know, and I said, you know, most people are running around playing video games. What if we can develop a game around grief that people can go in, you know what I'm saying, and but also have the lessons that people can, you know, go through these different things, but also learn and without being overwhelmed, without feeling as if, you know, they have to tiptoe about talking about it. It gives the information right there, but also encourages people to connect out with another individual and say, hey, this is what's going on with me. I just need you to sit down. Or not even say that, just go over, or another person come around and understand what you need. We talked about this before, the love language of grief, all of these different things, right? You know, it's a beautiful thing. And it opens up the doors for us to be more creative, to be a lot more creative, you know? What do you think about those aspects? And you know, if you can do something very creative, like a cartoon or something like that, would you?
Yes, I think those are all valid because, again, everybody has a different passion and a learning preference. Like a lot of gamers, that's their thing. So learning about grief through gaming is definitely creative. Even with what you're doing, Tony, with like the Adventures of Grief Guide, like I had never heard of anybody turning grief into like this animation and this cartoon character. So I really think that is really creative. Um, I think a lot of the information that we know about grief, comes from scholars. It comes from clinicians, um, and that's great. But we also, I think, what you said, kind of reminds me of how important it is for us to also recognize um, grief in everyday people that may not be like scholars or academics and things like and have those roles, because again, the people that have those roles, they are the ones that put this information together and put it out there. But it's several different ways that someone can grieve, and they don't always have to look like those stages of grief. When I received my pamphlet, when my mother passed away, I don't know if I mentioned my mother passed away during in-home hospice care. And so I was given this pamphlet with the stages of grief in it. And, up until that point, I didn't know that I was actually in the process of grieving, but I felt like my grief was just scattered all over the place, right? And so
Yeah.
I think that just having certain foundational information, sure, is helpful, but it's not like this plan or this set of rules that can't be deviated from. And so, like you said, using creativity. What I'm focusing on is, helping people grieve through dance, is having these one-on-one conversations with them, and also just helping them remember who they are, because again, through identity, grief has the power to impact how we think about ourselves and how we feel about ourselves. And a lot of us go on this journey of rediscovery afterward, because grief rocks our entire world and leaves us feeling lost. And so just being open, it's all types of things that one can do to express grief. It does not have to be limited to dance. It doesn't have to be limited to all these other things. It can be through painting. It can be through fashion. It can be through just maybe hosting some events yourself, and doing something in the community with other people that are grieving, that are not, academics and scholars. It's important that we share and listen to different perspectives when it comes to this process and this work.
Yes. Now I got one question, right? I just asked somebody this earlier, and I love the fact that we have a community of heart-centered practitioners in grief, right? And to watch us come together to build this beautiful community, to connect to these underserved communities and things like that, and see the passion not only in how we present ourselves, but in how we carry ourselves, right? Or how we present, how we carry ourselves in certain situations, right? We become the example, because when people know that you've gone through something very traumatic, people often look at you and try to mimic how you navigate it, right? And we often stop and we go, no, don't do that, because what works for them is not going to work for you, right? And so, and it leaves, what I found was, and I made this mistake before, and we have a question from Ada as well. I'm going to put it up there. I made this mistake before of stopping someone and trying to correct them, because I was such a greenhorn when I first started. You think that you know it all, but you don't know it all, and then all of a sudden you hit your head and you're like, maybe I messed up a little bit. But these things do happen. These things do happen. I think it's part of the process that we have to go through, the experience of becoming who we are. I always say, when I look at grief, I look at it as a way of becoming, because the old you does not exist. There's pieces of you, of the old you that will be there, but eventually the new you would have to push all of that out to allow yourself to be acceptable of the healing process that comes along with that. And, and a lot of people don't understand that healing and grief often looks the same. It often looks the same because healing hurts because it makes you remember, right? Grief hurts because it reminds you of the loss.
Mm-hmm.
Healing says, remember the life. Grief says, remember the loss. So it becomes a conflict, but you have to have that balance, the yin and the yang to it. And when people find that balance, they produce something like the Sierra Janaes of the world, with the Adas, the Guy Parkers, the Lynn Lewises, and things like that. People that really get out here and say, you know what, my heart is in this. This is more than just an experience. This has now given me purpose of education, but also, again, heart-centered, right? Because if your heart is not in it, you're not going to do it. So, when we talk about heart-centered, that's what I mean. This beautiful community of the GGN that we have is so full of so many heart-centered individuals that we have no choice but to change the way that people see grief, right? They have no choice but to do it because the relentlessness of the individuals that we're around, oh my God, the strength is so beautiful. The strength is so beautiful. We're going to get to this question right here from Ada real quick. And it's a beautiful question. Our Western culture has taught us to wear black until we women started using the color white more and more in our wardrobe. Also, if going to a funeral, we shouldn't wear red as if we see red as a happy, that's two-part, happy color. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I agree. And what my thoughts are personally, I can't say this is everyone else's thoughts, but I also think that there's a negative connotation with the color red, especially in religious contexts where it represents Satan. So I think that that's part of the reason why people don't think of red as a color to wear at funerals.
Okay.
I'm just reading the question over again.
If you like, I can put it up on screen for you.
I see it in the chat.
Okay.
I think that we have to just be mindful to not allow society and culture to dictate to us on every aspect of life. When I was putting this session together, one thing that I thought about was, in a world that aims to oppress, the one thing that we have control over is how we show up and look for the most part, right? We have control over how we dress and what we wear. And so there's so many, parts of life that we may not always have control over because of systems of repression and things of that nature. But in terms of color choices in our outfits, we get to look how we want to look. We get to be who we want to be. And so that kind of made me think of that with what you asked, Ada.
Yeah.
I think we just have to, be strong and
yes.
And just go against the grain. I know that this is kind of a radical topic, but that's what I'm all about, is radicalization. Like, as a self-care advocate, as a person that believes in following your dreams, no matter what. That is just how I am as a person. And so I think that we all can do this work if we want to do it, and that we have the right to do it in the way that we see fit.
And you know what? I love that, because that's a very strong, bold statement. You have the right to do it the way that you see fit. You don't have to fit in nobody else's narrative of how they do things. This is yours. It's individual, personalized. Look, when I talk to these guys, and things like that in my men's group. I tell them personalize your grief to where it fits you, right? Because what it does, if you personalize it to fit you, you opening up the doors for it to grow with you, not against you, because you're not doing anything out of the norm. Grief will take you where it needs to take you, right? Your body and your mind, your spirit, your soul knows what it needs. You have to be accepting of what it's giving you and what it's trying to take from you. Don't be afraid to let go of those safety nets, those things that you thought that would keep you safe, or the things that, as you mentioned before, that defined your identity and things like that, because those things do not exist anymore. And once you understand that, you open up the doors for for those blessings to come along. And it's really hard to see the blessings in grief until you actually slow yourself down and go, you know what? This is not as hard as bad as what I thought it was. This is a beautiful thing, and I appreciate, I tell people all the time, it sounds strange. When I lost my son, I can sit back now and go, I appreciate the fact that I had that. And I also appreciate the fact that he, when he passed away, because I don't view death as a negative thing. It's a very beautiful thing. It can be a very beautiful thing. This is human nature.
Yes.
Right? And it's nothing weird or strange about it. There's nothing sad about it. You go through those motions. It's just part of the journey that you have to go through. And it's a must. If you stop it, you become stagnant. You become complacent in where we are, and we don't see the other side of that journey, right? Because we go, maybe I've gone far enough, right? But when you look at the people that we're surrounded, we looked at that notion and said, you know what, this is not far enough. I'm just now, as soon as I get to that point to where I go, I think I've done enough, I look at myself and go, no, I got one more thing that I can do. I take that one more step. I got one more thing that I can do. My creativity and my imagination is key to everything that I do, because it holds the foundations of everyone that I've ever loved. So everything is implemented into everything that I do, right? And it benefits everyone else, because we are servants of our people, but we're also servants to ourselves. It allows us to be a better servant, to be more present within the moments that we need ourselves the most. And I don't want to take up too much. See, I told you, every time we talk, this is what happens. Every time we talk, this is what happens, But I think it's a beautiful thing, because I'm watching the presenters coming up, and we have a hell of a lineup coming with the presenters, and it just keeps giving. This is the gift that keeps giving, right? And then we have strong people that walk with other people along the way and everything. So I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I know you probably have a very busy day, but if you could do me a favor, leave the audience with something and tell people where they can find the Lighter Society and what your mission and vision statement is on that as well. Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you.
If it's anything that I can leave you with today, it's make your grief process your own. And focus on yourself too, because I think, for example, when you're grieving and you're in like your family, you can kind of look at other people like, oh, they're not grieving in this way or whatever, right? But again, everyone has their own grief process, and don't be afraid to express your grief. We live in a society that does not like to address grief, and it does not like to address death, because those things are seen as sad, heavy, and just these taboo subjects that nobody really wants to touch. But until you have lost people, you really don't understand how difficult it is to navigate the world with walking with grief, right? So it's important that you give yourself that space to express it as you see fit again, and to extend yourself grace when you feel like you're not grieving correctly. There's no way to grieve, right? There's no right way to grieve. And so with that being said, you can find me at thelightersociety.com. There's also my TikTok, Gab Grief Glory, where I am dissecting grief in a creative way through fashion, through dance, through astrology, human design, etc. The reason I go about, educating grief in that way is because, again, I'm a millennial, right? That's first and foremost. But I think that the more people see that we can speak about grief in ways that are lighter, the more open conversations will open up to, be in more depth and things of that nature. So that's just part of it. So it was very nice to see all of you. And I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for giving me this space to do this session. Thank you so much.
Most definitely. And don't think I didn't see you just do a shout out for the millennials neither. Gen X all the way, baby. Gen X all the way. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. This was a beautiful conversation. Thank you for your knowledge, your passion, and your drive to keep doing the work out here in this world. And we want to get more people out here who have that same drive and compassion to help guide others. Thank you for being a pathway for others to follow, and your blueprint that you have. I can't wait to see what you do and everything. To be to have you part of this GGN family and part of this conference. I can't express to you how appreciative I am of you and the journey that you have shared with us. And as always, thank you for everything from the bottom of my heart. And everybody out there listening right now, thank you. That's you're definitely a force to be reckoned with in this field.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Have a great, amazing day.
You too. Bye.
Grief didn't just take someone from you, it changed you. Who are you now? Let's talk about it. I'm Meher Sayed, grief coach. I help you find yourself again after loss, not to move on, but to move through. Grief Reset, my one-on-one coaching package, is you, me, and the space to finally breathe. Need longer support? My extended coaching program holds you through every season of grief. The Grief Circle. Some pain is too heavy to carry alone. Come sit with people who understand what this is about. Let's talk about it together. Grief Talk on YouTube. Real people, real healing, real stories. Because grief deserves to be heard out loud. The Grief Circle, my free Facebook community, the place to grieve without judgment anytime. You're not alone in this, we're here. Everything is waiting for you here. Your next step starts with a click. Come when you're ready.
My fiance, my home. Grief is my curse, but also my gift. I walk this broken world, carrying the weight of pain and helping others carry theirs. I am Jake. I am Grief Guide.
Grief is a story that never grows old.
The Adventures of Grief Guy, Chapter 15, The Sister That Wasn't. Jake had been walking for 3 days, crossing back roads and bad dreams.
Oops.
Hello, my friend.
Hi.
How we doing?
Cleared up all the technical stuff going on.
Isn't that the truth? You know, we watching everybody today, it's been such a pleasure and very educational. From doing this 5 years, I have seen us grow very vastly. In the people that we reach, the people, our presenters, I've watched them come in, and do their thing, and they leave here and they go out there and they just up the ante just even more. It's like there's no limit to what we can provide to the people out there. What do you think, Ada?
Yeah. Excuse me. Every year something different is being talked about. And this is what grief has us talking about a lot of things. And now as we go on and on, we say, oh yeah, this did happen to me while I was grieving. So we're talking about, just as an example of Sierra that came on, talking about clothing and how clothing affects our overall grieving process, and how traditions, how everything came about wearing black, not wearing certain colors when you're grieving, because you're judged because you're not grieving properly. And so many things that we are talking about now that can help us during the process of our grief or of family members' grief.
That's very true. And what are some of the things that you're taking away from this today as well? Because I think as practitioners, we often, not sometimes, but sometimes we often be so focused on the area of grief that we're in that we tend to neglect the other sides of it. The other grief types of grief that's out there, the other ways that people express what they're going through, right? Because and I think, and I could be wrong on this, we get to a certain stage and everything that we often, sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes we forget that not everybody's on the same level as us.
Yeah.
And it can become very challenging when you have that interpretation, like you should be so far ahead. Like it's like, oh, well, you were just in this situation too. What in the world? You was just in a situation, and so I think in a lot of ways, it's okay to go back to the basics and remember why we started the things that we've started. You know, with this weekend that's coming up, what are some of the things that you look forward to in the presenters that are going to be coming about?
I'm looking forward to their point of views, their fresh look at. They'll be fresh to me, probably as far as communicating new things outwardly to the public.
Yeah.
I am also aware of, and this is something that has affected me because I've heard of it. It's going on more and more, the suicide of our young babies, 13-year-olds, 5-year-olds committing suicide. And how can we get involved in that and be more attuned as to what to look out for?
You know, I understand that. I definitely understand that because of the simple fact of, as I was mentioning earlier, people don't understand what actually goes into the work that we do. They just think it's cutting rice. They think it's black and white, not understanding this is the most in-depth, emotionally, mentally draining field that you can get into, but it takes a certain individual to be able to do the work, right? And the sacrifices that our practitioners make for the betterment of our communities, people never really understand. You know, we take on so much. They don't understand that we have to block out what we're going through in order for other people to feel safe, to be able to pour out of themselves the things that they don't need, but also to be able to carry that in a way to where it does not affect other people. And we often, just like how we criticize other people for keeping it in, I think that we're the ones that do that the most because we don't want others to feel the way that we felt before. And so, and in a lot of ways, there's a lot of protection that goes along with that. You know, what do you think about that, Ada?
Yeah, that goes along with my own thoughts, and I know a lot of people go along with this. We have to express our emotions. We have to let them go. We have to have that moment and sit with it and give it a name and say, I'm angry, I am confused, I'm whatever the situation is. Because like I've said it before, and I'll continue saying it again, your body is going to be affected some way, somehow. I have seen this in the last 10, 15 years. And a lot of the cases with the fibromyalgia, the immune diseases are just popping up like crazy. And all that is because we retain a lot of our emotions instead of just sitting with them and giving them a name or go take a boxing class, let it out, you know, just don't keep it in. Go running, dancing, let it out.
Yeah. See, I want to try to word this the right way, right? Because, you know, grief is such a fickle thing, and the words that you choose can have an effect on other people, although we may not mean it. So I try to be very considerate of the people that we're giving the information to not take away from what they need, right? But also to be able to be an intricate part of providing information to those individuals, right?
Yes.
And so, you know, I think a lot of times we get caught up in trying to help so many other people that we neglect the things that we need the most, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard as a grief practitioner, as a male myself. I got two things, you know, as a male myself, I already have a hard time talking, right? You know what I'm saying? I already have a hard time expressing myself. But you had mentioned something.
Oh, I don't believe that.
but it can be hard because some of the, you know, I have to be careful about the people that I let around me as well, right?
Yeah.
Because I realize the older I get, people have certain expectations. I'm not one on living up on anybody's expectation when it comes down to the things that I need, right? But to have another individual tell you, oh man, you know, to have another individual say, hey man, you know what I'm saying, you can come talk to me, and then in the same breath go, man, I'm not the one you need to come talk to,
Yeah.
You know, it becomes a headache. And so I'm very weary of people who say that, and I keep my distance.
That's where the word trust comes in.
Right, that's where the word trust comes in. But I think that word trust is so thin because even, and I'm only speaking from my experience when I say this. The people who have said that I can trust them was the ones that I couldn't trust. Right? You know, and what I mean, because everybody, and maybe it's just me, but everybody likes to talk about what you're going through, but no one wants to talk about what they're going through. And then, you know, out of confidentiality, you realize that more and more of your life that didn't have anything to do with anybody is now in the group circle, you know, that you never even said, hey, let me tell my story first before you do, because you're going to miss some detail. But people, I think, take the initiative and go, you know what? And this is what it makes me upset. But they go, you know what? I'm going to share this story because I want everybody to know what you've gone through. I said this to someone. I said, don't ever take my choice away from me. Don't put me in a situation to where, you know, where I may become defensive, because when I'm around people that I don't know, the things that I've gone through is mine. And, you know, and as practitioners, as grievers, you know, or as people on the outside looking in, that is probably the worst thing that you can ever do to a griever, is take the choice away of sharing that story with them, because you never know who's ready or who's not, right? And the timing is important on everything that you do. The timing has to be important on everything that you do. But holding that space and understanding what that space entails, right? And you know, as we move through this weekend, they get to see the people who have actually embraced that aspect of it. You know, what do you think about people taking the choices away from other people when it comes to telling their story?
Yeah, I think that's very disrespectful, because if you give them a safe space for them to have that moment to express themselves and express what their needs are, if they have any, or if they want any. Sometimes we don't want help, not until we're ready, right? But yeah, we need to respect each other, and just sit there and be quiet. Go into the lessons of listening, because we're not listening. When we listen, sometimes we already got the answer and we want to give it to you. No, sit there and just listen wholeheartedly with your mind, body, and soul. Just don't be prepared for an answer. Nobody wants an answer sometimes at that moment.
That's very, very true. You know, the biggest challenge is that everybody always thinks that they need to have an answer. Right? They really do. I find it funny, because everybody thinks that they have the answer, and
yes, everybody wants to fix everybody. Like, you got
some things don't need to be fixed. Some things need to be felt, right? Some things need to be moved with, and you know, in order to become the individual that you need to be. This grief field that we're in, it is one of those things that is greatly growing, and it's one of those things that is a part of the human nature, right? It's part of who you are. It's just the bottom line. It's part of who you are, you know. And you don't have to accept it right now, but eventually you do. You know, and yes, Priscilla, you're right. Hurt people hurt people. I love this that you put up here, or this comment. And Priscilla says, grief is at times so deep down that we are not aware of it. And if we are, it can be part of what is. It was pointed out to me by a healer, which surprised me. And they decided to take a deeper look into why. And I think that question right there, that why. Yeah. Why is these things this way? Why do I feel this way? Why, you know, why is it such a hard place to navigate? And I want to give a simple answer, and I could be wrong to my answer. It's because this field is so new. It is so new. You know, I've been doing it 7 years. There's people that's been doing it a lot longer than me, and I can only imagine the things that you have seen and experienced along the way. You know, along this journey of watching this beautiful thing that we call grief in the industry that we're in to grow to where it is now, and not even be even close to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned earlier about children. You know, and as I said before, you know, I have a friend of mine, a buddy of mine, his little one is thinking the same thing. It's not wanting to be here. And I had to think to myself, like, what could possibly be so detrimental as a 10-year-old or as an 11-year-old, as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old? What can be so detrimental in your life that you do not want to be here? You know, and the simple question was, it's because they feel as if they're not being heard neither. They feel as if the world has somehow turned their back on them, right? And neglected because, yeah, you know, and we're trying out here. And that's the one thing I wanted to remind people, that we are trying out here. We are doing everything that we can. And if you notice, the thousands of people that we know across social media is nowhere near the thousands of people that are still coming into the field. They're coming into their own. And what we're seeing right now, just like any industry, mental health, addiction, and things like that, the people who are making a difference are still becoming.
Yes.
You know, so when we go out here into the world, we come out with a passion for service to other people that have gone through something similar, but we're still becoming. We haven't matured. We have the drive, and this is just for me. So when I say this, I'm only speaking for myself. When I started this, I realized that I hadn't matured enough to articulate the information the way that it needed to be given to other people. And so there was a learning curve that I had to go through. There was a lot of things that I had to learn, a lot of things I had to let go. It was a great, it was a great idea until it became a purpose. Then it became a better foundation for me to be able to stand on. And to be able to connect with so many other people out here in the world. This is a beautiful place that we built. It's so beautiful because it actually, as my mother used to say, it actually gives people a path to see the other side of the rainbow.
Yeah, and they're not alone. And they're not alone.
You know, and we often say this, so there's so many things that we say is very repetitive, but these are the foundations. You're not alone. You know, you get around the right person, you feel heard. You feel validated. You know, what most importantly, don't forget the obvious, is that you feel. You get the chance to feel, right? And that's a beautiful thing. That I believe it can be a beautiful thing. So let's recap. What's coming up, Ms. Ada?
What's coming up? We have a lot more speakers coming up. I just wanted to hit on this part, which has something to do with what Sierra was talking about. When it comes to the time when we have to deal with our losses, clothing, it's cases where I had a case where the lady went the next day and cleaned out the closet. Meanwhile, it took me 2 years to get rid of, or not get rid of, but donate and put stuff away that my mother had left behind. So everything is individual. Not everybody reacts the same way or needs to react the same way based on whatever their connection is to the other person, as far as donating stuff that they had, clothing, stuff like that. And just maybe want to stay with a sweater and just smell their presence. It's something beautiful.
I love this comment right here, because I think we've touched on this several times as we go, and I love that it came right back around full circle. Okay. A lack of sense of belonging is a major culprit in not wanting to be here. The treasure of life is now measured by how many likes you get, how many friends you have, and if you have the best of the best. I absolutely agree, right? This is, and to be honest, and this is just my thoughts and opinions on it. And, you know what I'm saying? I mean, opinions, just like anything else, everybody has one, you know, but it's something to think about. When you forget or when you follow down that rabbit hole of wanting to have likes and views and things like that, it kind of deters from the purpose that you have.
Yeah.
because it gives it a different meaning. You're doing it for the objective of being liked by someone. You know, and grief is not like that. Grief doesn't care if people like it or not. It's going to be who it is, or be what it needs to be for you.
Yeah.
You know, it makes it really hard when you're trying to combat something so powerful as social media.
Yeah, society has taught us that we need so many likes, so many cars, so many houses, so many things. So when we don't have it, a lot of judgment from other people affects us.
Yes.
How do we take care of that, and how do we deal with it?
Yes. And you know, and that is the question, because with the practitioners that we have out here in the world today, there's so many different ways and approaches to deal with it, right? Not if one way don't work, we have 1,000 different other ways that may work for you. You get the chance to go out there and pick and choose what works for you. Hey, Overdose Music, my man Quaalude is in the house, man. Thank you for showing up, brother. You know what I'm saying? As you see, I'm behind. I'm out here doing the thing, man. And I got Miss Ada with me, you know, and which makes the journey of grief coach even more challenging, but having the heart for it is the only way to keep going. Yes, yeah. And if I could just add to that and everything, you know, having the heart for it is is a beautiful thing, but you have to worry about your heart as well, right? Yes. Because of what we sacrifice. We sacrifice ourselves. We sacrifice our well-being for the betterment of others, right? Because we understand what it took for us to get here. We dare not put ourselves in a situation where it takes away from someone else. And it's really hard to let another individual navigate that world, because we don't want to see people get hurt. We don't want to see people trip up and fall. And I'm a firm believer, trip up and fall.
Yes.
Trip up and fall. Reach your version of your rock bottom, but be around people that will allow you to do it, because that's how you bounce back.
You learn.
Do not take away the shovel. Do not interfere, but be the individual that goes, I'm not going to interfere with you, but I will be on the outside waiting for you. So when I see you fall out, I'm going to be there with you. Going, look, you got a little bit more to go. Let me wipe your head off. Here's some water. Here's a snack. I'm going to push you back up in there because I need you to finish what you started.
Right. You got to finish that process.
You know, I need you to finish what you started. Oh, man, my man IKS is in the house as well, man. The whole Connect crew is in the house as well. Thank you guys for showing up, being supportive, man. Got a lot more coming on. But yeah, Ada says hi. Y'all see her. Ada says hi. And, you know, I combat a lot of things, Ada, you know, with people and things like that. And I just stopped trying to correct people. You know, if you want to be right, you be right. But I have a tendency of distancing myself from around those individuals as well. And not in the way to be malicious or anything like that, but the way of protecting myself and protecting what I built. Right, you know, because there's some people out there that don't have your best intentions in mind. Although they talk good, Sometimes it's just not there. But you have to practice discernment when we think about this thing called grief. You know, we got Miss Kathy just popped up and everything. We're not going to take up too much time. Is she supposed to be on at 1:45? I think she is.
She'll be on soon.
Yes, she will be on soon.
As soon as you let her in.
We got so many things going on right now, right?
Why I gotta keep you on check.
You know what? That's okay. You can do that. You know, I'm okay with that too. You know, keep me in line and keep me in check. I feel like I'm being bullied, Ada. I feel like I'm being bullied right now because I don't know why. I just do. You know. But you've been around me for quite some time, Ada. You know what I'm saying? And we've had the chance to see. We've had the chance to see this industry come from where it is and be able to pave the way of where it's going. And I think that, to me, is a very important thing because it allows us to build the blueprints from nothing. It's not like that we have a blueprint the blueprint to go off of. Most of us had to build this blueprint from nothing through failures, through mistakes, through through the ups and downs, the challenges, through being pushed down and punched in the mouth a few times, and to have that bounce back and go, you know what? I just learned one more way of not to do something.
Yeah.
Right? We don't have anybody out there holding our hands saying, hey, this is the way you need to do it. This is the blueprint that I came up with. We've been building this thing from the ground up. And, what are you excited? One question for you, two questions for you. What are you excited for moving forward within the future? And two, what do you think about the technology that's coming about?
Yeah. The ChatGPT is a tool, but even I have a little bit of a safeguard against it because we have to be careful how we ask the questions.
Yes.
And our tech era is going to be fabulous as far as tools, but then we have to be careful how we use it. It's like anything, we have to figure out where it's good, where it could be not so good, where it could be error margin, where are the error margins as far as information. But as far as speed and getting us stuff faster, I see that as a plus.
I do too. I also look at it as a way, I see the challenges that come about. And, when I was talking to Sierra, I was telling her, there's the things that are coming down the pipe that's going to make it a little bit more challenging for us to do what we do. But if you can stay 25 steps ahead of what's coming, it allows us to redirect, right? So, the app that I developed, I figured out a way to use AI as a bridge for connection, for real human connectivity, but also to solve the problem of grief practitioners being able to live, not just survive in this industry, because it's a hard industry to be successful in. Not unless you're like one of the big names, and we know a few big names out there of people who are out there doing it, and I don't see them doing anywhere close to what we're doing. So it makes me question, what are they doing? They just forget about us out here in the trenches, fighting with the other people, side by side with them, trying to give them a little bit of piece of hope and faith. Where these individuals at? And I say, you know what? If you have the influence, and to be able to help us make a change, come back and grab someone. Teach them how to be better at what they're doing, but don't be afraid to learn something. Be a part of this development. Don't just get up there and just go, you know what? I don't need to think about these people over here because I'm such and such. No, that's not. I'm so sick and tired of seeing that.
Yeah.
I'm so sick and tired of seeing that. But it makes me work that much harder. And it drives me to make a place for us, right? So everything is always in conjunction with everything else. And I say, you know what? It's time that we bring our communities together and have us all in one spot. That way, as you said before, chat, the AI tools can be great if you know how to use them. Now, and we're combating because AI is learning it's learning you for the most part. And we heard the horror stories of these AI tools writing certain letters. We know, I'm not going to say it out loud, but we've heard the horror stories. Like we pay attention to these things, right? Because if we don't pay attention to them, then we will fall into the trap.
Yeah.
Saying, you know what, it must be right. No, you're thinking about something that has no emotions, and you're applying emotions because it's appealing to your personality. You know, and you have to be really careful with that, especially when you're in a vulnerable situation. You know, you have to be very, very careful with that. And you know, and again, it keeps driving me to make a place for not just one person, but for the many people that want to come, but also offer a platform for us as grief practitioners to dedicate the time that we need without the financial worry. You know, so everything that I do has everybody in mind as it is, from the programs that we write to the videos that we do, right? It's all there for everyone. That's why I said, you know, I don't need your money. I don't need your money. I just want to be able to give you something that could be a benefit to you, because one day I won't be here, and this information that I have needs to be put out there. I can't take it with me. It still doesn't benefit me when I'm gone. So I have to leave it out here. I have to leave everything on the table. I have to go, look, I gave my all. I stayed committed to the process. I fought the good fight, right? You know, I sacrificed what I needed for the other individual because it wasn't selfish. You know, that's the one thing. Grief can be selfish and it can be selfless, depending on the individual. I say for me, it's selfless because, for one, I would rather give you the information so you can build upon it the way that you need to, than withhold that information and read about you in the paper or look at what happened on YouTube and things like that. I don't want to do that no more. I do not want to do that. I don't want to see families hurting for no reason if they don't have to. But also, I want to be able to provide more opportunities for people to connect. We just have to earn the trust of the people, you know, and we're doing it one heartbeat at a time, you know, and we're still gonna make it work. We're still making it work. I know we're running out of time. I know, Kathy.
Yeah, I just want to say I think we all have the same goal to share what we know, so others don't go through what we've been through.
Yes.
Or if they go through it, you know, they go it with the tools and proper information as to what they're going to be processing.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. I'm going to check and see what time Miss Kathy comes up here, because I don't want to take away from her as well.
She comes up in 15.
Well, she comes up at 15?
Yeah, we can go to commercials.
Well, we can cut to some commercials. I'm trying to pull up some other videos so people can have some fun stuff to watch. But it's actually being very, very difficult with me right now. I don't know why. But yeah, Ada, you're presenting Sunday, believe, right?
Yeah.
You're presenting Sunday. Tell people what you're bringing to the table on your presentation and the time that you're going to be presenting on.
My topic is going to be on miscarriage and how we don't, society doesn't see it as something grievable. So I'm talking about that, and that's something that I co-authored in a book as well, in 20 Shades of Grief. So about that.
Yeah, and Ada, what do you got coming up? Because you do grief retreats, you do yoga, you writing books, you out here doing too much. You make me feel like I ain't working hard enough. You got to stop that. You know, because every time I feel like I ain't working hard enough, you see what I do. You got to stop that. Okay? Don't be encouraging me to do nothing else. That's what you don't do. Don't be encouraging me to do nothing else. I already do too much. You know, no, I don't do enough. But what you got coming up?
What do I have coming up? I have book releases coming up. Warrior Women Series 4. The 20 Shades of Grief that just came out. And the last book that I co-authored in is We Don't Look Like What We've Been Through. So that's another chapter that will be popping out soon. Nice. And I'll be working on some workshops that I am going to prepare and present to ladies either virtually and here live in Puerto Rico in certain locations where we can have a workshop on writing, releasing what are we grieving, having that moment to ourselves.
Okay. I love that. I love that. I'm looking for because we've done some amazing things. Um, but I want to put this up here. I want to share this with you and tell me what you think about this. So this is one of the things that I had been working on for quite some time. Remember a few years ago, I told you this was something that I wanted to do. I kind of saw what was coming down the pike, right? And I went, you know what? If we don't stay ahead of the game, we're going to get crushed. Because there's too many things coming up that we have to compete with.
Yeah.
And so this app that you guys see is the new GGN app, the Global Grief Network. If you guys don't know what the Global Grief Network is, it's a network of grief practitioners that was formed 5 years ago when we did our very first ever Global Grief Conference. And so the people that you see have been rocking with us ever since then. And so we've been growing, developing, and trying to do our best to be good servants to you as well. So this app right here, when I came up with the concept of using AI as a tool, I came up with the concept of a hybrid app. And this is the very first ever hybrid app where AI and human connection work together, as it says right there. And what I mean by that is that I'm using AI as a connection, not as a support. So I've looked at it, I've analyzed it, and I said, you know what? The same things that we're doing on social media, we can do on this one app. We can put everything in one general area. So we have support groups. Any support groups that you have out there, we have something for you. We have one-on-one chat rooms. So if you want to talk with a practitioner that's in the directory, no matter where you are in the world, the AI is designed to connect you with the right fit for you, right? So, and that's one of the beautiful things about it. You can't ask it any personal questions because as soon as you do, it redirects you. Would you like to talk to someone? What are you looking for? Is there a support group? So practitioners have the ability, one, to do live support groups from their segment in the app. Two, to have one-on-one segments. It gives practitioners the flexibility of your own schedule. It gives you control of how much you make. So, we always want to make sure that people have the money to be able to do what you need to do, and to be able to live, not survive, and not survive. Once the practitioners go into it, they go into a global directory. So no matter where you are in the world, people can find you. The AI is designed to find the best possible fit for those individuals. And it becomes one of those things. It offers investment analytics for those who are interested in investing as well. It has so much more that goes along with like events that you may have going on. You're allowed to put those events in there so people know what's going on at any given time, at any given place. The AI is designed to connect you, and that's what it is. And the practitioners is a benefit for everyone. It's such a beautiful thing for everyone. What do you think about the app? What excites you the most about this app?
What was that again?
What excites you the most about this app?
I just want to see how it operates.
I've been operating with nervousness as I begin to develop it. And like I said, it's been a few years of me learning how to code and things like that. So that's one of the sacrifices I'm willing to go through.
I heard you fussing about that.
Yeah, and I sacrificed because I didn't know nothing from nothing. I just had a vision and a dream, and I said, you know what, I'm going to make this come true. And I didn't know how to code nor anything, so I had coding for dummies. I'm over there writing that. I'm over there, I'm on YouTube. What is going, which has been this beautiful thing, and I'm looking forward. We have limited seats for the soft launch coming June 1st. And after that, it's going to be open out to the world for you to enjoy. You'll be able to get it on your App Store. You're going to be able to get it on your Google Play. And it's just an all-around thing. Like we've looked at everything, we've covered the bases, and said, you know what, we can grow with this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We can grow with this. As when clients come in, being greeted by the AI, and eventually, and and from that point on, the main mission is to connect you with an actual human being, so you're not becoming dependent on something that doesn't have the emotions to help you navigate this world and things like that. So it just becomes this beautiful thing. A few other things as well. The Grief Accomplish program that we've been developing as well. Education is the key. That's why I ask the questions that we do to make this program a one of a kind. Because what it does, it actually breaks down the 5 stages of grief, and then it throws it out the window and said, we have to start from this point. We use these as pillars, but we have to look at grief from a grievous point of view, not from a medical standpoint, right? You know what I'm saying? And what we realized is that there was 47 stages of grief. There was, and it's still growing. It's still growing. And, for those who have the passion to want to walk with those individuals, but don't want to be a grief coach, that's the program for you.
Right. Yeah.
And it's certifiable. I made it to where it's certified. There's 3 tiers to it. You got 3 certifications that you go along with that, which will be not only locally recognized, but it will be nationally recognized as well. I'm working on getting it globally recognized. So no matter where you go in the world, you can go to any one of these organizations and say, look, I got these right here. What can I do to be of service to you?
Yeah, sounds great.
Yep.
Can't wait to test it.
Yeah, we got, so, and with that being said, Ada, we're going to go ahead and slide on out of here and get everything ready for Miss Kathy to come up here and do her thing and everything. I look forward to seeing the rest of the presenters coming up here. I'm going to message you in a private chat and everything. But Kathy's backstage, guys. You're going to love Kathy. Kathy is freaking amazing, and everything. I'm put her bio up here. Look, from my heart to yours, enjoy the weekend with us. And, yes. And if you have any questions or comments or something like that for our practitioners, put them in the comment section, please. You know what I'm saying? We are here to answer your questions. So please, by all means, ask them. That's what we're here for. Ada, love you, my friend. And Kathy, we will see you here shortly. For everyone else, go ahead and get yourself something to drink. But come on back because we got more for you. All right? And we got a lot more for you. With that being said, guys, enjoy the show. We'll see you back here shortly. All right. See you later.
Youpee! Hello, I'm live, everybody. Whew. My name's Kathy Nesbitt. I'm a laughter yoga teacher. Laughter yoga at a grief conference. Wow, it seems inappropriate, but please stay with me and let me share how laughter can help with the journey of grief. It's not a one day or there's no time frame as has been discussed. And first of all, I wanted to say, Tony and Ada, bravo. I've been tuned into almost the whole conference today, and I'm so inspired. I'm so moved. And this is my first experience with the Global Grief Conference. And I'm so inspired by the experts you've assembled, the different topics. Of course, grief is many faceted. And my story today, I'd like to share a story about loss of innocence, grieving the loss of innocence. So I'll go back and then of course, we will, I'm going to take you through a whole host of modalities, healing modalities, laughing, and talk about laughing as an energy modality that can help us heal. So many of the topics that I'm covering with the loss of innocence have been covered already. Divorce. I'm not sure if sexual abuse has been covered here, but I'll be talking about that. And Ada will be talking about miscarriage. So kind of several of those. And we all have experienced grief and will continue to experience grief throughout our life. And it's no laughing matter, but laughing is serious. So I'm going to go back to age 7. My parents divorced, and I didn't even know that it was a loss of innocence. I didn't even know that it was something to grieve. I just knew that I was different because at that time in the 60s, most people still had both parents, at least in elementary school. So I felt different already. My stepfather moved in when we moved out of the family home. My stepfather moved in, and what a gift that man was. He lived with us for 14 years, and I kind of, not joke, but I kind of believe that he was sent to me because he was the father figure that I was meant to have. I loved my stepfather very much. And I decided that I was going to go and live in France to learn French. And when I was leaving, Mike was his name, he was the umpire for my softball team. We played racquetball on Sundays and squash. We spent a lot of time together. So when I was going to France, he said, I was going for a year. He said, why are you going away? It's not going to be the same when you return. And I said, of course it will. We have this incredible father-daughter bond now. We love each other so much. And of course, I went away. I was 21. What did I know? I was so naive. When I came back, he had been diagnosed with a brain tumor and passed within 6 months. He wasn't the same when I came back. And on a certain level, I feel like Mike knew that he wouldn't be the same when I came back. Whew, that was really hard. His passing, I decided to never stay in a job that didn't serve me. And I never did. I don't know why, because he loved his work. And I changed jobs all the time. It kind of was a gift to me because we spent a lot of time at work. So that was a gift for me to really cherish my life. And I have. And okay, so now there was that loss of losing my father through divorce and then losing my stepfather through death. And grief is a funny animal. This was in 1985 that Mike passed. And so that's a long time ago. And whenever I went to a funeral after Mike died, it was like I was at Mike's funeral all over again. And it's really just in the last 10 or so years that I'm able to go to a funeral and be present for the person that I'm there to celebrate. Fascinating. Ooh, I can still feel it in my body. This conference is going to be cathartic for me as well. I can feel it in my voice. I feel it in my body. And I knew it when I was walking around the neighborhood this morning, thinking about my talk today. Ooh, here we go. This is something I've never said on a podcast, and I've been on over 500 podcasts since 2020. Now we'll go back to when I was 12. My parents were divorced. I was a rebellious teen. I decided my dad had moved out of province. I'm in Canada. So I decided that I'd go. He was remarried, and I had 4 step siblings, 2 stepbrothers and 2 stepsisters. And I decided I was going to go meet my stepmother like Cinderella. And off I went. And like I said, I was rebellious. So my stepbrother was hanging out with some friends, and I begged my dad to let me go and hang out with the older guys. And he did, against his better judgment. Well, that I won't get into any graphic details, but I was gang raped by my stepbrother and his friends. And I'm smiling because it was so deep. I hit it so deep that I didn't even know that it happened on a conscious level. Probably shame, blame, because my step-grandfather said when I was a young teen that a young girl, he said, if a woman goes out scantily dressed and she's out late at night, whatever happens to her is her fault. And on a certain level, I took that on. So when that happened to me, I thought it was my fault, and I hid it. And I totally forgot all about it. So much so, I buried it so deep that I was hearing, and I'm sure you've all heard, that 1 in 3 women are sexually assaulted or abused. 1 in 3. And I was like, wow, I'm so lucky. I've never been abused. Nothing happened to me. Wow. 1 in 3, your odds are pretty good. Wow, lucky me. And it wasn't until 2012. Can you imagine? I was turning 50 that year. I was at a meditation, and the whole vision, I don't know, dream, I don't know, nightmare, whatever it was, came flooding back in. Of course, I was bawling. I was able to accept that had happened. I realized that it had happened. Wow, so many years of not denial. I don't think I can say it was denial. It was just gone from my psyche. It was too painful that I couldn't even manage to think about it. Wow. And I'm smiling because now I'm able to, well, kind of talk about it. I'm a little bit nervous because it's a global summit. And some people that are watching this, some family maybe, or friends that I know, have maybe never heard that story. So I'm sorry if you're hearing it here for the first time. Ooh, wow, let me breathe. I was walking around today and I just felt like I needed to share that. I felt like I needed to go deeper and share that I do have substance. I do have a story that matters, and it's not just about laughing. People see me and they see me as laughing Kathy because I am always laughing. Ooh, except today I feel like I'm on the edge of tears. Oh my gosh. It's okay. It's live. It's fine. Lots of people are watching. So anyway, not anyway. I don't want to dismiss it. That it's serious. And 2012, turning 50, I'm 63 now. So it's still fairly new information to me. Wow. I wish I had the tools that I have now for laughter, with laughter and the energy modalities. So I'm a philomath, which is a lifelong learner. And I don't want to hit rock bottom and go up. I want to go up from where I am now. I want to live for a very long time and be vibrant and healthy and contributing member and helping people get out of stress and into joy. And we know that since 2020 and even before, we have a global mental health tsunami. Many people lost people that were close, including me. My mother-in-law passed in 2021. We weren't even able to go into the hospital and be with her when she passed. Only one person at a time, and only the brothers were there. It's tragic what happened. And so I recently heard an expression of delayed grief, because we were dealing with such a horrific scary time, the COVID era, when we didn't even know what was happening. The world seemed to be ending. So many people were dropping off, and we couldn't celebrate them like we do. We couldn't mourn their life or celebrate their lives. And so I really took a deep dive into the expression, laughter's the best medicine. In 2012, actually, when I had my realization about my experience at age 12, that's when I was introduced to laughter yoga. And I've been laughing since 2012, but really laughing since 2020. So I went and took a deep dive into the expression, laughter is the best medicine. What does it mean? It's scientifically proven that it helps us cope with whatever it is that we're dealing with. When we're in grief, when we're experiencing grief, which is a lifelong process, it hits at very funny times. Not funny, but odd times. We never know. We get triggered at the most inopportune times when we may just start crying or have an experience because we get triggered by, we see somebody, we hear a song, something that reminds us of the person that we've lost. What laughter does, so when we're grieving, we get into our body and we end up in sympathetic or stress mode. And we are living in a stressful time today. We're swimming around in a stress pool. We've made stress so normal that we can't even experience joy anymore. I believe my role is to help people break through that barrier of the stress. And I'm talking about all stress, not just grief. Whatever you're experiencing, anxiety, frustration, anger. Anger is a little bit up there on the level because at least you've got energy. If you're angry, you've got some energy to rebel or expel. Where when you're depressed and just really sad, it's like you're numb. You have no feeling. It's black. It feels hopeless. When I was introduced to laughter yoga, I realized how many people came to this movement from depression, and it saved their life or help them again cope better with life. So just a little bit of what laughter yoga is. It started in 1995 by a medical doctor, Dr. Madan Kataria. His goal is world peace. Yes, please, we need more of that. And I believe it was started in 1995 so we could be ready for 2020 when the world shut down. Even Dr. Kataria believed that laughter yoga needed to be done in person to experience the magic. But we now know we're adaptable. We can feel the energy. It translates through the screen. And it's a wonderful way for us to connect, especially when we were locked down. We could still have face-to-face meetings with families and laughter yoga. And I did start my laughter yoga online free club at that time. And I'll talk about that later. So laughter yoga is not about jokes or comedy. Jokes are cultural. Two people going somewhere. It's not funny for those two. It's probably about them. So laughter yoga is intentional laughter exercise. The yoga part is the practice of the laughter and the deep diaphragmatic breathing. When we focus on breath, we get into our body. We get out of stress. We get out of sympathetic and convert into parasympathetic. And during my session today, I'll do a little bit of talking. I'm going to do some exercises. I hope you'll play along. It is interactive. That's how you get the magic. If laughter is the best medicine, you definitely need to take some action to get the dose, which is, and that's usually my question, if laughter is the best medicine, have you had your daily dose? Dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins, the love drugs, the happy hormones. When we're laughing, we feel good. We come to the present. We're not worried about yesterday or tomorrow. We're not fretting about anything. How are we going to pay our bills? What are we going to do? How do we get all our affairs in order? What do? We feel at a loss. Laughter, we're not laughing at the situation. We're laughing because of. People often say to me, Kathy, how can I possibly laugh? There's so many things going on in the world. And that's the truth. There are so many things going on in the world. And the truth is, we have zero control over all those things that are going on in the world. All we can control is us. All we can control is how we respond to what is going on out there. And breath is one way, laughing. I'm going to give you some techniques. So let's get into a little bit of laughter yoga. I've done a bit of yakety yakking for now. So play along. It doesn't matter if you want to laugh or not. I hope you do. And if you don't, please stay tuned, because if you do participate, I almost guarantee you'll feel better. The body doesn't know the difference between real and simulated laughter. How cool is that? Our brain does. Our ego does. Like, ooh, what are you laughing? What are you doing? There's no jokes. There's no comedy. What's happening? So that might be your, like, oh, you want me to laugh for no reason? What's happening here? If you're in your head thinking this can't work, please allow yourself permission. That's what I would ask for you. Allow yourself permission to play. We need to give ourselves permission sometimes. So I'm allowing you. Play full on. And our body is like, it's the feeler, right? The head, the brain is the thinker. The body is the feeler. I want you to feel this magic medicine. So when we're laughing, we feel good. Our body's having a party. We're secreting all the love drugs. As soon as we smile, so go ahead and smile. Even if it's a cheesy grin, it's fine. We send a note to our brain. Oh, I must be happy. I'm doing that curled up mouth thing, curled up lip thing. So we start secreting, pew, 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 maybe just a little bit. And then we giggle, pew, 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 ha, 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 pew, pew, pew. Real or imagined, remember, it's fine. Just making the ha, ha, ha sound and ho, ho, ho sound. Those particular sounds are attached to our diaphragm. So if you put your hands on your belly and go, ho, 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 it moves your belly out, and ha, ha. So our diaphragm is attached to all of our organs. So when we laugh, ha, 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 ho, 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 our diaphragm is moving all of our organs. It's like internal jogging. You may have heard this expression before. Our body has trillions of cells. And when we're laughing, we're getting fully oxygenated. Here's a beautiful thing about laughing, or about the body, the magnificence of our beautiful body. Our brain requires 25% more oxygen than the rest of our body as an operating principle. It's a machine, the answering machine. I know it's not jokes or comedy, but you can laugh at my lame jokes. So when we're stressed, blood, lymph, oxygen leaves our frontal lobe and goes into our muscles so we can escape, even if we're escaping from our mind. So when we laugh, ha 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 ha, ha, we're exhaling. In order to keep on ha ha haing, we have to take a beautiful, nice deep inhale so we can continue ha ha haing. Have you ever had a great giggle with your friends or anybody, and you're laughing so hard, ha 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 ha, all of a sudden you can't even remember what you're laughing at? Like, what am I laughing at? Oh my gosh, my stomach hurts, my cheeks are hurting, maybe you're crying. It's such a beautiful thing because we come to the present. I mentioned that. We're not thinking about anything. We're not thinking about anything. Did you hear that? We're not worried about anything. We're not thinking about tomorrow or yesterday. We're right here, right now, completely present. Our body having a party, secreting the happy chemicals, and our body's fully oxygenated. Dr. Otto Warburg won a Nobel Peace Prize for his work with oxygen in the body. He said, a body that's fully oxygenated, here we go. I'm probably paraphrasing. Cancer cannot survive in an oxygen-rich body. Wow. When we feel tired, it's because we're low energy. Laughing is simply a frequency. So when we're laughing, ha, 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 we're way up here. When we're feeling sad, depressed, worried, we're vibrating at a much lower rate. So we can change our mind. There was somebody was talking earlier about doing some shaking out that stress. When an animal, I'll use a rabbit, when a rabbit is chased in the wild by a predator, if it survives that chase, it goes, wow, I survived, lucky me. Maybe it doesn't think all those things, but it goes and it shakes off the trauma. And that's like, whoa, yay, I'm hungry. Oh, there's some clover. Let me go eat. We don't do that. We hold on to the trauma. Whenever something happens, how big or small, that trauma gets in our DNA. It gets in our body unless we release it. So one trauma happens. Again, it doesn't have to be anything big. We could trip in public and then jump up. Oh, I'm okay. Like we're so embarrassed that we fell. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? What kind of a society are we? Right? So we jump up. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, I'm okay. We might have really hurt ourselves, but we just like tamp it down. We get on our way. Then the next one comes on and on and on. Sometimes when people come to a laughter session, we're laughing, ha, 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 ha. We're laughing full on. And some people may feel sadness at the end of a session, or during the session, they feel sad and they don't know what to do. As the laughter professional, it's our role to survey the room. We got to make sure that the people are okay. If somebody's feeling sadness, it's not that we're going to fix them. That's been talked about too. We always think we need to fix everybody. Sometimes we just need to listen. We just need to hold space and be present. We may notice, or I hope we notice, we need to notice when our audience, so if somebody's feeling sad, we can see somebody starting to feel, maybe they're crying even, or they're just like not laughing anymore. What we need to do is just say to the group, you may feel sad. Because what's happened, remember our diaphragm is moving all of our our organs when we're laughing. It's jiggling everything up. It's jiggling our DNA. So if we've got several traumas layered in there, no, I'm good. I'm all right. We've, just keep it on. We're keeping on. They may burble up. And I think that's what happened to me in 2012 when I had that remembrance of what happened to me at age 12. I believe that it came burbling up at a time that I was mature enough to handle the news. My body could handle it. So then it's like, I could look at that news. Here's that news. Oh, wow, that's pretty traumatic. And then take action to release it from my body. And now it's gone. And I'm able to talk about it in a way that it doesn't create the same emotional response. It still happened. I didn't change the past. It happened. And same with you. Things have happened. We can't change what happened. All we can do is how we respond today to them. Holding them in our DNA, in our nervous system, is not healthy. And I believe that is our role today, is managing our nervous system. Not the only thing. And it's not easy because of all the stressors, all the things going on, including technology. Tony and Ada had a discussion earlier about, what do you think about technology? It's here. We're adapting. It's the Wild West, and there seems to be no guidelines. We spend a lot of time on screens, and a lot of time, not just on laptops looking, with at least our neck straight, but on cell phones, where we actually have the physiology of depression. So we may be looking at something funny, like, a funny video, or someone sent us something, a funny text. So we're looking down at that, ha, ha, ha. We're laughing, but we have the physiology. We have candy cane neck. We have the physiology of depression. So we actually are secreting the happy hormones because we're laughing, and the stress chemicals because we have the physiology. We're sending mixed messages to our body. Yikes. If anyone's listening who's an inventor, we've got selfie sticks so we can have, so we're looking up, we don't have the double chin, whatever. We're looking over there. We need somebody we probably need to spend less time on our cell phones, I guess, first of all, but somebody to design something so we're looking at our thing up here. And I don't really know what I'm talking about with cell phone, because this is true story. I just got a cell phone. My husband and I just got cell phones, and it's a paperweight right now because I don't know what to do with it. It is actually causing me stress because I see everyone's so adept and I don't know what I'm doing there. I'm like, I have to go to cell phone kindergarten. All right, so we're going to do some laughter yoga. So put your hands together. When we're clapping palm to palm. So we're activating meridians. We're getting energy already. And the rhythm is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Here are the words, very easy. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. I hope you're playing along. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Then we say, very good, very good. Arms overhead. Yay! And whenever you have your hands overhead, guess what? You can't be sad. Like, I'm so sad. I'm having a bad day. Well, what are your hands doing? So fun. All right. I would like to take you through. I did say I incorporate, or maybe I didn't say yet, but I incorporate tapping, brain gym, Qigong. My goal is to help people get out of stress and into joy. Joy is our birthright. And they're not, I think that laughter is the antidote to stress. And so is singing, dancing, tapping, whatever your modality is. So I'm going to offer a whack of things for you to help you feel better. Take what you want, leave the rest. There's 8 billion of us. There's no magic bullet, folks. Even though we want to have the magic bullet, there isn't one. But if there is one, it's laughter. Okay, so I'd like you to do a little bit of brain gym to get us connected. So since we're seated, I'll do the session seated, but usually I would invite people to stand. Okay, so put one hand on your shoulder, give yourself a little massage, push down and drag across. Some people carry their stress here. Other side, a little massage. Oh, thank you very much. It is tense there. Thank you very much. Push down and drag across. So just keep doing that. What we're doing whenever we go across the center of our body, we're connecting our lobes. And so keep going. Just keep on while I'm talking. So whenever we're feeling sad, depressed, anxious, frustrated, I would suggest that your energies are not crossing over. It's called homolateral. Your energies are just going up and down the same side or up the top body of your body and not reaching down to your legs or vice versa. And so, doing cross crawls helps to connect your lobes, and everything else we do after this will be better incorporated into your beautiful body. And that's another thing, a little tip. I hope you love your body wherever you are. I know we have sickness and people are not feeling well. Just love where you are, love what is, and be grateful for what is. And then more is coming. And I'm going to talk more about gratitude shortly. So we're going to do a little bit of tapping. If you're familiar with emotional freedom technique or EFT, it's that, but not that, if that makes sense. I've been tapping since 1999, and I'm so happy that it's kind of becoming mainstream. All of these modalities that I'm talking about are complementary. And I say that laughter is complementary magic medicine, and I incorporate these wonderful energy techniques with the laughter or with the deep diaphragmatic breathing. So I'll talk about the spots. I'm going to tap on 4 spots. I invite you to tap along with me. It's the tapping and the deep diaphragmatic breathing that makes this so effective. Take a couple of fingers. We're going to tap on our cheekbone, just under your pupil. Hard enough that you can feel it, but not without hurting yourself. So while you're tapping, take a nice deep breath in through your nose, if possible. Smiling, holding, tapping. Oh my gosh, so many instructions. Stay with me. Don't get stressed. And exhale with a sigh, and I'll talk about that. Again, breathe in. And breathe out. And notice how you feel as you're tapping on the spots. If you have tenderness at any of these spots, you may have blocked energy there. Keep tapping or keep rubbing there to help move the energy along. This particular spot is stomach meridian. If you have an upset stomach, this may help calm your belly. Or if you're feeling really wired, you're feeling really spun and out of sorts, this may help ground you. Okay. Next spot is on your collarbone. There's come to the collarbone, then there's a little divot. So we're tapping there. This is K27, the end of the kidney meridian. So tapping, take a nice deep breath in. Smiling, hold it, tapping. And exhale with a sigh. And if your exhale is longer than your inhale, you're expanding your lung capacity. Breathe in. And breathe out. Notice how you feel. So good. You can tap on these spots any time of the day. Next spot is on your thymus. And this one, I'm not sure if StreamYard is going to block out my sound, but what we're going to do here. So thymus is right in the middle of your chest. You can do fingers, open fists, whatever you want to do. Thymus is where our T cells go to age. T cells are the cancer-fighting cells. So you want to keep your thymus stimulated. And thymus is where, as soon as we hit puberty, our thymus starts to shrink. So here we go. What we're going to do, we're going to get our stress out. So take a nice deep breath in and make noise like Tarzan. Get your stress out. Nobody can hear you. Just they can hear me, hopefully. Here we go. Ah! Ah! And end with ha ha ha. Ah! Because it seems so ridiculous. Okay, again, here we go. Don't hold your stress. Get it out. Here we go. Release your stress. Breathe in. Get your stress out. Ah! I hope you were doing it. Just me. Okay, number 4 spot. So stomach, kidney, thymus. Last, put your arms like this. Here, I'll just kind of stand a little bit. And then we're just going to tap on our ribs. Here we go. And this is spleen meridian. So you can go one at a time. You can go up, hit at the same time. You can go fast or slow, whatever feels good for you. This is spleen meridian, folks. So take a nice deep breath in and exhale. Again, breathe in and exhale. Woo! Okay, very good. So when a little bit about the spleen. When we're under stress, we're living in this stress pool, our spleen is not getting any energy. So we can always give our spleen a little bit of extra love because, again, we are living in this stressful time. Woo! All right. Oh, I'm feeling all ready. Yoop! And I wanted to talk about the ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. When I came to laughter yoga, I was like, that is so random. That I don't need priming, but it is literally priming. It helps the people that are logical in their mind, something to do with your hands. And then when you come to a laughter club, especially in person, we don't do it so much online, but when you're in person, we do a lot more of ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Because imagine 20, 30, 50, a couple hundred, who knows how many people. The more the merrier. You can never have too many people laughing. It's the truth. When we're all laughing together, we're playing little games. And that's what I haven't talked about. There's little games to inspire the laughter. We're all laughing, ha, ha, ha. As a laughter professional, we're there watching. We don't want people to start chatting because then they're in their head. We're watching the games. We let them go as long as they need to, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. We don't know how long each one is going to go, but we watch. And then when we think, okay, time to move on, we may go ho, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. And then everybody joins in, which we would direct people. And everyone's going ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Or we say, very good, yay. And then I usually do it twice. So then everyone knows, oh, time for the next activity. All right. So it is time for the next activity, everybody. So laughter yoga is not about fancy pantser poses. It's not doing yoga and laughter. It's not jokes or comedy. It's laughing as a cardiovascular exercise, laughing for the health of it. And as I mentioned, when we're laughing, we're secreting the love drugs, fully oxygenating our body. And there's tons of research around the benefits of laughing. Before I get into, I said I would give another exercise. So So there's a new product on the market, everyone. Yes, there is. Who doesn't love that? Yay. It's called Laughter Cream. It makes me laugh just saying it. And I actually have my cream in my bathroom. It's labeled Laughter Cream. So when I go in there, I'm like, oh, it's a way for you to laugh by yourself. When you go into the bathroom, you can do your laughter by yourself with your Laughter Cream. Okay, so today it comes in a pump. Laughter yoga is imaginary. It comes in a pump. So you pump out whatever you want, and it's Laughter Cream. So wherever you put it, you start laughing. So here we go. Laughter Cream on 3. 1, 2, 3. Play along. Pump out whatever you want. Here we go. Imagine you're putting on your cream in the morning. You can laugh. I don't know what your roommates will think. Maybe they'll start laughing too. Everyone's having a great day now. Oh, sometimes it comes in a jar and you just glom out some, but today it was in a pump. It's very convenient. In 2016, when I was, I didn't say, but it's the 24th anniversary of my worm composting business. And that's kind of how I got to laughter. I was introduced to laughter when one more person said, "Ew, worms in the house." So I was known, I was doing a lot of networking, and I was known for my worm business. In 2016, the executive director of a hospice called me from a local town. I don't know how she knew that I did laughter yoga, because I kind of wasn't really promoting it. I was more doing the worms for the planet. And she called me up and she said, "I understand." She said, "I know you do the worms, but I understand you also do laughter yoga." And I said, "I do." And she said, "Well, here's why I'm calling." It was a 10-bed hospice. She said, on the weekend, 9 of the people passed away. And I'm wondering if you could come and do a laughter yoga session for the staff and volunteers. Even though that's what they do, is helping people at end of life, when almost everybody, 9 out of 10 beds, all go on the same weekend, it's a great loss. It's a lot. And they couldn't really, not that they couldn't, but it was hard for them to process this together. I say yes. I say yes to life. And then I figure out what I'm going to do. And it gets me in trouble sometimes because I'm like, oh, yes, I'll do that. And then I'm like, oh, what did I just agree to? That's exactly what happened. When I got, the laughter session was for the next day. So I said, yes, I'm coming, knowing that there was a lot of hurt and they needed something. They needed relief. I hung up the phone and immediately burst into tears. You might have realized or noticed from my energy, I'm empathic. I'm very sensitive. I'm emotional. I'm much more emotion than logic. And I used to beat myself up about that. Like, oh, get a thicker skin, like the things that I used to be told. Stop crying. The world's a harsh place. It's like, I think we need more sensitive people. Imagine if we were all sensitive and we all cared about each other as much as the sensitive people do. Anyway, so I immediately started crying, and I felt the grief of all the families, of all the people who had just passed, all the staff, all the volunteers, everybody that was involved in that hospice. I was grieving for them, and I was crying probably because I had no idea what I was going to do. I said yes, and then I was like, pardon me, but holy crap, what do I do now? And not only do I say yes to life, I also trust that life is going to provide the solutions, the answers, that what I say is going to be the perfect thing that needs to be said at that moment. So I arrived at the gig. I was apprehensive. I was a little bit nervous. That's the truth. And to date, that may have been one of the easiest laughter gigs I've ever done. And I've done hundreds, maybe thousands since 2016. And I believe that happened because they were looking for the release. They were all grieving, trying to process what had happened over the weekend. Just managing all of that, 9 deaths in one weekend. And So I came in, and very quickly we were laughing and laughing and laughing, and not laughing at the situation, not at all. Laughing because of. It was just a beautiful release. And that's would be my question. Why do we laugh at inappropriate times? I believe it's because our body is so tense, so stressed, secreting all those stress chemicals, cortisol, adrenaline, epinephrine. We're not breathing. We're so tight. We're going to freaking blow up if we don't do something. And so we laugh. Ha 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 ha. Once the genie's out of the bottle, folks, hard to put that stopper back in. Have you ever giggled in class and the teacher's trying to get you to stop, and there's no way, you can't, nope, can't be done. And so you just go with it, and everyone just joins the giggle, hopefully. And then you get, what do they call it, after school? Suspension. No, not that's getting kicked out. Anyway, okay. I hope this is hopeful. I want to give you some tips, some more tips. Okay. So, spoon. If you take a spoon, this one has a magnet. The magnet has nothing to do with it, but it's just to show you what kind of spoon. It's a stainless steel. I have a spoon on my headboard, and I also carry a spoon in my bag when I go out. The metal in the spoon attracts the iron in our blood, so it helps to ground us. Okay, so to the headboard for sleeping. I want to give you some tips for sleeping, because sometimes when we're under stress, and thank you, Ada. Sometimes when we're under stress, we're not sleeping properly. So what I do, once I've gotten into bed, I've done all my things, I spoon my feet, stainless steel spoon. And that helps correct the polarity. Again, if you're feeling spun, you're wired, you're really stressed, your north and south poles have probably flipped upside down. So spooning your feet, I'm doing this on my hand, but so spooning your feet regulates your polarities, grounds your energy, and helps you go into parasympathetic, so you're ready for La La Land. Okay, another one, if you can't get to sleep or you wake up and can't get back to sleep, figure eights around your eyes. Take a couple of fingers, either right on the skin or just in the air above, figure eights above your eyes. Nice and slow, methodically, either hand, either way. As soon as you yawn, sorry, you're now in parasympathetic. Now you're in relax and rest and digest mode. You can do that any time of the day. Figure eights around your body. Figure eights weaves together your energy. You can also do figure eights if you're sitting across from somebody, weaving your energy together. Okay, I hope these techniques. I did want to say what happens when you're when you breathe in through your nose and then you exhale with a sigh. That's an auditory signal to your brain. Hey, I must be relaxed. I'm making that sighing noise, right? We're never frantically searching for our keys that we've misplaced, sighing, or running for the bus. Oh my gosh, there's the bus. I'm going to be late. No. So if we're sighing, another auditory signal. I really hope that some of these have been helpful. I want to give you one more. I know I really am a giver, and I love to offer these techniques because I know there's no one magic bullet. So one hand on heart, one hand on belly. This is something you can do anytime, but it's something I do once I'm in bed after I've spooned my feet. Nice breath in through my nose. Hum it out. Lips closed. I want you to do it with me right now. Hum. Feel one tone as low as you can go. You can feel it. When I'm completely present, I can feel that vibration in my toes. And I know, it's so beautiful. Humming is our original instrument, everybody. So my time is just about up. I really hope that this was beneficial. Oh my gosh, I feel so vulnerable that I shared that story, but I hope that somebody needed to hear that. I really felt called to share that today. And I know that that was a message that I needed to share, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share it here. I would love to invite everybody to come and experience the magic of laughing for the health of it. I have a free online club every Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 30 minutes of super fun self-care. I incorporate tapping, brain gym, qigong, those taps that we did, some of the modalities that we did today. I repeat them in my club. It's so beautiful. We'll be celebrating 6 years this June. It's the Global Giggle Gang. It may become your new addiction, is all I'm going to say. I'm a laughter yoga teacher, so I also teach leaders. It's a 2-day training online, or if you happen to be near Bradford, Ontario, Canada, in person as well. All I need is 6 people. So if you've got 6 people that want to learn how to do this magic medicine to bring this to your corporation, or if you're a grief coach, if you're do any kind of therapy, you're working with seniors or people that are grieving, adding laughter while working with your clients breaks the tension. It brings everybody to the present and connects you on a deeper level. Laughter is primal. It's something beyond us. It's the original language. It's universal. We all laugh. And in fact, babies laugh before they speak. So I would just like to say thank you, Tony and Ada. Thank you all for watching. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you. And I think I'm going to pop off. But we can just laugh in the meantime. Or maybe I'll get my breathing ball and breathe. Ah. Oh my gosh, I hope you're feeling good. Laughter is the best medicine. Breathe in. Ah. Just log off. Okay. Leave the show. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we'll be up soon with the next speaker.
The grief we experience in this community is a grief of enduring love. It's the grief of watching our children face challenges and of navigating a world that often doesn't understand. Our support group, Changed Forever, Love is Always Here, is a safe space created just for you. Here, you can find understanding, validation, and a community of people who truly get it.
My name is Jake. I've lost everything I ever loved. My mother, my fiance, my home. Grief is my curse, but also my gift. I walk this broken world, carrying the weight of pain and helping others carry theirs. I am Jake. I am Grief Guy. The Adventures of Grief, Guy, Chapter 2, Blood, Milk, and Ghosts. Jake barely slept. He sat in a wooden chair with a broken leg, wedged in the corner of the kitchen where he could see the front door and the hallway. Old instincts. Military, maybe. Or prison. Or both. The apartment was heavy with ghosts. Not the kind that rattle chains or slam doors. The quiet ones. The kind that whisper to little girls in their sleep. The kind that live in bruises nobody asks about. Maya slept curled on the couch, wrapped in a blanket Jake had found in a box marked XMAS. She'd eaten 2 bowls of cereal and cried until her face went numb. Now, she looked like a kid again, small, fragile, just trying to stay invisible in a world that liked to break things that don't fight back. Jake turned his attention to the father, passed out cold in the bedroom, door wide open, belt still lying on the floor like a coiled thread. Jake had stood there a while, just watching, making sure, memorizing the shape of the man's breath, the way the whiskey bottle rested in his hand like a weapon or a lover. There were 2 bottles on the nightstand, one full, one empty. Jake thought about taking them both and smashing them in the sink, but that would only make more noise, more mess, more danger for her. Instead, he made coffee, strong and bitter, drank it black from a chipped mug with number 1 Dad printed in faded red letters. The next morning, Maya woke up with swollen eyes and no questions. Jake offered her breakfast. She shook her head. "Can we go now?" she asked. Jake nodded. "Where?" "I don't know. Just not here." Jake slung his bag over his shoulder. "All right." They were almost out the door when the voice called from the hallway. "You take 1 fucking step with my daughter." Jake turned slowly. The man stood in his boxers, one eye bloodshot, knuckles white around the belt in his hand. Jake didn't flinch. He stepped between Maya and the man. "You touch her again," Jake said, voice cold and calm, "and I'll bury your name so deep nobody remembers you existed." The man hesitated. It wasn't fear exactly, more like recognition, as if for the first time, he realized that Jake wasn't like the other men he used to scare. Jake was death that walked away from the grave. The man didn't speak again. They walked to a corner cafe, the kind with sticky tables, gospel music playing too loud through dusty speakers, and one waitress who knew everybody's business. Jake ordered 2 plates of eggs and toast. Maya picked at hers. Jake ate all of his in silence. "You do this often?" she asked finally. "Saving people." Jake shook his head. "I don't save anybody. I just show up." She narrowed her eyes. You talk like a ghost. Jake sipped his coffee. Maybe I am. He took her to a shelter. Women only. He knew the kind. High walls, old rules, locked doors, run by nuns who'd seen everything and still managed to pray. The head sister, a short, steel-spined black woman named Sister Leona, took one look at Maya and didn't ask a single question. She opened the door wide, handed her a blanket, and told her she was safe now. Jake waited outside. Sister Leona came out after a while, arms crossed. You the one who brought her? Jake nodded. She said you fought off 3 men in an alley and stared down her daddy, like you were death itself. Jake said nothing. She also said you didn't ask for her name. Or her story. Jake shrugged. Didn't need to. Sister Leona studied him. You military? I was. A long time ago. You running from something? Jake looked up at the sky. Overcast. No birds. Not anymore. She nodded. Well, you've done enough for one day. Go rest, wanderer. Let the healing be someone else's job. Now Jake smiled for the first time in weeks. Just barely. He walked away from the shelter and down the cracked sidewalk, hands in his coat pockets. No destination, no plan. Just that familiar ache in his chest. Like something else was calling. Somewhere else was breaking.
I'm still here, so nigga have no fear. With the heat turned on, I'm so cold. I'm still here, so nigga have no fear. With the heat turned on, I'm so cold.
Every face kept asking things.
People think monsters
never
announce
learned
themselves.
How to avoid. I remember hands were shaking, not from fear, just
They think we
from
look
the
different.
cold. I kept thinking this is nothing, just a moment.
We don't.
Just control. They say a line exists somewhere.
We learn how to blend
between
in.
the thought and what you do, but no one told me where it was, and no one told me
How to be trusted.
what was true. The first time didn't feel like murder. It felt like everything went still.
Invited.
Like the world stopped asking questions, and I finally chose my will. I didn't feel the weight
Some of us are chosen.
sin. I didn't hear a scream. I just felt the silence notice me and let me stay unseen.
They don't scream the way you expect.
Adventures of Grief. Guy. Chapter 1. The Arrival. The Greyhound coughed to a halt in a forgotten part of town. Cracked streets, flickering street lamps, silence loud enough to swallow whole souls. Jake stepped off the bus with nothing but a duffel bag and the invisible weight of 1,000 stories he never asked to carry. He didn't know why he was here. He never did. God didn't speak in words, just aches, tugs in his chest, a pressure behind the eyes, like tears that wouldn't come, a calling, maybe, or a curse. Either way, it always pulled him to places like this. The bus hissed away, its taillights swallowed by fog. He adjusted the duffel strap across his shoulder. Military canvas, worn and fraying at the edges. Inside, a Bible with pages stuck together by rain, an old photo of a woman he'd never met, and scars that didn't heal right. He started walking with no direction, just the hum of something ancient and sad humming through the soles of his boots. The town was quiet, but not in the peaceful way. The buildings slumped. Neon signs buzzed in protest. A church steeple loomed at the far end of Main Street like a grave marker. Then he heard it, screaming. Short, sharp, from the alley up ahead. Jake didn't run. He moved like a shadow on instinct. His breath slowed. Hands flexed. His steps made no sound. He turned into the alley and saw them. 3 figures hunched over someone. A girl, maybe 16. Her scream cracked the night open, like lightning. One man held her by the wrists. The other had her bag. The third was fumbling with his belt. Jake didn't speak, didn't shout. He just moved. His first hit shattered the bag holder's nose. Blood sprayed against brick. The second man swung. Jake ducked, drove his shoulder into the man's ribs, then slammed his head into a dumpster so hard it dented. The girl crawled backward, sobbing. The third man pulled a knife. Jake stepped into the blade's reach, letting it graze his arm. He'd been cut before, then twisted the man's wrist until it cracked. The knife clattered to the ground. Jake stomped on it. A moment passed, then silence. The girl stared up at him, wide-eyed, shaking. Jake extended a hand, his voice low and steady. You all right? She hesitated, then nodded. I think so. Her name was Maya. She led him back to her apartment, a 1-bedroom unit above a liquor store that smelled like rotting wood and broken dreams. The door creaked open, and Jake saw the light from the TV flickering through cigarette smoke. A man sat on the couch, mid-40s, bloated face, whiskey bottle in one hand, a belt in the other. He didn't even look up. You back already? He slurred. Who the hell's this? Jake didn't speak. He watched Maya shrink beside him. She was more afraid of her father than of the men in the alley. Jake stepped forward, slow. She was nearly raped tonight. That got the man's attention. He looked up, bleary-eyed. What did you say to me? Jake didn't blink. You heard me. The man stood, but his legs betrayed him. The bottle hit the ground. Jake caught the girl's eyes. You got somewhere safe you can go. She shook her head. Then I'll stay. Just for the night. Nothing's gonna hurt you now. The man mumbled something about cops and minding your own damn business. But Jake didn't care. He'd seen worse. Been worse. Later that night, when the old man finally passed out, Jake sat in the kitchen, arm wrapped in a dish towel stained with blood, watching Maya eat cereal in silence. You're not from here, she said finally. No, Jake said. Where you headed? Jake looked out the window, the moon casting thin silver shadows on the floor. Wherever I'm needed next.
Drown, but I won't drown. They whisper lies, these demons inside. I close my eyes. Where do I hide? Gotta fight it. Gotta ignore. Dark.
People think grief is just about death. But if you're here, you might have already realized that grief is a lifelong process. Cycles of beginnings, that come to an end over and over again. Grief is multifaceted. It's emotional, it's physical, it's relational, and more than anything, it's constant. From my lived experience as someone who lost both of my parents before the age of 35 and my studies, I've realized we haven't fully been addressing grief in the way that it needs to be addressed. And that's where I come in. I'm here to address the elephants in the room because there are definitely more than one. Grief deserves examination. It deserves expression. It deserves to be spoken about as the complex reality it is, with depth and realness. Hi, I'm Sierra Janae, multidisciplinary artist, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership guide, embodiment instructor, and the founder of The Lighter Society. I help people with histories of trauma and loss, especially those 21 through 45, meet themselves where they are instead of where they should be, and begin leading their lives with inner awareness instead of survival. If you want to walk into the future feeling more whole, more aware, and more ready to live fully after loss, I'm your girl. I'd love to trade stories with you, enlighten you, guide you, or simply have a real conversation.
Hello, hello. I am, let me see how I get my slide to show. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good deal. Oh, it looks very different than a little jumbled up, but that's okay. We are going to get through this. And first of all, let me say my name is Tamara Houston. I am a clinical social worker, also a certified grief professional. Just a short little bio, I guess. I actually contribute who I am and the work that I do to my background in hospice. I worked in hospice for 8 years, and my desire to do hospice work actually came out of the loss of several of my close family members back to back. When I was in grad school, so I was like in my early 20s, and so I spent 8 years there. Went into did a couple other jobs, and then I went into private practice, and my intention was to do everything but grief, to be honest with you. And it just followed me. I think it's one of those things, like once it's in you, it's in you. And just kind of working with individuals at end of life, working with families, trying to navigate loss was just a passion for me. Like I said, it's kind of, it's in you. And also I will say, just through my work experience, also really navigating my own thoughts around life and death, my own mortality, because I was quite young when I got into hospice work. So it has been an interesting journey, to say the least. So I'm here today to talk about, this is a very abbreviated version of a topic that I talk about often, is finding meaning in loss. And I did a little a different spin on this, I think, from as I was thinking about how did I get to this point in this doing the presentation in this way. Last year, or the last couple of years for my family, has been quite rough, to say the least. We have lost several family members. Last year, up until like Christmas Eve, there were 4 family members that have passed away. So we are still navigating all of that. So I think this is very, very timely for the space that I'm in. But also I was thinking about, like, we're going into the evening. There has already been a lot of information being shared about grief and loss, and all the things that go with it, because it's very holistic in nature anyway. So this is not really a teaching presentation at all. This is more just about us taking a pause and just having an opportunity to reflect. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started with it. As I mentioned, I'm Tamara, all the good things. So we're just going to slow down for a little bit. You will see my flyer, my infomercial, or whatever in between. So there's a QR code on there. You can go to Healing Through Time, which is my grief education platform, and get a handout for everything that I'm going to talk about. So I'm really just offering an invitation for everyone really to just pause and just kind of take in and reflect what I'm going to share before you get back into more educational opportunities and learning for the evening. So let me see how, okay, slides. Yeah, I really don't like how this is looking. But anyway, so we're going to start out with just a little bit of mindfulness to kind of help us slow down. So I will invite you to just get comfortable where you are. If that is sitting, if it's lying down, if you're up, just kind of walking around with headphones on or earbuds or whatever. If you just want to take a moment to just pause where you are, as I go through this opportunity of just inviting you to get comfortable, to soften your gaze or close your eyes if you like, whatever resonates with your nervous system right now. And just take in a slow breath and a longer breath out. And just think about not where you would like to be, what you would like to be doing, but just where you are right now. There's a lot in our grief experience and just the busyness of every day that just says go, go, go. So this is just an opportunity to pause and just notice what's happening in your body. And whatever that is that you notice, just like get really curious about it. You don't have to do anything to it, with it. Just observing it, letting that moment come in and just passing by. There's nothing to fix in the next 20 minutes or so. Nothing to solve. Just noticing. I like to invite the people that I work with to do a little bit more like mindfulness opportunities like this, to just take in a moment. We all know that with grief, there can be a lot of busyness around it. There is a lot of activity, a lot of things that have to be done. Your thoughts are racing. There's a lot of adjustments that have to be made. One of the things that we often don't get an opportunity to do as much is to really take that pause and just to be aware of what is going on in the present moment. my personal belief and just the way I practice. I am a somatic-based therapist, that this is where grief begins. It is the awareness of what is happening in our body, in our nervous system. So this is just a moment of reflection. Again, you do not have to write anything, but if you care to, I'll invite you to do that. If you want to just jot down a little note, just something that maybe you can come back to later. But when we think about creating space for our grief experiences, because we have multiple, right? We're not going to get back tomorrow. We're not going to get back the last 10 minutes that is gone now. But just think about how often do you intentionally create space for grief, and in ways that you encourage the people around you, the people that you work with, to create space for grief. Again, there's a rush, there's a push to just keep busy, to keep going. And so the grief that we carry quietly becomes like so overwhelming, so taxing, not just physically, but also emotionally, psychologically. And so for many of us, when we talk about pausing, that is really unfamiliar. There's also something just about our society that clearly says go, go, go. And the same thing happens with grief as well. So it can be a somewhat uncomfortable experience to our body. So having this time of pause and reflection can just be a new practice for all of us. So just setting the intention, wherever you are in your grief experience, is just having that invitation to slow down, creating the space to notice and reflect on not just your thoughts, but also how those thoughts are just kind of moving through your body, right? It's really interesting how our bodies are uniquely made, and there is a book called The Body Keeps the Score, and I kind of live by that in many respects when it comes to my work and talking about how our body really has everything it needs to heal itself. We just have to pay attention to it. So it could be a headache, it could be a pain in the side, it could be just a change in body temperature telling you that I need something, or give me rest, take care of me, feed me, like I need water, whatever it is, or I need companionship, I need quiet, whatever that is. But also, once you notice and reflect on that, is actually making space to do the things that your body needs, okay? So whatever it is that you're noticing, actually then making the space to do the thing. Because oftentimes we can have all the awareness around, yeah, like my side is hurting, but we don't do anything about it. Or yes, my eyes are heavy. Yes, this is a lot on my plate and I feel that in my shoulders, but we don't do anything with that. We just keep going. Okay. So this is, as I'm reading this now, I'm thinking this is kind of a funny question in a way. I think we all know what grief is, but as I've heard various speakers say today, it is a unique process in terms of how we navigate it. We're not cookie cutter people, so the way in which grief manifests itself is not going to be the same. Certainly we can learn a lot from one another, but we're not going to have like the exact same experience, maybe experiences that we can learn from each other. But when I think about grief and like what is most important during that time, we're going to experience a lot. But what matters is how we are carrying that grief experience. And what it is it's just that the weight of the love, the weight of the care that we have for someone. And And I can even say sometimes that we don't have, because we grieve things that we don't necessarily like or want in our life anymore, or experiences that we are not going to get. So we grieve the potential like that is lost now, because we're not going to have that experience anymore with that person or that thing. So the way grief shows up and how we carry it is really what matters. So another opportunity for reflection, as you just kind of sit here in this moment, what loss are you carrying right now? And again, I think we can always think about like a person that we have lost is no longer in our life by death or other means, but it could certainly be relationship. It could be job. It could be the potential that I talked about a moment ago. But I don't want you to overthink this. Just whatever comes up in the moment, just allowing that to just be enough. I'm thinking about a version of you. Maybe what we are grieving in this moment is a version of us. So just notice what is happening in your body right now as you just reflect on what loss you may be carrying in this particular moment. And I wanted you to do that because of the experience of like just where grief lives. It lives in our body. Our body holds on to the grief experience. So again, when I reflect on my word, there are a lot of thoughts. There's a lot of narrative, a lot of language around death. There's a lot of story around death and loss. And that's very important. But there's also a lot of experience, a lot of potential for awareness that happens neck down that we may not tap into. So that could feel like just heaviness in the body, physical heaviness in the body, in the chest, in the limbs, in your shoulders, or just tightness. Like we may have experienced this, or you know people that they are just like wound up. Not only do you hear that in the way they talk, but you see that, like you observe that physically in their body. The grief just literally has a grip on their body, or they're numb. They can't feel anything at all or connect with anything at all. That tension, that fatigue, that disconnect, that experience, it's not random. It's communication. It is, again, our body, this vessel that we have, communicating to us that we need to pay attention. We need to take care of ourselves. Like that is our cue to like bring it back in. There's a famous kind of speaker, I'm not going to say her name, but one of the things that I always remember about her talking about is our cups being empty, and how when our cup is full, that the people around us can get like all the extra, they can get the spill over. And that happens in grief as well. Sometimes we feel like, and we know we have nothing left to give, but we are still trying to show up for other people. We're still trying to manage the business and take care of and not pay attention to what is going on with our person. And so we're giving to others and we don't have anything left for ourselves. So another somatic reflection is when you have these like grief moments that come up for you, where do you tend to feel that in your body? That is always like a good question that I ask my clients. Where does it normally show up for you in your body? For me, I can tell you it's in my neck. Like I just feel like I literally have bricks sitting on my shoulders and just pulling down. And it's almost like I can't do enough to get any relief from that. But just noticing where that is. There's a kind of theory of sorts called constructed awareness, that the more you pay attention to how things are showing up in your body, where the stress, the manifestation of that grief is showing up, if you can name it, if you can identify if it has a color, if it's moving, if it has a shape, if it has a temperature to it, and get really curious about what is showing up and how it's showing up, that it actually changes. It moves around. It gets smaller. Maybe it's not vibrating as hard as it was, or maybe it's not as hot as it was. But it actually does begin to change the more we construct awareness around the experience that is showing up in our body. So the awareness itself is meaningful. It gives meaning to, this is where this grief is showing up. Sometimes people that we're working with, and even ourselves, there are no words to describe or explain our grief experience, right? It just is. And to get into the language, to try to name it something. A moment ago, I was listening to Tony talk about the I think stages and phases, and like there's 47. So this is the thing. There's so much language. There's so many words to describe our experiences, that sometimes that in itself can just be so overwhelming. So we need to shift down sometimes into our body and just let the experience be, because the thinking, the trying to do something and change it into something, the trying to be okay when I'm not okay, right? Instead of just like, let me experience this sadness. Let me experience this depression or this anxiety. There are resources, there are tools, and there are supports. That's what we're all here for, is talking about those things. But sometimes just allowing a person to just be in that space. Our own awareness about the work that we do and how much we are giving to others and pouring into others, we need to take those pauses as well and experience, like, that was a lot that they just laid down. Like multiple deaths, tragic experiences, all the traumas, all the language around it. That can be a lot for our systems, because we are showing up as vessels to hold space for other people, maybe when they're not able to. So it's important that we have our own awareness around where we feel it too, even if it's not our own experience. We are being impacted by the experience of others that we are showing up for. So I want to get into just like culture and grief just briefly. Grief clearly is shaped by culture. Just a quick little story of, I mentioned going into hospice work, and I'm not going to share a whole lot of detail about it, but one of the kind of like pivotal moments for me that I recognized is when my grandmother died. And this was one of the 3 deaths that I experienced when I was in high school, and me standing in her kitchen, looking out the window at my family. And it appeared to me that my family seemed to be having like a party. And while I know, had I been outside and engaging, like there was like varied experience of what was going on. But I remember just thinking to myself in that moment, is this how all families like experience? Is this how they grieve? Because I had not had a lot of people in my family die up until that point, or at least that I was close to. So I hadn't been to many funerals. It was not something that we talked about a lot. In fact, I don't remember there ever being a conversation about like going to a funeral. I just went. You know what I mean? If someone died, I just went to the funeral. But there wasn't a lot of conversation around like death and dying and what it meant and how I felt. So here I am in my really like early 20s, maybe 19, I'm not sure, but just kind of sitting there thinking like, this is a lot. Like, it just felt like a shock to my system. So grief, like, that shaped my entire life when it comes to my work, just having that one experience. And that may have been 5 or 10 minutes of everything else that had happened around the death of my grandmother, but I remember that very distinctly. So how we express grief, the conversations that we have about death and dying, how we hold on to it, how we allow, are we emotive, or do we see the people around us like holding it in per se? Or are people like really talking about it? Do we say the names of our loved ones? All of that is ingrained in our culture. And it could be family culture, it could be community, whatever. When I think about it, what I experienced like really went out several like layers. It wasn't just my family. I kind of saw that just in general in the community that I lived in. The point is again, having awareness around that, having those conversations, because there is no right way. It's just understanding how I'm showing up and kind of navigating this grief experience, how it has been shaped by my culture, by my family. So here's a quick like cultural reflection. What did you learn about grief growing up? What were the stories? Were you encouraged to talk about it? Were you told like, you know, boys don't cry? If you saw like, did you see family members crying? Like, that's a good question. I don't even ever remember seeing many adults in my family cry. So just sadness in general, whatever they were upset about, I didn't see that often. So what did you learn about grief growing up? And how might that still be showing up for you today? So meaning making is how we begin to make sense of a loss. And I just wanted to name meaning making as it is happening right now. Everybody that's here, that is watching this, that is participating in this this grief conference, is engaging in meaning making. We're trying to make sense of loss that is happening to us, all around us. And we're doing lots of different things. I'm doing this presentation. I can name when this type of work became important to me. And it started with my family. It started with my grandmother and my 2 aunts. And that has kind of became my life journey. My life's mission is talking to and educating people, but we're all participating in meaning making right now. And so that looks like a lot of different things. The presentation, writing books, starting a foundation, a scholarship, doing walks, Alzheimer's walks, cancer walks, different things like that. So we're all trying to figure out at some point, this is happening. This is just a part of life. So it's happening. How do we then make sense of these losses that we're going to experience anyway? And I've already kind of talked about what that can look like. But it certainly can be telling the story. If I had to say one of the most important pieces of all of this and talking about language is creating space for people to be able to share their story. And the grief work that I do with people, I can tell you how that typically shows up. There's a story. 2 weeks later, there's another story. 2 weeks later, the next week, there's another story. The story never ends. Right? Even after the person or the loss has been experienced already, there's still more story to tell. So I think one of the most important things we can do for people is just to bear witness to their experience, no judgment, just bearing witness to the story that they have to tell. Honoring a person's memory in varied ways, we talked about that, and then just living differently and staying connected. we are in community right now, and I'm sure many of you, us, have worked together or are going to collaborate through this experience and other experiences. I heard Tony talking about the app that's coming out. So many of us are going to be participating in that. We are staying connected in this journey, and whether that's helpers or bereaved, we are all together in this and trying to make meaning and just figure out what this looks like. It is certainly a growing community, and always different aspects to talk about, certainly. So lots of work to be done around meaning making. And then this is just another reflection. Where might meaning already be showing up for you? I named one here. This is where meaning is showing up for me today. Another way is the work that I've done in just creating healing through time. That's not my primary job. That's my passion project, because I'm super serious, I guess, about creating space and educating people, helping them find resources to get what they need when it comes to navigating loss, because I am of the belief that we should not be doing this alone. We don't have to do this alone, because we were not intended to operate, to function in a vacuum. So that just doesn't make sense to me. So that is the way meaning is showing up for me. Where might meaning already be showing up for you now? And then the last piece here is just integration. It's an interesting thing, like life continues, right? Like I said, we're not going to get back the last couple of minutes. That's gone. We get back in the game. It's hard getting back in the game sometimes, though. This is the thing. You can carry grief and still live. Clearly, we can do that. It's hard. It's difficult. Sometimes we don't want to, but I also think that it's necessary. I also think that it's important for us to find ways to show up and give back and share. Our story sometimes can be the conduit for somebody else saying yes to life. So I really do believe in this idea of just like getting back in the game. We have to figure out ways to get back into the game. And we all here have a ton of resources of ways in which we help people every day to get back into the game. So loss and life are not opposites. They exist together. I don't care what it is. We are losing things all the time, and then we also gain things all the time. It is just kind of like reactionary in that way. Grief becomes something that we carry, not something that we have to resolve. So this kind of concludes the end of my presentation, but I'm going to offer a last invitation for you all to just return to self, maybe put our learning brains back on as we continue throughout this weekend, learning and sharing and growing together. So let's just close with one more pause. Take a breath in and out. Notice your body. Notice the opportunity to just kind of sit and be, and the importance of the pause. Notice your breath. Notice this moment. And then I'll invite you to bring your awareness back to yourself. And I encourage you to carry forward what serves you the best in this moment. So I thank you all for an opportunity to come on and share. There have been some really, really awesome speakers today. So I'm also looking forward to just continuing to learn from you all and being part of the community. So thank you.
Welcome to Frequency y Mucho Más. Here, we don't force healing. We create the space for you to remember it. A space to soften, to release, to align, to return to your truth. Because deep within you, there is a wisdom that has never been broken, only waiting to be awakened. At Frequency y Mucho Más, we guide you beyond the noise of the world and into the stillness of your soul. Imagine feeling lighter, clearer, more connected than ever before. Imagine your breath deepening, your body unwinding, your energy expanding into something you can finally recognize as you. This is where shifts begin through sacred multidimensional practices, from hypnosis to quantum energy healing to sound therapy, shamanic journeys, and intuitive guidance. We open the doorway for true transformation. Not surface level change, but deep cellular soul level remembrance. Here, we hear beyond sound, attuning to the echoes of your soul. We feel beyond sensation, aligning with the truth within your energy. We step into the unseen, where healing becomes real, where clarity becomes embodied, where your power is reclaimed. This is not just a service. This is a moment. This is a sacred experience, a return, a rebirth. We are Frequencies y Mucho Más.
My name is Jake. I've lost everything I ever loved. My mother,
I can't escape the
my fiance,
silence.
my home. Grief is my curse,
Every
but also my
memory
gift.
cuts like fire.
I walk this broken world, carrying the weight of pain and helping others carry
Still
theirs.
screaming in the choir. My chest is
I am
heavy,
Jake.
my hands
I
are
am
cold.
Grief Guy.
Grief is a story that never grows old.
The Adventures of Grief Guy. Chapter 4. The Weight Beneath the Floorboards. Jake didn't plan to stay, but when he stepped outside the Pine Lantern Inn, something in the wind held him in place. It wasn't grief. He knew the feel of grief, sharp, raw, lonely. This was something older, rooted. Like the ground didn't want to let go of its secrets. He turned back and walked inside. Claire was sitting by the fireplace again, staring at the spot where the black oil had oozed down the night before. The wall was clean now, the frame gone, but something still hung there, invisible and heavy. She looked up. "I thought you were leaving." "I was," Jake said, "but this isn't done." That afternoon, Jake explored the town. Whisper Hollow wasn't a town so much as a wound in the earth. There were no children, no schools, just elderly eyes peeking from behind curtains, and streets that curved into woods no one dared walk after dark. He stopped at the town records office, a dusty one-room building beside the library. A clerk named Mr. Hatley greeted him with suspicion, but warmed when Jake mentioned Michael Marsh. "Good man," Hatley said, "salt of the earth." "Any enemies?" Hatley paused. "Not enemies, but there were rumors about what he did before he moved here. You know how it is with drifters. Clean slate, nobody asks too many questions." Jake frowned. What kind of rumors? The old man leaned closer. Said he left another town behind. One where a girl went missing, never charged, but folks whispered, and he sure didn't like being asked about it. Jake filed it away. On the way out, he stopped by the church. The priest, Father Dunn, met him in the empty nave. I heard about the inn, the priest said without introduction. Heard you stopped something. I quieted it, Jake said. But it's not over. Father Dunn sighed. Michael came to me for confession the week he died. Jake's brow tightened. Did he say what was haunting him? No, but he said this. If she ever finds the photo, I'm done for. That night, Jake sat with Claire on the stairs of the inn. He told her about the priest, the rumors, the fear in Michael's final words. She was silent for a long time. Then she said, he kept a lockbox, bolted to the floorboards under our bed. I never had the key, Jake stood. Let's open it. The bedroom hadn't changed since the funeral. Claire stood back as Jake moved the bed aside. He found the box, iron, rusted, cold to the touch. The bolts had fused with time. Jake pried it open with a crowbar from the tool shed. Inside were a pistol, unregistered, a bundle of letters, water-stained and torn, and a photo. Jake picked it up. It showed Michael, younger, arm around a teenage girl with a nervous smile. Not Claire. On the back, in fading ink, me and Anna, Whispering Pines Lake, 2003. Claire's hand flew to her mouth. That's the lake house where he used to go alone. He said it helped him think. I never asked. Jake flipped through the letters. They were addressed to Anna. Some tender, some angry. All pleading, but the last one was different. You should have kept your mouth shut. You think they'd believe you over me? I could make you disappear, Anna. Don't test me. Claire fell into the chair behind her, pale. He hurt her. Jake nodded, or worse. The next 3:03 a.m. came like a breath before a scream. The inn groaned. The lights surged. The windows bled fog. Jake stood in the hallway again, Bible in hand, photo in his pocket. Michael, he said aloud, you're not here for Claire. You're here because you're scared of judgment. Silence, then slam. A door burst open at the end of the hall. Cold wind spilled out, and in it, a shadow. Slumped, heavy, shaking. Michael's ghost. His eyes were hollow, mouth trembling. Jake didn't step back. You lied in life, and now you're chained in death, Jake said evenly. Tell the truth, and you can be free. The spirit twitched, recoiled. She found the photo, Jake said louder. She knows. The girl at the lake. Anna. What did you do? The lights shattered, the walls cracked, and Michael screamed, not in anger, but in agony. I didn't mean to! The ghost collapsed to its knees, hands over its face. She slipped! I didn't help her. I was afraid. I buried her near the lake. I thought I'd be forgiven. The wind stopped. The air stilled, and Michael's shadow faded piece by piece until there was nothing but the photo on the floor, smoldering at the edges. Claire and Jake stood in silence. He killed her, she said quietly. Jake nodded. He paid for it. She looked at him, eyes wet. What happens now? Jake picked up his bag, slung it over his shoulder. Now, he said, you go to the police. Give them the photo. Let her family know. Let her rest. Claire nodded. And you? Jake turned toward the door. Another bus. Another ghost. Another wound. He walked into the fog, swallowed by the morning.
The world keeps spinning round and round, but I'm stuck on the ground. Can't shake this feeling down. Is there something more, something I'm searching for? Healing inside, is a journey, a beautiful ride. Healing inside, it's time to face your fears. Let go of your tears. The shadows dance, they twist and turn, but I won't let them burn. Gotta find a lesson learned. It's time to face your fears. Let go of your tears. Shadows dance, they twist and turn, but I won't let.
Hi, and welcome to the Global Grief Conference. My name is Lori Chenger, and I'm here this weekend to speak to you about addictions and ambiguous grief. Ambiguous grief is a grief that people go through when a person in their life is still present but absent. I'm an international speaker and a 5-time international best-selling author. I will be leaving you with tips and strategies of how to manage your grief and that you matter and you're not alone. Thank you.
My name is Jake. I've lost everything I ever loved. My mother, my fiance, my home. Grief is my curse, but also my gift. I walk this broken world, carrying the weight of pain and helping others carry theirs. I am Jake. I am Grief Guy.
Have you ever felt that your life looks perfect on the outside, yet on the inside there's this quiet, hollow ache that you just cannot explain, and wondered, is there something more waiting for me on the other side? My name is Anda Grobler, and I help people to turn their pain into purpose and their grief into gratitude. My mission is to empower 1 million people worldwide to discover meaning in their journey and to transform life's deepest challenges into clarity, strength, and purpose. Because I believe your story is not a limitation. It is, in fact, your invitation. My vision is to impact people by helping them to move to intentional living and to purpose-driven transformation. Imagine waking up every morning knowing my story matters and my journey has meaning. Through my Grief to Gratitude program, I support individuals through mental resilience development, healing circles, and my 10-week signature program, Finding Your Purpose in Your Journey from Grief to Gratitude. After losing my daughter 24 years ago at 9 months due to stillbirth, I had to decide, is grief going to define me or is it going to refine my life? Today I know pain can become purpose, loss can become leadership, and your story can become somebody else's survival guide. So if you are ready to transform your grief to gratitude and rediscover your purpose, DM me directly and I'm happy to start this journey with you. I'm looking forward to our journey together. Thank you.
Every face kept asking things.
People think monsters
I never
announce themselves.
learned how to avoid. I remember hands were shaking, not from fear, just
They think we
from
look
the
different.
cold. I kept thinking this is nothing, just a moment.
We don't.
Just control. They say a line exists somewhere.
We learn how to blend
between
in.
the thought and what you do, but no one told me where it was, and no one told me
How to be
what
trusted.
was true. The first time didn't feel like murder. It felt like everything went still.
Invited.
Like the world stopped asking questions and I finally chose my will. I didn't feel the weight
Some of us are
of
chosen.
sin. I didn't hear a scream. I just felt the silence notice me and let me stay unseen.
They don't scream the way you expect.
I heard you.
I saw the chains they gave your name.
I knew you were coming.
In the rain.
You are under contract.
You chose to overkill slowly.
I know, but I do not work for you.
Call it law, but I see a man who broke the
We shall see.
I'll be waiting.
even if it costs my bones. If this world only stands 'cause you bleed, then it's already
Grief must have a balance, a safe place to call home, and someone to help you walk.
stands 'cause you bleed, and it's already wrong to me.
Hello, my friend.
Oh my God.
Hey, you know, if it wasn't for the challenges, we wouldn't have anything. We wouldn't have anything to do.
You have no idea.
Oh, I do. Trust me, I do. When I was
That's why I
young,
said you
when
don't
I
have
was
any
10
idea
years old,
unless you've been through something like this.
this is very true. Because most people would look at us and be like, what is going on with y'all?
What do
You know,
you mean?
and you know, the crazy part about it is that we leave ourselves open when we do these live streams for individuals, right? Because they don't understand. They just think that everything just flows very
Oh,
smoothly.
yeah.
And, you know, sometimes it does. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it does. And
Oh,
sometimes
yeah.
it doesn't. Right?
But you have to be prepared.
Yeah, you have to be prepared. You have to keep going. You have to, you know, you have to adapt and things like that. And sometimes you may have to just be like, hey, so right now we having some technical difficulties. And, you know, it's to be expected. It's really to be expected, right?
Yeah.
But hey, man, look, we are 8 hours, almost 9 hours into
Yeah,
this,
just to the minute, seconds.
right? And the crazy part about it is that, you know, out of all the years I've done it, of course we have our challenges, but I would have to say this lineup that we have this weekend is truly amazing. We have some veterans, we have some new people, right? But it's been amazing. And those who are in the grief field with us, they understand when we talk, you know, because we talk different. You know, our language of grief is totally different than most people. What we find amazing may be boring to another person, but to the right individual, it's informative.
Yeah.
It's very informative. And again, 5 years of doing this. You know, these are things that when we first started off, we had expectations, and then all of a sudden those expectations aren't being met. And we're humbled. We're humbled by the community that we serve, right? And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have it any other way because of the simple fact of we're still reaching the right people.
Yeah.
We're still reaching the right people. And it's worth it. It's definitely worth it, you know? So far, what you have seen, what are your thoughts going through your mind?
There's so many ways so many types of grieving types and grieving periods, and especially in our lives, we go through certain things that we don't even think that it's grievable. And yet when we look back at it, yeah, we did grieve our health. We did grieve losing a job, losing a friend, losing ourselves, losing a house, losing a country. Sometimes people have to go.
That's right there. Losing a country, right? Because, and I don't want to involve a whole lot of world politics into what we're doing, but it actually affects what we're doing. It actually affects what we're doing, right? Because of the reach that we have across the world, there's people that are being affected that may or may not hold some importance to someone else.
Yep.
But the thing about it is that we are humans. It affects all of us at some point in time. It really does. This world that we live in, believe it or not, whether if you're white, black, Hispanic, it doesn't matter what nationality that you are, it affects us.
Sorry about that, but my system is crazy.
But it does affect us, right? And every year we come about and we find creative ways to reach into more people.
Mm-hmm.
And the beautiful part about it is that as long as it offers us opportunities to reach those people, we never stop striving to reach those people.
Yeah.
Right? Because I always look at it like this. There's somebody else out there that I can't reach, that Ada can reach.
That somebody else can. Yeah.
I love Tamara's presentation. Think about that for a minute. I love Tamara's presentation, right? And so many other people that came before them. And I don't want to make it about the things that I do. I'm just a catalyst for the things that are coming.
Right.
And I just want to be always a connecting point to bring people to right people, right? Because it's never about us. The one thing, Ada, that I learned during this grief journey is that it's not about me.
No,
it's not about me. We're just waiting on our other presenter to come, but if you guys could indulge with us for a minute, ask your questions, please. This is a live stream. We're all over the place today. Please ask.
Literally.
Yeah, we really are all over the place today, right? But it's a beautiful thing because we are humans. We are human beings, and we are not perfect. I am not perfect by no means. 5 years of doing this, we've come across every challenge that ever can be presented to a person or a team, right? And big shout out to my team out here today. Please, big shout out to my team. We got Terrain that's been helping people put together their infomercials. We have you, that's been helping people, with the links and everything else. There's so much more. There's so much.
With you.
No, I do. Ada, it's not about me.
No, I'm saying your work to get together.
I'm a men's grief coach. That's all, no more, no less. Mm-hmm. The things that people see, this global grief conference and things like that, is me being a servant and me holding myself accountable to the commitment that I swore to, right? I can't speak for no one else. But when I decided to do this work, I didn't realize the benefits and the opportunities that it was going to present to me. I tell everybody, look, man, I'm a nobody. I'm just a poor boy from Virginia that had a dream and a vision. And my dream was to bring people like ourselves together, to put us into one area to where it made it easy for people to be able to connect with us.
Yeah.
And that's all I ever wanted to do. It's never been about success. It's never been about notoriety. To be honest with you, if I could have stayed behind scenes, I would have. I really would have. I'd have been like, no, I'm good.
Me too. Me too.
I don't want the notoriety. I want people to feel as if the things that we do doesn't come with some sort of strings attached to it.
No, it doesn't.
But also, this is also what I want to remind people as grief practitioners, the things that we come across, the things that we, the questions, the things that hinder us from being able to commit 24 hours a day to an individual. Some of the questions. Now I'm gonna run these across to you, and we'll bounce this back and forth until our next presenter come across. The one statement that I always got was, "You're trying to capitalize on my loss."
Wow.
I want to explain something to those who are watching. Isn't it the same thing that you're trying to do? Those who are seeking support, isn't the same thing that you're trying to do is capitalize on my loss as well? And the thing about it is, there was a sacrifice that was made. There was pain that was endured. There was challenges that was overcome. And to be sitting here on this beautiful platform, the Global Grief Conference, 2026, 5 years in the making, since 2021. I have to remind people, I'm not trying to capitalize on your loss. I'm just trying to add you some tools so you can navigate your loss.
Right.
And that information that I've gotten costs me. I don't want to charge you an arm and a leg, but if you want me to be available to you when you need me, well, I need to have the freedom to be able to do it.
Right.
So there's a give and take there. No one's trying to capitalize on anybody else's traumatic experience.
No, no.
We're trying to aid you so you don't have to struggle the way that we did when we went through ours.
Right.
That's it, no more, no less.
Yeah.
Right?
If anything, we don't want them to go through the pain without all these tools that we have for them. And also, we want them to be prepared. Just like we were going through the pain, we didn't know any better.
No.
But if we had all this stuff, we could have probably processed a lot of stuff. And it's very, very, we have to be careful when we make hard decisions when we're going through grief. So that's something you got to keep in mind as well.
But I love that you said that, because I want to piggyback off of that. Yes, look, this thing that we're in is still in its baby stages, but the work that we do is eternal. It's very eternal, right? So what you as a griever, and we understand your vulnerability, we understand where you're at, we want to meet you where you're at, but to feel as if we owe you from our experiences is not okay. Because for the same thing, we understand that you're in a vulnerable situation, and we want to make sure that we're not navigating you to a place to where it can be very detrimental.
Right.
But there has to be some give and take there. You have to also look at the person that's in front of you. The reason why you reached out to us is because of our experience.
Right.
So when we share our stories of loss, and there's some loss I can't speak to.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on this. I'm just a guy with a vision who have experienced some things. And I've been able to separate the emotion out of it to extract information, and the information is valuable to someone else. So when, as someone who's looking for support, keep that in mind. We're not trying to take advantage of you. And, by all means, don't try to take advantage of us through our experience. When you reach out to us, we can relate to you through the relationship, through our loss. It took us a long time to get to where we are.
Yes.
And the people who come about We've all been there. They want to say, as a vulnerable, they're still looking for fingers to point at other individuals. And I want to say this, and I want to be very, very, very upfront when I say this. If you're looking at someone to point the fingers, please keep in mind that the practitioners that you're pointing fingers at sacrifice their loss to benefit you, to become of value to you.
Right.
No one's trying. Look, I want to say that with discretion as well, because there are some people out there that will want to take advantage of you. We're not them. This is why we keep separating ourselves from the norm, right? The people that you encounter have actually walked this walk. We don't want nothing from you except for your grief. Give us your grief so we can give you tools to navigate that grief. But of course, I'm a newbie in all of this. I'm 7 years into it, Ada. I'm a baby boy up in this thing,
I'm not saying how old I am.
I'd like to say, I didn't say my age. Don't you be saying your age online, and everything. But, the experience that we've carried with us and had to navigate and things like that is of value to you. And when we feel the same way that you feel, as if we're not being seen, heard, or you take us for granted, and we also understand that as well. We take a lot of things for granted because we want somebody to relate to us.
Right.
We want somebody to go, I'm gonna share this story and everything as we wait for our next presenter to come up. When I lost my son, when my son passed away, the church I went to was saying, hey, we have some therapists for you. So, a little bit of history about me. I used to go to church faithfully because I had nowhere else to turn to.
Yeah.
And I tried everything else and I failed miserably. Even though I thought that I was doing my thing. No, at the end of the day, I ended up homeless, broke. I ended up hungry and alone. And there was times where I didn't know how to navigate that feeling. I didn't even know what those feelings were.
Yeah.
Right? Because my life had been so filled with balance that the only feeling that I ever felt was, the two only feelings that I ever navigated was loneliness and balance. I didn't want nothing from anyone. I didn't depend on anyone from anyone. And sure enough, I didn't want anybody to come and save me.
Yeah.
Terrain's in the house, man. You know what I'm saying? Terrain, how you doing? My brother, man. Thank you for being a part of this. Terrain has been a crucial part of the things that you guys see. Great friend, awesome person. If you guys ever get the chance to reach out to him, check out his podcast, the Behind the Scenes podcast. This man is out there doing it. And, I want to make sure that he's being supported in every way possible, just like every presenter that we have. Terrain, if you're not busy, man, come on up here to talk to Ada and myself, man. Introduce yourself to the audience. We're later in the day. We got a different audience that's coming in. Come on up here, man. You got the link. If you do need the link, if you don't want to come up, I totally understand. And things like that. But if you want to come up, introduce yourself, man, please by all means do that. Ada, I want to say, man, thank you. Thank you for trusting me in these processes over the last couple of years of building this Global Grief Network. Let me ask you, when it comes down to what we built together as a team, we've seen people come and go, haven't we not? And we're still working together. We've seen a lot of people come and go. People that was with it, and then all of a sudden they were all gone. What is one of the biggest lessons that you've learned navigating this world that we call the Global Grief Network?
Be your word.
Be your word, right? Oh my God. Okay. I don't want to speculate. I'm just going to ask you, what do you mean by be your word?
When you say you're going to do something, do it.
Yeah.
We've had situations that we were promised things and things to occur or to happen, and they weren't. And be honest is another one. You know, if you can't do it, you can't do it. Just be responsible enough to say that you can't do it. Again, be your word. Say what you mean. Say it and do it. If you're saying I'm going to be there, then be there. But if you can't, you can't.
That's very true. Let me ask you. You know, if you had the means, what would be something that you would add to this grief field to help others?
I believe it exists, but we need to provide a lot of the services in different languages. It's not just English. And I know that every corner of the world somebody does work on it, but make it more available so everybody knows what you're doing, and be part of the directory that you're creating. You can create like what other languages you, as a practitioner, what languages you speak.
That's very true. You know, I'm one of the individuals that are out here exploring different opportunities, you know, to integrate the GG and the Global Grief Network into businesses, because we have a lot of practitioners that understand what grief in business means, you know, and what it takes to be able to offer support to those individuals that are in businesses, right? So let's go down this rabbit hole for a bit. When it comes down to business, what is the one thing that CEOs need to understand when it comes down to their employees going through grief? Because remember, now, mind you, employees go through grief. When they go through loss, they expect to come back to work 2 weeks later.
2 weeks?
You know,
how about a couple of days later?
Girl, look, I'm telling you, like I've seen the ups and downs. I've seen the, you know, oh, we're gonna get 3 days.
Yeah.
Who in their right mind can grieve within 3 days and still come back and function in an environment, in a professional environment?
Yeah.
Right? This is hard. And it's heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about businesses, because that's my next move. That's my next, you know, like I'm gonna put a little something out there, but my next move is to go to the businesses and go, look, if you want your employees to be able to operate at 100%, you have to be able to understand that when they go through loss, they're not going to come back at 100%. They come back.
Yeah, you have to understand what their processes are.
Yeah. So my question, or the topic of discussion that I want to dive into, when it comes down to business, we both business owners, right? We see, but we look at things from a different perspective. We see things very, very differently from most people.
Yeah.
When it comes down to businesses, as being an entrepreneur like yourself, what are one of the things that you personally offer to your employees when they are experiencing loss? And what is one thing that you would suggest to those CEOs in those Fortune 500 companies? And I've been in offices with these people. I had meetings with these people. I'm constantly meeting with Fortune 500 individuals, because I'm like, the Global Grief Network, we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. But in order to work with us, you're going to have to understand what we offer you, the value that we offer you, and to your employees. Because just because You own the business, you don't own the person.
Right.
And people are complex. And when we go through grief, you have to have an understanding. In order to reach your bottom line, offer different opportunities. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. What are your thoughts and opinions on that, Ms. Ada?
Yeah, as far as businesses go, they should provide or give their employees options of either getting help with a grief coach or a group support group, and listen to them and listen to see if they are capable of coming back to work. And if it's a matter of approving the leave or not, they do have other types of leaves that they can take. Family Friendly Leave Act, sick leave, whatever other types of leaves that each agency has its own, depending on federal, state, or local. But have that conversation with, acknowledge your employee and what they're going through. I think that's the most important thing.
I want to give a big shout out to one of our colleagues and dear friend, Claire Swartz.
Claire.
Things that she does. Yeah, Claire is freaking awesome. You guys ever get the chance to connect with her, please by all means connect with her. She is freaking awesome. And, this is one of the things that's been a passion of hers as well. Is going into businesses and going, look, if you want the bottom line, we have to deal with the top line first, right? We have to go through the ABCs in order for you to do this. And in order to do this, you're going to have to offer some sort of opportunities to ensure that your bottom line is being met. There's ways of doing it to where you don't put extra stress on the person who has experienced that loss by offering remote services. We live in a day and age now where those are a thing. We can do those things. You don't have to go into the office. I can do everything right here from my computer. And it's a beautiful thing. But I think a lot of CEOs out there, a lot of those really multi-billion-dollar companies, they don't see it that way. Which is inhumane, first and foremost. And secondly, it doesn't work. We've been trying to rewrite a system that was built in the 70s, in the 80s, where people did not look at certain things that how we do now. Now, when it comes down to a lot of these businesses out here, what would one thing that you would do to strengthen that business to keep them in line with what they need to know without fluctuating?
My camera went funny. Can you repeat it?
I was asking if you had something that you could offer these companies.
Yeah.
What would you give them to help them not only keep their bottom line, but also be compassionate about the people that work for them when they go through something traumatic? Because you can't be strong all the time. This is coming from a man. You cannot be strong all the time. Because of the simple fact that, and when I say this, I want to say when a man is strong all the time, you don't tend to, you will not, I want to say this the right way. You're not going to look at everything the same. The way you always look at it, but also in the same sense, you have to be able to have something to climb up on. It's a ladder, right?
Yeah.
And one of my biggest things, and this is the reason for the app. Because it allows CEOs and things like that to come in, because although they're still looking at their bottom line, and it's very, very financial beneficial for those CEOs that come in, and as well as everyone else. It also opens a door for them to see the inside look of what's going on in their community. I'm always a firm believer. If you are a business owner in the community, build relationships with the people in your community, because that's what's going to allow your business to grow. And as you do this, you're going to have to make some adjustments for the simple fact of you have to have something in place for when those employees do go through something. You can't expect them to come back in and function at 100%. You cannot. It's impossible. It's impossible. I tried. And I was driving a trash truck a few years back when my son passed away. This are the exact words that they gave me when I told them that, I can't do it. They said, well, you know what? After 2 weeks, you don't get paid anymore. So I was forced to go back to work. A week later, a buddy of mine said, hey, I'm going up to X, Y, and Z. Would you like to come? And you know what? I took the thought of that job and I threw it out the window. And I said, you know what? I have to do this, because if I don't, I'm not going to be any good. People expect people to be strong until they're not. And then there's no understanding when they're not, because they always expect to be strong.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts and opinions on that, Ada?
Yeah, getting back to the company, if the company is empathetic, and if they see that their employees are more than just an employee, I'm pretty sure that they will work with them during these periods. But then you have those employers that are, analytical in the sense of they see their numbers, and if their numbers are going down, they don't care about the employees. So wait for you. They'll just hire somebody else. But the employers that are empathetic, they do look to see that their employees are taken care of. I can acknowledge some employers that are doing that. As far as
because I definitely appreciate that, and I want to put this up here because we have Ruth. As a matter of fact, we got Angela Alexander in the background, in the back room and everything. And Ruth is an amazing person. If you guys ever get the chance to connect with her, she's not here right now. This is one of those things, sometimes these things happen, life happens. So Ruth is an amazing person. And I wanted to read her bio to you. Dr. Ruth's work is shaped by lived experience, including the loss of her husband at a young age and multiple significant personal losses. These experiences inform her compassion, practical approach to grief healing, blending psychosocial support, trauma-informed care, emotional resilience, and hope-centered restoration. I want to stop there right there. Because there's something in her bio that I really want to bring attention to, right? I wish she was here so I can ask her the question. What do you mean by emotional resilience? So I asked my colleague and my friend, Miss Ada, when you hear the words emotional resilience, what are the thoughts that come to mind?
Yeah, emotional resilience means that you've looked within yourself as well as to see how your emotions have been affected and how you've improved, and realizing how you react to certain things and how the world and the people in the world react to it. You're ready. You've been through certain things. You understand emotions and how you can react to it or not react to it, because sometimes we just don't need to react to certain actions that people throw at us. And just be prepared emotionally.
Yeah, I started thinking about that as well. You know, as you were speaking, and I was I was um, I was left with the question because you know the term emotional resistance, you know, resilience came, you know, as I was reading it, and automatically, you know, as a man, I start thinking, you know what, maybe this is something I need to fight. This is something I need to put knuckles up to. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But it's not always that. Um, and I have a definition, my own definition, when it comes down to emotional resilience. And I want to say emotional resilience to me is the ability to resist the reactionary response of your emotions when it comes down to controlling a situation. And what I mean by that, emotions are very reactive. And I've always operated within logic, right? The challenge becomes, when do you distinguish one from the other? Because they blend in. So my question to Miss Ada, when do you start to recognize what's the difference between emotional resilience and emotional intelligence?
That's a good one.
It's something to think about, right? Because emotional resilience can be distinguished as intelligence because you've made the decision to go, you know what, this is not going to control me, or becoming more self-aware of the emotions that you are experiencing.
Mhm.
You know, and as a man, you know, and I keep having to say that as a man, I often had to reflect on that because no one ever taught me emotional resilience. I had to learn emotional intelligence or awareness on my own, and it was a self-reflection, right? Because no one ever told me that it was okay to do these things. When you become resilient to an emotion, I often believe that, and I could be wrong when I say this, please let me know. Emotional intelligence and emotional resilience differ in this way. Resilience is not allowing yourself to feel the emotion that you are experiencing, right? Emotional intelligence is understanding the emotion that you're experiencing and being able to articulate it
Mhm.
effectively to the people that are around you. Because the one thing that I've always said true to what when I started this was that I don't want you to assume what's going on with me.
That's right. You don't.
I want you to know what's going on with me. That way, you can then, as the person who's in my space and everything, you can then decide whether or not if you want to be there, right? Because grief is heavy. Grief is very, very heavy. And the crazy part about it is that people think that it lightens up over time. No, you just learn how to carry it differently. You know, so where you at in your grief journey is where you need to be at. Don't compare it to no one else. You know, what you want to learn will allow you to be very emotionally intelligent, but also learn how to let people know what you need as well.
Yes.
Right?
The communication is so vital.
Oh, yes. And you know, and it can be a beautiful thing if you want it to be. I often, even now to this day, I often say, you know what, this life can be a beautiful place if you wanted to be that, but it also can be a very detrimental place if you wanted to be that as well. So you get to choose, you get to decide and choose what part of that you want to experience. And a lot of times people don't understand because of human nature or environmental circumstances, they tend to default back to what they know. And sometimes, I'm going to use myself as an example. When I experienced my first major loss, I resorted back to the violent nature of who I was at that time.
Yeah.
You know, and my motto was, if I gotta hurt, you gotta hurt too. Hurt people. It's the norm. It's the one thing that always stands true. Hurt people will always hurt people. You know, and people are creatures of habit, right? And what I mean by that, and no disrespect to anyone out there, where if it reaches you, we go back to what is comfortable for us. So if we're used to toxic relationships,
what we know, yeah,
you know, if you're used to toxic relationships, eventually, if you get into a good one, you're going to compare it to the toxic one, and it's not going to compare because it's something unusual for you. When it comes down to grief, right? We're not going to be around other people who have not experienced similar losses. So I'm not going to be around Ada if I lost my boy Malcolm over here, right? Because the relationship that I have with Malcolm has nothing to do with Ada. At least I think that is anyway, right? Only to find out now to where the individual that's sitting in front of you can say, there's no difference. There's no difference in between what I've experienced and what this person experienced. The only distinguishing factor is the relationship that you have with that individual. And if you're talking to someone who's never had a relationship with that individual, it opens up the doors for you to be honestly brutal to that person, because there's no distinguishing biases there, right? There's nothing to say, oh, I knew this person as this, or you knew this person as that. It's not there. So it opens for an honest conversation. And this is where most people have their struggle with, because it's an open, honest conversation. There's no more of me agreeing with you about your actions. I get to see it from a different point of view. Right?
Exactly.
Because I have no relationship with that individual. I only see your actions. I see how you're doing it, which allows me to be a little bit more honest with you when I say, hey, you're messing up right now. Because it's a default action. We go back to what we know. If you're a drug addict, you go back to doing drugs. If you're an alcoholic, you go back to doing alcohol. If you're a womanizer or a manizer or things like, if you're promiscuous, you go back to being promiscuous, right? It's habitual because it's safe. When I look at Ada, we've been through so much stuff together, right? And also individually. What was one of the things, the hardest lesson that you had to learn navigating your world of grief that you wish other people would understand?
There's so many.
It is a lot. It is definitely a lot. But what is the main one? What is the main thing that you understood that really dug into you and made you build a foundation upon that and said no more?
Yeah, I think the most important thing was sitting with my emotions and realizing who they were, what they were, how they affected me, how they affected my family, how they affected everything around me. And just grasp it and say, okay, I see you. And acknowledge it and see where I can grow, where I could grow with it in other aspects of my life.
Yes. You know, I didn't never understand that because I became numb. After so many losses, I became numb. And to be honest with you, when I first started experiencing major losses, I didn't care. And we have Ms. Ruth, who has showed up, and we're going to bring her up on stage. Ms. Ruth, in the private chat, Let me know if you need some slides uploaded, please. You know what I'm saying? We're going to bring her up here. She's going to. Hey, Ruth is amazing, right? She also has a podcast too, but I'm gonna let her give you the details of that. So while she's doing what she needs to do to make sure that she's bringing you guys, the best possible things that she has coming in her toolbox. And trust me, there's a lot, right? That you guys can take in and use as tools and resources. Ada, we will continue this conversation, because today is not about us, it's about the presenters. It's about these amazing people that have committed their lives to being in servitude to other people. And I think that's an amazing purpose for people to have, to be in servitude to other people. So I want to ask Ada to leave the audience with something as we move forward with our next presenter. And then we have Miss Angela Alexandra coming up after that. And she is another amazing person. Like, we are so blessed to be around the people that we are. And I cannot express my appreciation to these individuals to trust in us during this process. Right, because when we mention the Global Grief Conference and what we're going to do, there's a lot of people going, "Oh my God, what do you mean? This is another." And then it's our job to come back in and we go, "No, this is about you." Oh wow, you've been here since 5. I didn't see you, Miss Ruth. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I will apologize to you. I'm going to bring Ms. Ruth up so I can officially apologize to her, and then we're going to leave the platform to her. Because for one, she's been here for a while, and it's probably just my fault that I didn't see her. So I'm going to bring her up here and let her introduce herself. Ms. Ruth.
Hi. I'm good. Can you hear me?
What? You up here with Tony and Ada? We're doing this another year.
Yes.
You've been with us for a couple years now, a few years,
Yeah.
Presenting what you bring to the table and
Thank
everything.
you.
I want to officially say that it's been an honor and a privilege to watch you grow, to do the things that you do, the podcast, the information, the drive and the passion that you have for other people. And when we talk about heart-centered, the presenters that we have are heart-centered, and this is one of them. So without further ado, Miss Ruth, we're going to get off the stage and let you do your thing. Right?
Thank you.
It's a blessing and an honor to have you here another year with us.
Thank you.
And, we're not going to hold you up. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to hold you up. Hey, love you.
Thank you.
And let these people know who you are, okay?
Okay.
All right. Love you.
Thank you so much. Love you. Thank you all today. I'm truly honored to be here again. I've been here. I was here last year. I was here the other, and I'm here again. And I just want to thank you, Tony. I want to thank you, Ada, for everything you guys are doing. And I want to thank everyone that keeps joining in this conference. I want to say thank you for being there year in, year out. And today, before I introduce myself, I would just want to start with with just this, because I always like asking this question, like, how are you today? Because you're not just sitting next to someone, you're not sitting next to yourself, you're not sitting next to that person that is right there beside you, you're not just in a room. It's all about you in this moment. It's all about who you truly are. It's all about what you really want to become of yourself. And I want you to take a moment first, to just answer this honest question, which is really like within yourself. And that one question is, what is that one thing that you're carrying right now that nobody really knows about? What's that one thing that doesn't really come out so loud? You know, sometimes people see you and they feel you okay, but deep within you, you know that there's something really wrong and you're trying to get out of it, but you don't even know how to. You want to share with someone, you don't really know how to. So that thing that you feel, I need to really talk about it to myself, to the next person sitting by me. So it's really that thing that is not so loud, that thing that is so silent, that is within you. I want you to be able to. I like interventions a lot. I like people writing down. I like journaling because most of my books come out from most of those things that I write. So I want you to be able to just write them down and say, this is that one thing that has been in my mind, and a lot of people don't know it, but I really want to get out of it. So for some of us, that answer can really like come very quickly. And for some others, it may just be in your mind and you've really like tried to get away from it, but it's not really getting out of your mind. So for some others, it feels like it's a part of your body, like those your trauma points, and you're trying to, but you feel it each time you feel you're traumatized or you're going through some sort and you really need like a release, you know, and all of these are those things that really matter to us. So because it is all of these things that we've just talked about, like I said, before I introduce myself, I really want you to get in the room, because the room is not where you're sitting, the room is you. So many of us are not just dealing with life, we are carrying life along. And we're carrying experiences we never processed, we're carrying emotions we never expressed, and we're carrying those moments we had to survive without support, you know, without language, without any space. And over the time, it becomes something that we now need to live with, right? It becomes that weight that is really taking so much from us. So we get used to it. We stop questioning it. And that's why we're here today. And my name is Dr. Ruth Herziba, and I'm honored to be here with you at this Global Grief Conference. And I'm a grief coach. I'm a fresh start advocate. I believe that a fresh start begins with you, and it is really possible to have a fresh start, and it begins right now. So today I'll be talking about something that is really personal, that is deeply practical, something that we all need, and we need, and it's really necessary. But y'all, sometimes we don't even know where we're at. We don't really know how to navigate all of these things. Okay, so I'll be talking about you don't have to carry this anymore. I don't know what you've been carrying. I don't know what that thing is in your heart that you've been carrying all your life. But I've come to tell you that you don't need to carry it anymore. So this conversation is really centered on the burden of unresolved grief. This conversation is not just that kind of grief that is visible, that people see. Yes, this conversation is that kind of grief that is hidden inside of you that sometimes we just normalize and carry on quietly with it. And we just keep moving and telling ourselves, don't worry, it is okay. I know how to resolve this. I know how to go about it. Yes, this is that conversation. This is that kind of grief that most of us go through. And some of us don't even know how to go about it. Some of us are just trying to live our lives every day with it and just believing that, okay, it's going to be okay. And you know, mostly because some of us, because of our religion, we go through all of these things and we just let it slide. But it's eating us up every day. And sometimes you see yourself rise. We're just living a life like a roller coaster kind of life. And you go up, you go down, you go up, you go down, and you can't really tell where it's coming from. Like I always tell people, everything is not all about prayers, everything is not all about deliverance. Sometimes we need to look inward, we need to look at ourselves and know what is it that I've been carrying. So I want to ask you that question right now. What is that thing you've been carrying? What's that thing you've been taking along with you every day of your life? And I think this is the right time for us to analyze those things. For some people, it's one. For some, it's two. So for some, it's three. For some, it's so much that we don't even know how many they are. But we're going to look at all of these things and just take it slowly and keep moving, because that kind of grief is the kind of grief that people expect you to move on with. Just move on from it quickly. Just let's keep going. Is that kind that you need to just learn to manage as you continue to move in life. Is that instead of you to release it, you just keep managing it. You just keep working with it every day. So today, my goal is very clear. I just want to help you recognize that you may be carrying all of these things, but you need to recognize what you've been carrying. I want to give you some of those tools, like real tools, to which will help you to begin releasing it. Like I said when I started, I'm a fresh start advocate. I believe that fresh start is possible. At any point that you are, you can start again. You can begin again. You can start a new thing again. It is possible. So because there's a difference between the coping and the healing, so right now we're going to be looking at most of those things that we've been coping with and those things that we need to heal from. And many people have learned to really cope, but we've really not learned how to release all of those things so we can begin to heal. So let's start with some of the fundamental things that is necessary. The first thing we'll be looking at is for you to understand that grief is not just about losing someone. It's not just about losing a person. For some of us, we lost people. But when we look inward and we look backward, we realize that it wasn't really just about the person that we lost. It was also about the person that we lost, right? The things that we've lost in the way. And some of these things we've lost maybe through traumas and other things we've had while growing up, and we really never released from it. Then the big blow came and it hit us so well that we've now started thinking that, oh, yes, this is where it is. This is what it is. But really, before the big one, which is losing the person, came in, there was actually something else that must have happened. Maybe we lost our job, we lost relationships, we lost family, we lost peace, we lost us. You lost yourself as an individual. Yes. So grief is the emotional response to any form of loss that you've ever had. So it may be loss of person, maybe loss of relationship, it may be loss of identity, it may be also be loss of stability. It can also be the loss of what you think or thought your life was ever going to look like. When we were growing up, we had like very good dreams about where we wanted to be, but in the course of moving forward in our lives, we realized that some of us never achieved those things that we wanted to achieve. The course of life changed, and we're still grieving those things, right? Yes. So it may be that which you're still grieving, and you need to identify that. So, but this is this challenge that I want you to have like right now. If you don't recognize something as grief, you will not give yourself the permission to be able to process it. So you need to be able to identify what your grief is. So instead of saying I'm grieving, you can just say I'm tired, Instead of you to just say I'm hurt, most times you just say it's fine. Instead of you to acknowledge that loss that you've always had, sometimes we just minimize it and say, is okay. I'll go through it. Such is life. No, such is not life. We need to really be able to identify those things. And that's where the weight begins. So let me define this very clearly. There is this kind of grief that we need to work on, because what we're talking about really centers on some of this grief that I'm talking about today, like the unresolved grief, which most people never see coming. So the unresolved grief is that grief that has really not been processed. It has not been expressed. It has not been integrated. And most of these grief come from our childhood. Those childhood traumas that we had, those things we had while growing up. right? And some, maybe when we already grown, the major grief and losses that we had, but we never gave ourselves the time to process this grief. We just this thought of it like, oh, you can move on, just move on. While you're moving on, you still need time to process the grief, okay? And because this grief really doesn't disappear. You know, it waits, it stays in your thoughts, it stays in your body, it stays in your responses. And over the time, it finds way to show up. Like when the major one comes, or even a little thing triggers it, what happens? Your whole body becomes exhausted. You sometimes begin to show up as exhaustion. It begins to show up as numbness. It begins to show up as irritability. It begins to show up as withdrawal. It begins to show up as just anything that you may be experiencing right now. Not because something is really wrong with you, because that's when you start saying, oh, I have PTSD. Oh, I think I have ADHD. Oh, I think I have, you know, just so much. You start talking about a lot. I have stress, acute stress. I have this, I have that. Yes, nothing is really wrong with you. It's because you've really not been able to address that something that is eating you up inside of you right there. It's just there. You've not been able to talk it over. You've not been able to talk to somebody about it. You've not been able to share your emotions. You've not been able to even cry about it. Maybe all you need to do is just to be able to cry about it. Maybe all you need to do is to be able to forgive, you know, but you've not been able to do all of that. Another type of grief I'll be talking about is the silent grief. So the silent grief is that grief that is not acknowledged, you know. It's not acknowledged by others, it's also not acknowledged by yourself. So there was no space for it, no conversation, no support, right? No pauses. So instead of it being processed, what do you have? You just carry it along with your life. And that is reality. So silent grief can actually be one of the heaviest grief because sometimes it just happens and we don't even recognize it. Why? Because you just carry it alone and you just keep moving. There is this other one, which is the compounded grief. This is when life doesn't even give you time to heal because something else happened. From one loss to another one to another one. So there's really no pause in between. From one tragedy, from one adversity, from one pain to another pain, things are just happening. You're wondering, why is this happening to me? And there's no pause in between for you to even process any of them. There is no recovery time. There is no space to breathe. Instead of healing one thing at a time, everything begins to stack up together and you find yourself carrying layers upon layers of pain, layers of disappointment, layers of adjustment. So at this point, it becomes really like too much for you and you just keep going. And this is where you need to pause and then talk about something which we really misunderstand. And that thing is strength. So many of us really come out and people praise you for being strong. Oh, she's so strong. Oh, she's so good. Oh, she's handling it well. Oh, she stayed strong. Oh, she keeps going. But deep down within you, you know you're not strong. Deep down within you, you know that something is going on. And that's why people see strong people commit suicide. People see strong people kill themselves and kill other people. People see strong people break down and they're not able to rise up again. People see strong people become mean people because you told them that they were strong and you never allowed them to heal. You never gave them space to be able to talk to you about how they feel. I've been through all of these, and that's why when I'm saying it with all authority, because people see you and they say, "Oh, she's a strong lady. She's able to carry everything on." And the day I crashed, it was really like so difficult for me to be able to rise. And that was the turning point for me. And when I rose, I told myself I'm going to always make sure other people are able to rise. So sometimes what we call strength is actually suppression. And that is what I'll call emotional suppression, which is when you push down what you feel, how you feel, instead of you to process it. You look functional. You start looking for things that will make you functional, things that will make you do the things that the whole world can see and praise you. Sometimes the society also push us to do the same thing. Family push us to do the same thing. You just have to show up. You just need things to be done. You just need to keep moving. You know what? That is weight that is building up. And eventually, your body, your mind begin to respond. And when it begins to respond, what do you feel? You begin to feel those numbness. You begin to feel tired, even when you have rested. You begin to feel disconnected from people, from yourself. You begin to find yourself reacting in ways you don't understand. Not because you are broken, but it's because you carry more than your capacity. And that really matters to me. Because you were never designed to carry everything alone. You were never designed to carry things, all of these things alone. So now the question is this: how do you carry all of these things alone? What do you do with what you've been carrying? Because most people will tell you, let it go. But they don't explain to you how you should let go. So you have to figure it out yourself. So today, I just want to give you a few tools that can help you. Not just theories, but inspirations that can help you. Like, I will not be taking so much time because I know we started late, so I will not want to eat much into other people's time, but I'll try my best to give you as much tools that I can. So the first tool is awareness. Awareness really sounds like very simple, but it requires honesty. You need to really be honest about what you're carrying inside. Because the first tool to healing is what? Being able to identify your grief. Being able to know exactly what you're grieving. So this means that you're asking yourself, what am I really carrying? That's not just like a surface question that needs a surface answer. It needs you to sit down and begin to analyze it the way it is. Like right now, what is it that I'm carrying? And if you're there, like I said, I like writing, I like journaling. I would really like you to just take a pen and paper and just write it down. What am I really carrying? What's the weight that is really eating me up at this time? What's that thing that I've been carrying for a long time? See, like for me, initially I thought it was the death of my husband, my late husband, Emmanuel. That was the grief I was carrying. But there were others that came before that I never knew. There were so many silent grief that I just let go and I kept on pushing aside. And when the big blow came, it weighed me down and I felt that was the main thing, but that wasn't the main thing. So that's why it's very necessary for us to be able to sit back and say, okay, from when, because you take the timeline and you look at it from when I was 0 to 10, what were those things I really went through? What happened to me? What's the trauma? What's the pain? What are the things I have not let go, right? What were those things? Who did I feel bullied me? Who did I feel didn't listen to me? Who did I? You need to put all of these things down. Then you put them down. At what point did I ever lose a job? How did it affect me? So you write it. Write it down is very important. So it's not just like giving surface answers. No, it's something that you need to sit back and you need to be able to put down. So don't look at socially acceptable answers. Don't go to ChatGPT to get answers for yourself. It has to come from you because this has to do with you and your healing. And I'm so glad now grief has been identified as something that really needs, that can be healed. So you can actually get healed from grief, right? So we need to sit down. And the real answer to this is it grief? Is it trauma? Is it anger? Is it disappointment? Is it something that was never acknowledged? But because I couldn't really release what it was, I could not identify it. So now I know what it is. So I need to identify it. So many people have really been like trying to heal without being honest about how they're holding on to it, without being honest with what they are carrying inside of them. You need to be able to look back within yourself and tell yourself the truth, because for you to be healed, you need to tell yourself the truth. So the first point, like I said, is your awareness and being able to tell yourself the truth. Be honest about it. Don't lie to yourself. Most people will tell you, oh, I want to be free from this. I don't really, but they're not ready to tell themselves the truth about how they feel. They will tell you, oh, I've been carrying this since I was 18. I've always just been like this. You've always been like this because there were some things that happened before you were 18 that you decided since you were 18 to be like this. So what were those things that happened before you were 18 that made you decide this path that you are in that is affecting your life today? So the second thing we're going to look at is the tool called expression. Because what you don't express, you store. You put it in the store of your heart. If you look at your body, most times we store our grief in our shoulders, in our waistline, right? The back of our shoulders, like all up here. So you will feel it. You know where your grief is, where your trauma is. So it begins to store there and they begin to become weight that stays there. So if you don't give your emotions anywhere to go, where will they be? They will be stored somewhere. And you begin to have a lot of health issues, hypertension, cancer, and all of it. And you don't know where it's coming from. You begin to overeat. You begin to have anxiety. You begin to have depression. You begin to have diabetes. Why? Because you've not been able to express what you have inside so that you can get healed from it. So you need to know how to express this so that your emotions can go away. You need tools like I always talk about journaling, journaling, because when you're journaling, it's like you're telling a story, you're talking about how you feel, you're writing it down. It's like you're talking to somebody and you're expressing it and it's just going. So you may also look at like talking to somebody you trust, someone you feel you can talk to, that will be able to listen and not talk back. Okay? So you need to look at talking to someone. Feel free to go seek help somewhere and talk to somebody about it, right? Then you that sometimes that might just look like maybe sitting in a very quiet place and finally saying what you've been holding. So if you don't have someone to talk to, I always give people the intervention, the chair, talking to a chair, put your chair down, sit the person down. You tell the person, hey, John, sit down there. I want to talk to you about what you did to me when I was 7. And you tell John what he did, right? Then if you want to write a letter, you can write a letter and write a letter to John. I say, John, this is what you did to me, and I've kept it for 26 years. And right now, I want to release myself from all of this trauma that you've caused me. And you analyze all that he's done, and you send the letter away. That you throw it as a kite, or you just burn it, or you do whatever you want to. Just trash it somehow and tell it to go to John. And if you can find John, call John and talk to John, right? So express it as much as you can. For many of us, expression is unfamiliar, but it is really very necessary because expression is how you begin to release those pressures that you have inside of you. And the third tool that we'll be looking at today is strength. When I was talking initially, I talked about strength, how people feel you're strong, right? So strength is really not like holding everything in. That's not strength, because that's retaining. But strength is recognizing that something is too heavy for me and I'm choosing not to carry it alone. That is strength. For most of us, especially the men, we grew up, they tell you, oh, you know what? You are a man. You need to keep this thing to yourself. You need to be able to keep your emotions. You don't need to cry. You don't need to share how you feel with anybody. You need to keep it. You need to be strong. That's how the society sees you and sees strength. But I'm telling you today, you need to identify it, and you need to recognize that it's too heavy and I need to share. I can't carry it alone. I need someone else to carry this burden with me. Sometimes they tell you, oh, you're a mom. Your kids are watching you. You can't be crying where they are. And it eats you up. You begin to become a different dimension of who you truly were. You need to watch it because these things are key. And when you're not able to identify this trend, that this is, the other one is like weight on me, and this is not weight. Strength means that I'm not able to carry this alone. I need to be able to share it with somebody. Right? So strength is allowing yourself to need support. Strength is giving yourself permission not to have it all together. And that is a shift. Because that's the part that most people are not used to. We need to recognize that we need support in life. We can never stand alone. And if you are a Christian or whatever, like even Jesus needed support. And that was why he had the 12 disciples, right? And he still had the close ones he could still share with all the time. You need those support. You need to be in a support team. You need to be in a support group. You need somebody you can talk to. You need somebody you should be able to share with. You need something. It's some kind of support in your life. You don't need to carry this alone. No, don't carry it alone. Because that is what most of us believe, but this is what it is. Because many of us were really taught like the opposite of it. And the fourth tool is our support. So I really want to be clear about it. Support is not like advice. Support is not pressure to move on. Support is the safe place where you can be honest without being judged or rushed. Where nobody is telling you you must do this right now, but rather they are giving you tools that will be able to help you get out of this and give you a replacement for what you need at that time and helping you take life one day at a time. That thing may be a person, it may be a professional, it may be your time with God. It may be just somewhere you need to relax. Maybe you need some time out. You need a vacation. You need to just take 3 days off on a retreat for yourself. That is support that you need. You need to begin to find new hobbies that are really healthy enough for you, that can help you to heal better. But you need somewhere where you can put all of this weight down, because that silence you keep all the time carries a lot of weight. So let me shift something for you, because this is where people really get stuck. The fear of letting go. If I let go, am I forgetting? So I'm going to forget everything? If I stop carrying it, does it mean it doesn't matter? If I move on, in the case of maybe like someone you love that passed away, if I begin to smile and people see me smiling, does it mean I never loved him? If I begin to do things we used to do together that I used to enjoy, does it mean that I never loved him? I'm not grieving him enough? See, letting go doesn't mean you're forgetting. It means you're releasing the burden, not the meaning. It means you can now honor what happened, not carrying the emotional weight of it every day. It means you can now remember without being overwhelmed. I tell people, when you let go and you get healed, there's one thing it brings to you. You know, there are times when you're really not fully healed, you remember these things, your heart begin to skip, or you begin to cry and all of those things. But when you begin to let go, you may be remembering the good side rather than the bad side. You may be remembering, seeing it in a different light, because in every grief, there is positive and there is negative. There is the good and the bad. Right? So everything, so you need to choose the good side of it. You need to choose the benefits of what you feel you lost. Because there is a good side, there is the gain in every loss. So you can actually begin to remember without feeling overwhelmed. You can begin to move forward without any guilt. So instead of saying, I've carried this forever, I want you to begin to say, I can carry the memory without carrying the weight. So Before I close, there is this thing I always talk to people about, the 3 Bs to your healing. It's really very key. It's very important for you to understand this. And those 3 Bs, the first one is the be better, which is the forgiveness. You have to forgive the situation. You have to forgive the people. You have to forgive the person or the thing. You have to forgive yourself. Then we have the other one, which is be you. Best experiences you originally undermined. Who were you really before that situation? Who are you? Being able to identify who you truly are is very key. Because when you've forgiven and you've let go, then you need to begin to be functional. And that is where the be you begins to come in place. You begin to start doing things again. You begin to start enjoying life again. You begin to start loving things again. Because that's the point we want you to be right now. Because you don't need to carry this alone. Most people that know me, they know I love karaoke. I just go there to laugh. I love comedy shows. I go there to laugh. I love dance. Anywhere people dancing and where I can really just do, even if I'm not dancing, I can see people dance. I like to see good things and I love my praise and my worship. Right? So you need to have that something that you really care about at this point. What that hobby you're going to have again? What's that thing you're going to love to do again? I love work. I love innovating new things. That may be you. So begin to do something again. Begin to use your tools, your grief, your traumas. Begin to see it in a different light and begin to bring out the best out of you. Begin to see the positive side of what you have lost. So, the next one is being able to share your experiences. Be a change agent. Share, maybe in your workplace. Sharing may not just be, some of us do podcasting. Your own may be being able to live, people be the Bible that other people begin to see. Your positive outlook may be the Bible that another person may be reading that will be able to help them heal. So you begin to heal inwardly and outwardly for other people because the world needs you. So before I close, I just want to give you a moment. If you feel comfortable, just close your eyes. Like I said, I love interventions, but so I'll just do this one intervention with you. And you begin to say to yourself, what have I been carrying that nobody truly knows about? Where do I feel it? In my body, in my thoughts, in my emotions? And what would it feel like to not carry the same way anymore? So just sit with that every day, begin to do that, right? And take a breath daily, be the best version of yourself, and just be you. So I'm going to just leave you with this. When you have quiet moments later, I want you to ask yourself this one question. Again and again, what is that one thing I have been carrying that I don't need to carry like this anymore? Just one, not everything, just one. And make a decision not to ever carry it again. You have been so strong, and it is clear. But your strength doesn't have to look like silence. And I will repeat, you don't have to carry this anymore. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angela. I would like to thank Tony and Ada for inviting me to be one of your guest speakers for this global grief conference. What an amazing event. You know, the first time I felt my heart is when it broke into a million little pieces. My name is Angela Alexander. When I was a teenager, my stepfather, who was in the Navy, he wanted me to join the military. So we compromised and I joined the Air Force as well. Instead, I went to Lackland Air Force Base in Texas, and after I graduated, I returned home. I was living in Tacoma, Washington, where I met my husband-to-be, Suri. Now, Suri, he was active duty in the Army, so right away we had our Army-Air Force comparison jokes. The following year, he received orders to Germany, and at that time, I went on inactive status with my Air Force Reserve unit. While we were in Germany, the second year of our marriage, I found myself alone, very far away from home, inside of a military hospital waiting room. My husband was fighting for his life. He had suffered a severe brain aneurysm and at the age of 24 years old, and immediately he could no longer read, he couldn't write, he couldn't talk, and he no longer knew the alphabets. And the doctor just told me this was the worst aneurysm he's seen in his whole military career. And I will probably be a widow by Christmas, and it was only December 3rd. This was my back to Jesus moment. I said, "Dear God, if you save my husband's life, I will praise your name forever." They evacuated us from Germany to Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., where he had an 18-hour brain surgery. And he stayed in the hospital for 8 long months, the second year of our marriage. Now, let's fast forward to 15 years later. April 1st, 2000, while I was in Japan on military duty, I was working with a group of people, and Lieutenant Menvechi said, "Alexander, I need to speak with you." Now, it was April Fool's weekend, so my guards went up because I didn't want to be the joke of the day. And we began walking and talking about nothing. And we entered the door of the small office, and inside was a man who was introduced as a priest and another lady from our unit. And the priest began nervously shaking, physically holding this paperwork from the Red Cross. And he says, "Angela, your family has been in a car accident." And from the looks on their faces, I just knew this was no April Fool's joke. The day before, my husband and 4 children were driving down the highway in California. A car cut them off. Our truck hit the center divider, and upon impact, everyone was knocked unconscious. Then our truck went backwards across that highway and fell 25 feet below and landed upside down on top of 2 other parked vehicles with people inside those cars. Praise God, our car fell on their engine and not their roof. So they were extremely shaken up, but they were okay. Okay, Tony, you can share the first slide. Tony, you can show this first slide. Nope. Okay, there we go. And if our car had fell 1 foot backwards, there was a lady sitting right there in the steering wheel. If it went 1 foot backwards, it would have been a whole different situation. And you can show the second slide. When they turned our truck right side up, you cannot even tell that a cab existed, and my husband and 4 children were inside. When the police, ambulance, firefighters with the jaws of life all came to the site, they saw a father and 4 children. And they ran into my daughter, Angela, who was 11 years old at the time. She was in and out of consciousness. And they went up to her and they said, "Where's your mother? Where's your mother?" Well, she looked at the officer all days and said, "My mother's in Japan." Well, the officer just thought she hit her head way too hard and was delirious, did not believe a single word she said. So they retrieved my address from my husband's driver's license and came to my home. Now, most people think by me being on the other side of the world was the worst place possible. But you know what? I needed to be that far away in order to hear God's voice. Because if I was home, I would have run somewhere. But in Japan, I had no choice but to be still and know that God is still God. And whenever and wherever there's a crisis, Christ is. Okay, you could take that slide down. Okay, thank you. Back in Japan, your husband, Suri, he's in the hospital, but he's okay. Your daughter, Angela, she's in the hospital, but she's okay. Your daughter, Angelina, she's in the hospital, but she's okay. But your 2 8-year-old sons, Maurice and Reggie, they didn't make it. And instantly, as if no one was in the room but God and me, I recalled a prayer my children said before going to bed. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. And I don't know Maybe because I need to hear from my son so badly, I felt right here in my heart as if I heard them say, "No, mommy, that priest is wrong. We prayed the Lord our soul to take. We did make it. We're here with Jesus." God was sending your sister so much love and so much peace. There was no room for pain. The people in the room were watching and waiting for my world to turn upside down. But instead, they witnessed my world still in alignment with the one we call our Heavenly Father, our Prince of Peace, our Comforter and our Provider, the Almighty God. The next day, I was on that 10-hour flight from Japan to California. And I almost sat straight up in my seat when I remembered this letter Maurice had written about a month before the car crash. Now, Maurice was 8 years old in the 3rd grade. He had a math test at school. He finished early and received his A. Now he had to be quiet while his classmates completed their test. And in that quiet time, he wrote this letter to me and my husband. Now, he had never written us a letter before, so this is not one of many or any. And he ran in the house from school that afternoon. He shouted, "Mommy, Mommy, Daddy, Daddy, I wrote you a letter. I wrote you a letter." He was so excited. I said, "What do you mean you wrote us a letter? Where you going?" And he said, "Nowhere, Mommy. I just love you." I looked at my husband. I said, "Baby, get the checkbook, because whatever this brother wants, the brother can have it too." And the three of us sat at the foot of our bed and we read his letter aloud. And it reads, "Dear Mom and Dad from Maurice, you are very nice to me. You help me with my homework and my book reports and other stuff. I love you because you made me. You taught me math and you taught me how to read a book. You are very cool to me, and I'm happy to be with you and Dad. I love you and Dad because you taught me a lot of stuff at home. And when I'm older, I'll be taller than you, and you will be the short one, and I will not. But you will still be my mom, and you too, Dad. Bye-bye." He continued. He finished early, didn't he? He got his A. He said, "You and Dad are very, very cool to me because you and Dad play a lot. You and Dad been together for 17, going on 18 years. That is good to me." And that was accurate at that time. "I am happy for you two that you two are together. So you can be my mom and Dad can be my dad. I'm glad that I'm with you too because you and Dad are nice and cool and happy. You two are the best parents I could ever have. Bye-bye." Now, whew, when I finished reading that, my husband and I, we looked at each other and we nudged each other and we said, "Is he talking about us?" Because all Maurice did was edify his parents. He did not ask for one thing. He not only expressed that he loved us, he explained why he loved us. And at the end of both pages, he wrote the words, "Bye-bye." Now, Siri, my husband, he had these huge crocodile tears coming down, flowing down his face. So he got up to get a tissue. And he is so emotional since his brain aneurysm. So I sat there holding Maurice's hands. I said, "Maurice, do you know what this is?" And he looked up at me with his big, brown, beautiful eyes, and he said, "It's a letter, Mama." I said, "Maurice, this is a love letter." "My first love letter?" I said, "I hope so. You're only 8 years old, but I saw your eye on the little girl next door." But seriously, thank you so much for writing down your feelings. We love you too. And I love your letter so much, I'm going to buy 2 frames and I'm going to frame your letter. And he says, "Wait a minute, Mommy, wait a minute, buy 3 frames because I'm going to write you another one." The Holy Spirit must have whispered in his ear, "Your mama going to need some more help." So Maurice, being obedient, ran to his room, came back about 10 minutes later with his second letter addressed to me. and it reads, Dear Mom from Maurice, Mom, you are the best mom you could ever have. If I got to choose a mom, I would choose you because you are very, very cool to me. You are very smart to me. You are very good with kids like me. I'm glad to be here with you. That's why I would choose you. The mom that I got is very cool and very fun. Bye-bye. You see his little handwriting? It's so, oh my goodness. Now, you know, I could have totally tripped on that plane ride home, questioning all of my beliefs. First of all, why wasn't I there? Being their mother, I could have, I should have, and y'all know I would have changed everything. Yeah, right, like I'm Holy Ghost Jr. or the Commander-in-Chief. Truth be told, I could have been in the truck myself. Now, my husband had to stay in the hospital for over 2 months. You know, when our truck fell 25 feet off that highway, he hit his head. And all those years of speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy was GONE, instantaneously gone. When the police heard his voice all slurred, they assumed he was on drugs and or alcohol, and they was ready to take him straight to jail. And my daughter Angela said, oh, no, stop right there. My father, he had a brain aneurysm. But the problem was she lost her credibility a long time ago when she said I was in Japan. So they didn't believe a single word she had to say. Angela needed 10 staples in her left knee, and Angelina, she wore a shoulder brace for about a couple hours. So physically, my girls are fine. Emotionally, they were struggling. They were hurting. If I would have gotten that corner and cried, they would have followed me. If I would have cursed God, they would have heard and possibly repeated me. And the Bible says death and life lives in the power of the tongue. So I had to be careful about my thoughts, but more importantly, my words. And when I went to go visit Suri, my husband in the hospital for the first time, whatever you do, I do, Suri struggled to say, meaning, if you go crazy, I'll go crazy. If you're strong, I'll be strong. But if you die, bury me first. He just could not take anything else. The Thursday before their double memorial service, ooh, that's hard to say. I stood in my kitchen and I prayed and I cried and I prayed, dear God, thank you so much for Maurice's incredible goodbye letter. It's truly the reason I can stand right here with my mind still intact. But I need to know that Reggie was also at peace, amen. I need to know that he was also visited by the Holy Spirit. God, I need to know that you are in control of this hot mess. And God laid one word on my heart. He told me to search. Have you ever got the side eye? I was like, search. Search for what? So I began praying because I was searching for some more clues. Nothing. And you know, the week after someone passed, I said, your home is filled with the 5 F's: friends, family, food, flowers, and fellowship. Well, my house was filled with all that times too. And half the people I didn't even know. I didn't even know half the people. Because my son's classmates, they came in because they were in the 2nd and 3rd grade. They couldn't come by themselves. So their siblings came and their parents came and friends and family from all over, my neighbors. And they saw me starting to search. But the problem was, I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't know what I was looking for. So I went up to my son's bedrooms. I started going through their books on the shelves, their clothes in the closet. I took their backpacks and I just emptied them in the middle of the floor. And I searched my house for over 3 hours that afternoon, and I did not find anything that I prayed, trusted, and believed for. But you know what? As only as God can create it, as only as God can orchestrate it, that evening was open house at my children's elementary school. Now, my girls, they needed some normalcy in their lives. So their friends on the block was going to open house. So I said, you know what? We're going to go as well. And we left a house full of people because they wouldn't leaving. So we just left. And at this time, my husband is still in the hospital because he re-injured his brain aneurysm. We went to Angela's 5th grade class and Angelina's 4th grade class. And all their classmates wrote us these tear-stained hand condolences, love letters, and poems. Because they were so emotional, it took me months just to read through the boxes of love. And when we entered Maurice's 3rd grade class, when I walked in, this hush just came over the room because the parents did not know what to say to me. And frankly, I didn't know what to say to them. However, the children just circled around me because they wanted to tell me how much they loved and already missed their friend Maurice. And they could not comprehend somebody their own eye level passing away. So it was very healing time for all of us involved. And then when I looked across the room and saw his sweater still hanging on the back of his chair, you know that little boy smell. And they would not let anybody touch anything on his desk. They were so protective of his belongings. Somehow, we made it to Reggie's 2nd grade class. And I spoke to Mrs. Blassie for a little bit. And I asked, what did my son do for open house? Now, 2 weeks before the car crash, Mrs. Blassie had given all of her 2nd graders all kind of arts and craft supplies and simply said, do something for open house, your parents are coming, with no other instructions. Well, God designed this opportunity for Reggie to leave his goodbye letter. All their projects were stapled to the wall. Their instructions was, Reggie had cut out a shape of a house with closed doors. And I opened it up. I took it off the wall. I opened it up. And it says, I have a big backyard and a big house. And I said, wait a minute, stop right there, because we actually have the smallest backyard on the block. And then when I realized when he wrote this, he was in transition mode. He was referring to his heavenly home, where he does have a big backyard and he does have a big house. And that reminded me of scripture, John 14:2-3, where Jesus said, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go to prepare a place for you, which he just said he would, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also. How awesome is it to know that Jesus himself will personally escort you to our Heavenly Father. This is the scripture that gives me great peace. This is the scripture that allows me to say, all is well with my soul. And the beautiful thing about it is there's nothing you can do to earn God's blessings. There's no amount of money you can pay. Why? Because the cost has been paid on the cross. On the left-hand side of his home description, he cut out a tombstone. And on those tombstones, he wrote 3 powerful words. He wrote, dead men joy. Now, this is an 8-year-old little boy using the word men. But men is the plural noun for all of us because God is all inclusive. The Holy Spirit had him personalize it by drawing a picture of himself beneath those words, because he also wants to have a personal relationship with you. On the right-hand side of that same home description, he cut out a second tombstone. On that one, he wrote the words, "Dead Men Jams," and drew a picture of his brother Maurice, because Maurice is always dancing and jamming around the house. And I repeated over and over and over again, "Dead Men Joy, Dead Men Jams." And I almost fell to my knees as I thank God for being so good to me. Because I had just prayed hours earlier that day, God, I need to know that Reggie's at peace. And this is what God gave me that very evening. So ask God for whatever you perceive the impossible to be. We have not because we ask not. I just marveled in God's many miracles in action, because Maurice did not know about Reggie's letter. Reggie didn't know about Maurice's letter. They individually listened to the Holy Spirit and obeyed. Each letter was written above and beyond their age and grade level. Each letter answered specific questions that I would have wondered about for the rest of my life. There were 8 people involved in this car crash, 5 people in our truck and 3 people on the ground. And the only 2 people who wrote goodbye letters were the only 2 people who went home to our Heavenly Father. As I stood in that second grade class, I experienced that peace that surpassed and continues to surpass all of my understanding, as I embraced the future and accepted that my sons are now and forever joyfully jamming with Jesus. Now, while I was writing my son's memorial program, God revealed to me that yes, their letters were written to soothe my soul, but more importantly, to share. Okay. And that's when the arguments began. Immediately I said, "Oh no, God, that's what I'm not going to do. I'm not an author, and I'm definitely not a public speaker." For months, I rehearsed, nursed, and owned all of those negative thoughts as I tried to renegotiate my assignment. Anybody try to renegotiate your assignment? During that time, I could hardly eat or sleep. Have you ever told God what you're not going to do? I was so uncomfortable. I was in agony from walking in disobedience. You know how that feels? It's not a good feeling whatsoever. Because at that time, I could not even say their names without a lump in my throat. I couldn't see what God saw. Now, 5 months later, I woke up. When the pain became too much to bear, I just said, "I surrender all. God, use me as you choose to. As long as you lead me, I will follow." I had to check that enemy. That's what was within me. First, I had to change the words that I spoke over my own self. I had to start saying things like, "I can do all things through Christ Jesus who strengthens me." The Bible says in Ecclesiastes 3 and 4, there's a time to weep, a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance. Let's break that down. There's a time to weep. My husband and I, we used to walk on the treadmill at the gym with tears just rolling down our faces. Right after my sons passed, I used to wake up to tear-stained pillows. And for a few seconds, everything was right in my world. And then reality hit me again like a brick wall. Daily. Some of you cried this morning in the shower. And some of you haven't cried in months because you're trying to be strong. But can I tell you something? Crying is healthy. And grieving is normal. You survived what many people could not even imagine. There's a time to laugh. Give yourself permission to laugh again. It's okay. There's no time span in grief, but there should come a time when you can breathe again. A time to feel joy again. A time to live your life again. Your loved ones, hey, they're joyfully jamming with Jesus, and they don't want you to be here miserable. They really don't. And choosing peace is not a betrayal. Choosing healing does not mean you love them any less. It means you are allowing God to restore what grief tried to kill, steal, and destroy. There's a time to mourn. Yes, there is. Grieving is internal. That's the shock, your sadness, angry feelings, feeling guilty. Mourning is what people see externally, weeping, wearing of dark clothes. Grief is what you feel on the inside. Mourning is what you do with those feelings. Grief is the pain. Mourning is the process. Grief is natural. Mourning is absolutely necessary. Healing happens when you allow both to go through the process. Grief and peace can coexist simultaneously. You can remember your loved ones and still rediscover your joy. You can love deeply and still heal fully. And there's a time to dance. You are created to praise God. If you presently don't feel like it, hey, I get it. Been there. You can express your praise and worship through singing and dancing, even while your tears are falling down your face. When you're ready, small amounts of movement can help your body release what your heart is holding. This global grief conference is not about rushing your grief. It's about reminding you that peace is not only your portion, it's possible, and it's your blessing. Please know that the healing of your broken heart is not an indication that you no longer love or miss your loved ones. You know, God transitioned me from military to ministry for such a time as this. Like me, your grief could also be the transportation for your transformation. What has God called you to do? Hopefully, when you're sharing your story, there comes a point where you can say, but God. Because we want to move from misery to miracles. We want to move from grief to peace. We want to move from storms to strength. So don't let anything or anyone rob you of your dreams or your legacy. Do you know that people around you are living at a deficit if you don't fulfill your God-given assignment? There's a quote, you don't have to be great to get started, but you do have to get started to be great. Today's takeaways are seek, speak, and search. Seek God first. Matthew 6:33. Even when you're angry, seek God first. Even when you don't understand, seek God first. I have questions for God, but I don't question God because I don't know the master's plan. I don't know what he saved my sons from. Speak life over yourself and your situation. Let me ask you a question. Are you the type of person who wakes up and say, good morning, Lord? Or do you say, good Lord, is morning. How you begin your day probably determines that day, your year, and your life. You know that negative voice needs your collaboration to cancel your dreams. Don't allow your own words to be used as ammunition against yourself. Search for your miracles and praise God, especially in the midst of your storm. Good, bad, ugly, or sad. You can search for your miracles or your misery. The choice is yours. But please know that whichever one you give your time and attention to gets you. I had to persevere past my own thoughts. I had thoughts that if I let go of the misery of my son's passing, I'm letting go of our memories. If I'm able to let go of the grief that gripped my heart, I didn't love my sons enough. If I let go of the misery, I'm letting go of the love we cherished and shared. Well, eventually, I had to let go of that misery. I turned that misery into miracles. I came here today to tell somebody that yes, death is inevitable, but misery, that's optional. It does not have to be permanent. It does not have to be your forever. A family update. Out of our 4 children, Angelina and Reggie were our foster children. Angelina moved to another foster family against her wishes and ours. In 2003, our social worker called and says, Angela, I have a little girl who needs a home. Now, but this time, we were no longer a long-term foster family because I accepted my assignment. I was writing my autobiography, but she knew that when she called. Angela, I have a little girl who needs a home. Their awkward silence. And then I said, well, how old is she? Is she old enough to go to school where I can still have my days free? Oh no, she's 14 months. 14 months! That's a baby in diapers, no way. My daughter Angela is 14 years old, okay? Silence. Then I said, first of all, somebody should have told me the first person speaks in negotiation loses. I asked, what is the emergency? She told me her foster mother is having a complicated pregnancy and cannot lift over 10 pounds. Oh man, you really pulling at my heartstrings, but I can't do it. Awkward silence. Oh, Angela, please, can she please come over? Can we even negotiate? I said, how are we going to negotiate? She's going to be 14 months all day today. That is an unchangeable fact. I tell you what, can she come over for 2 days? Well, I find her a long-term placement. I said, yes, that's what I do, respite care. But make sure you pick her up Thursday by 12 o'clock because I have a very important 2 o'clock appointment. Oh, thank you. I didn't know what I was going to do. I said, I know what you're going to do. You're going to pick her up Thursday by 12. Oh, thank you. I'll bring Angela over tomorrow. Wait a minute. Back that sentence up. What did you say her name is? Oh, I didn't tell you her name was Angela. Her name is not Angela. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. I said, okay, you bring Miss Angela over tomorrow. I said, Sari, there's a little girl coming over, and guess what? Her name is Angela. Wait a minute. You mean I have 3 Angelas now? My speech therapist is going to need therapy behind this one. Oh my goodness. Now, let me tell you what the Lord had done. Out of all the names in the world, her name is Angela. And out of 365 days out of the year, she was placed in our home on April Fool's Day, 2003. The 3rd anniversary of my sons Maurice and Reggie's passing. So with those 2 major miracles, we began adoption paperwork the very next day. That very important meeting I had, God, it was with the adoption agency. Today, Angela is 24 years old. I believe God said, Siri, my son, you do not have to remember another name. I got your back, brother. We're going to ride this Angela train all the way home. All I can say is God got jokes. He really does. I share this story because if we had became bitter instead of better after our son's passing, we would not have been open to receive our blessings. So don't block your blessings. My other Angela graduated from Wellesley College near Boston in 2011. Now she's an engineer for the Disney company. She has a beautiful testimony. I tell her all the time that God is simply preparing you for the reason he preserved you. Now for Siri, we thought his brain aneurysm was the worst thing ever, but it was a blessing in disguise. Siri's early retirement allowed us to be 2 stay-at-home parents, giving us quality and quantity of time, not only with our biological children, but truly opened our home and hearts up to foster and eventually adoption. So we are forever grateful. Now, Siri, he used to work at Walmart. You know, Walmart, they hire the elderly and the disabled, amen? When they met my husband, they said, oh, he is so funny. He will be great as a greeter at the door. I said, yes, how hard can that be? Well, I spoke too soon. The first day, the 3rd time he said, welcome to Kmart. They said, brother, we love you dearly, but there's a spill on aisle 3. You're going to exchange your greeter's badge in for maintenance. And Siri worked there for almost 10 years, and we have been married for 42 years this summer. Oh my goodness. So for me, when our sons passed, I had 15 years in the Air Force. I asked God if he would just give me the strength to put my uniform back on and stay in the military for another 5 years so I can get that 20. If so, I would retire and dedicate my life to sharing his amazing testimony. So God granted me that strength, and I retired out of March Air Reserve Base, California. What I've learned was, as hard as it is for me to live here without my sons, Maurice and Reggie, it will be impossible for me to live here without God's son, Jesus Christ. People ask me about closure all the time. I'm really surprised when I say, no, I do not have closure. I'll have closure when I see my sons again, but I do have peace on earth, and that's by choice. God trusted me to share his amazing testimony as my assignment. And once I surrendered, it became my absolute pleasure. Now I'm an author of my autobiography titled Miracles in Action. My husband said, but honey, did you have to put all of our business in your book? I said, yes, I did. I have a children's book, Never Too Young. And what I love about this book is the illustrations are absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, the illustrations. And this is Maurice's letter, you know, because for children, you have to be extra. So this is Maurice's letter. They can actually take his letter out of the envelope and hold it in their own hands and read it. That's Maurice's letter. And then this is Reggie's letter right there. Isn't that cool? I'm an inspirational speaker, and I'm the co-producer. Wait a minute, where is it at? Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. I'm the co-producer of my documentary film titled Miracles in Action. And I'm also a grief coach. And I became a grief coach because of the scripture, 2 Corinthians 1:4, which says, God comforts us in our troubles so that we can comfort others. That's my assignment. Part of my assignment is to support people overcoming grief so you can sing, laugh, and dance again. If anything I shared today resonated with you, if you're tired of carrying that weight of grief alone, if you're ready to cross that bridge from grief to peace, I will be honored to walk that journey with you. Tony, if you can share the link of to call yes, that's the one right there, to book me if you would like to call. So this is my Grief to Peace link. Please take a photo of it or a screenshot, and so you can have it, because I want to hear your story and we'll discuss your pathway to peace. I cannot promise that you won't cry, but I can promise that you won't cry alone. We will weep, laugh, sing, and dance. Whether your loved ones passed recently or decades ago, grief is no joke. What I know for sure is love never dies and peace is priceless. Jesus told us in John 16:33 that in me you might have peace. In this world you shall have tribulations, and grief is tribulations. But be of good cheer, because I have overcome the world. Sharing this testimony is now my full-time ministry. So if you know of a church, a retreat, a conference, a book club, a women's fellowship that would like to hear this absolutely fascinating supernatural testimony from the living God we serve, I'm more than excited to come out and share the glory behind the story. And you can find me on Facebook and friend me on Facebook at Angela Tays Alexander. Tays is T-A-Y-E-S. T as in Tom, A-Y-E-S. Angela Tays Alexander. And we can continue to connect. So whether you're grieving the death of your loved one, foreclosure of your home, your health, your wealth, your dreams, your marriage, that divorce, your expectations, the question is, how do you turn that grief into good grief? The question is, how do you turn that mourning into good mornings? The answer is you give it to God. And when you do, He can turn your burdens into your blessings, your hurt into your harvest, your pain into your power into your passion, that mess into your message, your situation into your sanctuary, your test into your testimony, your worries into your worship, your misery into your miracles, and your miracles into your mighty, 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 mighty ministry. And let the church say, amen. Thank you.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Hey everyone. My name is Ryan, and I am thrilled to be here. And I'm just going to jump right in because I will show you later how to get in touch with me and all of my information because that's not what we're here for. So I want to start with a question. So starting with a question. Sorry, I'm looking at notes and chats coming up and all of this. Okay, so starting with a question. Not about who you've lost, but about who you used to be. Because most of us know how to talk about grief when it's visible, when it has a name, when other people recognize it. But there's another kind of grief that almost never gets named. The grief of the person you used to be before life changed. Before you lost someone, you'll never be the same without. Before your body, your work, or your life stopped cooperating with the plans that you had. Before the version of your future you were building towards quietly slipped out of reach. When you were still the partner, the parent, the child, the employee, the person you thought you would be. Just take a moment and share in the comments or simply hold it to yourself. Picture that version of you. Where were you in life? How did you move through your days? What felt easy that doesn't feel easy now? When life shifts through illness, loss, career changes, or unexpected transitions, we adapt. We show up. We keep going. We tell ourselves that's what strength looks like. But what we don't do is pause long enough to acknowledge what we lost, not just around us, but within us. And when that loss goes unnamed, it doesn't just disappear, it just shows up differently as pressure, as frustration, as exhaustion we can't quite explain. For me, that shift came through illness. Before, I was someone who moved fast. I was decisive, independent, clear, knew how to show up in my life. And then one day, that version of me wasn't accessible anymore. Not in the same way, not at the same pace, not with the same certainty. After, everything required more. More thought, more energy, more patience than I was used to giving. And what made it harder wasn't just the change, it was the constant comparison to who I used to be and what I could no longer do. But I didn't call it grief. I called it pushing through. I called it staying strong. I called it figuring it out. And from the outside, it even looked like strength. People would say things like, "You're handling this so well. You're so strong." And part of me wanted to scream and say, I don't want to be strong. Because I didn't feel strong. I just wasn't stopping. Because stopping would have meant feeling it and admitting it was real. And I didn't know how to do that yet. And strangely, what helped me to start understanding it wasn't a program or a framework or even a conversation like this. It was writing children's stories. Stories about little cars learning how to navigate hard moments, how to handle big feelings, how to ask for help, how to be kind, even to themselves. And somewhere along the way, I realized I wasn't just writing those lessons for kids. I was relearning them in real time. Here's what I've come to understand. When we don't allow ourselves to grieve who we used to be, we keep trying to return to them. We carry their expectations, their pace, their identity. and we measure ourselves against a version of life that no longer exists. That's not resilience, that's exhaustion. And exhaustion has a way of making us think we are the problem. I'm curious. If this resonates, feel free to drop a yes in the comments. How many of you have ever felt that? Like you're doing everything you can and it's still not enough. Yeah, I see you. Me too. We don't just lose capacity to be that person. We lose the conditions that made our old expectations possible. But nobody hands us a new set. So we keep using the old ones in a completely different life. And then we wonder why everything feels so heavy. We've been taught that resilience looks like pushing harder, but sometimes resilience looks like something very different. It looks like letting go of the timeline, letting go of the expectations, letting go of the version of you that made sense before everything changed. Because you do not owe the world your previous self. I'm going to say that again. You do not owe the world your previous self. I want to give you something simple to take with you. Think about something in your life right now that feels hard. Now ask yourself, am I expecting the current version of me to handle this or a past version of me? And what would change if you adjusted your expectation instead of blaming yourself? Because for so many of us, the way we speak to ourselves after life changes is often the least kind voice we hear all day. We expect more. We criticize faster. We offer ourselves less grace than we would ever offer someone we love. But what if part of resilience is learning to meet ourselves with that same kindness? As a self-professed car girl, I often think about it like this. When the road changes, you don't just press harder on the gas and hope for the best, because that's how you lose control. You slow down, you shift, you choose a different line. You drive the road that you're actually on, not the one you planned for. Some of us are still holding on to a version of ourselves that we love deeply, and letting go of that version can feel like we're losing who we were all over again. But holding on to them can keep us from becoming who we're becoming. Grieving who you used to be isn't giving up. It's making space. Space for a version of you that fits the life you're actually living now. And maybe that version is quieter or slower or different than you imagined. But different doesn't mean less. It just means new. And when we allow ourselves to grieve, we stop trying to go backwards. And we finally give ourselves permission to shift and choose a new way forward. I'd love to stay with you guys in this for a few minutes. If you're open to it, feel free to share in the comments. What's one expectation you're starting to let go of? I'm going to share mine. One expectation that I am trying to let go of is the fact that I can't get through a day without taking a nap. So there's mine. I'm looking back. People are saying, yes, they've felt that. So, all right. Well, I'm not seeing any comments coming up. So, Tony, feel free to go ahead and you can post my little QR code. Obviously, I am a children's book author, and I love to do author experiences with the kids, but I am also speaking in front of other audiences, because what I have discovered, as I said, is that these stories don't just reach kids, they reach us as well. So if you would like to inquire about an author experience or a speaking engagement, I love to bring energy and enthusiasm to any stage that I can get on. So hopefully the QR code is up, and oh, there's a comment. Okay, what are my books about? My books are about carlets, and this is actually a car that I used to drive out on the track before I got sick. So I tell everybody that I am the car girl who got too sick to drive the fun cars, so I wrote about them instead. And I have a series of 3, and they learn how to navigate hard moments. So each book in the series is highlighting a different character, and they all have to learn these hard moments that, you know, are so relatable to the kids that I go and visit. And you know, it's so funny because I say this all the time. I didn't realize that I need to relearn these lessons too. So awesome. Okay, you guys. Well, quick and easy from me. Don't know if there's any other comments. I don't see any.